Chapter 1. Prison Island. Light struggles fiercely to tear apart the darkness. Yet the night remains indifferent, shrouding the forsaken isle. Only a faint, translucent glow, imbued with hope, pierces through. What are you gazing at? The radiance that pierces the veil of the goddess of night, illuminating all beings, and saving the light itself. Beneath the drawn curtain stands a youth, his slender form appearing diminutive and pallid beneath the grand archway. The boy's skin is pale, devoid of any trace of color. His delicate features have begun to take on a gaunt appearance. As if he yearns to embody a more masculine visage, he dons a waistcoat, washed to a faded hue yet impeccably clean, shivering in the chilling breeze, while his trousers reveal several minute holes, though he is fortunate to be draped in a half-fur coat above. The boy gazes intently at the distant strands of dim golden light, his deep blue eyes seemingly reflecting a fierce golden flame. A girl slightly tilts her head, standing beside him, absorbing a light purer than that of an oil lamp. After a while, the boy regains his composure, his gaze now fixed upon the silently standing girl. The oil lamp and the faint golden light intertwine, and in the hazy glow, the girl is clad in an intricately designed white bodysuit, the upper part clinging to her form while the voluminous skirt seems to have vanished, as if hastily trimmed by its owner. The bodice accentuates the girl's figure perfectly, her slender waist, though youthful, hints at burgeoning curves, and her delicate collarbone is unabashedly displayed. Her tender skin adorned with a hint of gold, yearning for the silvery moonlight to cast a soft sheen upon it. Her long hair is casually arranged behind her, with wisps secured by a simple hairpin, devoid of heavy, ornate gemstones. To the princesses, ladies, and misses in the papal hall, the girl appears decidedly out of place, lacking the elaborate gown, the floral crown, and the meticulously styled hair that signifies status, her entire demeanor exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet to the boy, she embodies a beauty that defies convention. Her bare calves tense in the open air, the bodice constraining her form, and her head held high like a proud swan, standing out amidst a flock of ugly, self-satisfied chickens. At last, the girl diverts her gaze from the familiar light that has accompanied her for 19 years, though it is a comfort. Today's companionship with the boy imbues it with a new tenderness. There's something you wish to discuss, Miss Beryl? The boy inquired, his tone flat, seemingly indifferent to her status. The girl, unfazed by his blunt words, chuckled lightly. There is no need for such wariness, little no. You know well that I am your half-sister, and I have come to visit you. The boy maintained his tone. I appreciate your concern, Miss Beryl. You may address me as Mr. Beryl, but since we find ourselves in a place forsaken by the sun god, I would accept being called a prisoner, though regrettably, neither of us is favored by the divine at this moment. The girl stands tall, her height surpassing the boy by half a head, even in flat shoes. Gently, she ruffles the boy's hair, their interaction warm like that of ordinary siblings. Little no, I discovered you 7 years ago when you secreted yourself in the garden of the papal hall. It was a chance encounter. I inquired about your identity from father, who readily informed me that you were my brother lost to the world, but he cautioned me not to disclose it to others. In truth, I have been with you for a long time. I know you favor simple black bread and wild greens, and I am aware that you serve as father's steward, managing the affairs of the papal court. The girl ceases her speech, gently withdrawing her soft hand. The boy remains silent, stepping forward to the grand and imposing entrance of the estate. Come in and sit for a while, T. The girl's lips curl into a smile as her wooden-soled shoes echo softly against the floor. Did you come to see me for a specific reason? The boy reiterates his earlier question. They sit in a reception room of the manor, adorned in opulence, with hundreds of seemingly eternal oil lamps illuminating the space, and the walls adorned with masterpieces by unknown masters, framed in gold and reflected in the crystal chandelier above. The girl rests her chin on her hand, leaning casually, devoid of the solemnity typical of noble women. I merely came to see you. The boy nods in silence, yet his deep blue eyes reveal a flicker of other colors. Why? He presses on. Perhaps I am the only one who truly understands you, my dear brother. You are father's illegitimate son, and I, his illegitimate daughter. He once told me that you are a clever child, yet also a brutal beast. He shared much about you, but only on the night you arrived, and that was the only time he spoke of you to me. The girl's expression softens with gentleness. Father is a ruler. Yes, he delights in governing all. Then, do you wish to escape? The boy sits upright, his right hand clenched into a fist, fingers rhythmically rubbing against the knuckles of his palm, his tone unembellished and penetrating, untouched by emotion. You assess as he does, with the same certainty. The girl observes his movements, chuckling lightly, like silver bells chiming. The boy halts his actions, opening his palm. Is that so? I find it repugnant. The girl seems to disregard his comment, seamlessly continuing the dialogue. Indeed, I wish to escape. Since I gained the ability to think independently, I have been plotting my departure, but father is a ruler. The boy interjects, completing her sentence. The girl nods silently. A moment of tension hangs in the air. I will assist you in leaving this place. The girl shatters the silence, her voice stiff, laced with unwavering resolve. The boy perceives the underlying weakness. Are you masking your frailty with dry bravado? The girl arches her brows defiantly. The Beryl family does not harbor cowards who bow their heads. Then do you still wish to escape? The boy presses firmly, roles reversed, akin to a self-assured officer interrogating an indecisive suspect. The girl falls silent, her gaze fixed upon the boy, their sapphire and deep blue eyes colliding, as if a mystical force draws them into a shared realm. I may belong to the Beryl family, but I shall not be a servant. Servant? You are closer to being a servant and should understand what our status means to him. The boy instinctively clasps his hands together, only to immediately realize and uncross them, resting them against his knees. This shall be a collaboration. The girl appears somewhat disheartened, yet a smile graces her lips. Father has not disclosed your past to me. I believe that one day you will confide in me willingly. The boy remains silent. The girl does not pursue the topic further. Then we shall need a plan. The boy resumes an attentive posture, indicating his earnest interest. The girl contemplates briefly before speaking slowly. Currently, my position is that of an inspector, a direct official of the papal hall, endowed with substantial oversight over local governors. Coupled with my status, it should suffice for them to provide me with more information in certain matters, but what I require are my subsequent arrangements, the purpose of my assignment, or what utility I possess. The boy identifies the crucial points. The young girl shook her head in resignation. The reason you were sent here is already abundantly clear. It has captured the attention and discontent of the elders from other factions within the papal hall. You have even been wielded as a bargaining chip against the Beryl family. This may pertain to your origins, yet whether there exists a true purpose remains shrouded in mystery. This is what you must understand. The lack of a starting point does not equate to the absence of investigation. The boy's voice rose in intensity. The girl obediently nodded, refraining from uttering a word. Seemingly aware of his own lapse, the boy leaned slightly forward, adjusting his tone. I apologize for my outburst if it comes to it. We can take the initiative. His voice, tinged with gentleness, flowed like the soft breeze of March. Was that the tone he was meant to possess? Perhaps he need not bear such burdens, nor engage in the petty provocations of noble youths, nor toil over endless financial reports, nor ruminate through sleepless nights to navigate the complex factions of the church, nor awaken in a cold sweat before dawn, nor gnaw on the bread unworthy of his station. Fate is ordained by the heavens. Yet the girl never subscribed to such nebulous notions in her eyes. Moira was merely a cowardly excuse for self-indulgence. I will take care of everything. The girl no longer feigned bravado. Her voice was soft, yet brimming with confidence. The boy rose to his feet, leading the way toward the estate's exit. I believe in you. The Beryl family is not one to break their word. Golden light danced upon the dim oil lamp, while white ghost flowers blossomed in the corner, exuding a faint glow. Xiao Nua, we shall meet again. The girl suddenly adopted a playful demeanor, reminiscent of a busy sister bidding farewell to her reluctant brother. Wait, T, where exactly is this place? The boy hesitated for a moment. The girl appeared somewhat taken aback, pausing her steps before turning back with solemnity. This is the Isle of Despair. The Isle of Despair. It is both a prison and a hell. Chapter 2. The Street Dawn. Darkness tenaciously veiled the isolated isle. Legend had it that Mount Gambes, by its excessive altitude, disrupted the celestial order, incurring the wrath of the celestial emissary. The emissary implored the supreme deity, who summarily cleaved off the mountain's peak, casting it aside to form the present-day Isle of Imprisonment, utterly flat, devoid of any protuberance. Yet, the emissary, still incensed, shrouded the isle in perpetual darkness, condemning it to eternal twilight. Nonetheless, the Isle of Imprisonment remained proximate to Mount Gambes. Consequently, since the genesis of the Gilded River, golden light had pierced the emissary's veil. Albeit feebly, its faint luminescence barely sustaining the isle, which subsisted upon ubiquitous oil lamps. The youth awoke from the inky abyss, casting aside his leather covers, yet feeling as if he were bathed in light. With practiced ease, he ignited the lamp within his chamber. The youth was named Nobellier, son of the current pontiff. Jean Berliot. As a scion of the Berliot lineage, No had commenced his tutelage in letters and arms 7 years prior, upon his return to the pontifical court. Despite being under covert protection, Jean Berliot had secured the tutelage of Pastor, the most revered high priest in the pontifical realm. Pastor had served as a priest since the inception of the pontifical state. His age was a mystery. Some likened him to a divine emissary, while others whispered that he was cursed by the gods. No stood before a crystal mirror, adjusting his attire. The imposing figure of a knight was reflected. A knight never removed his armor, even within the confines of a prison. No traversed the paved street, flanked by eternally burning oil lamps. At intervals, imposing manors stood, resembling opulent cells housing disparate prisoners, austere and desolate. The thoroughfare seemed an endless straight line. To the right, the manors stood in neat array. To the left, an immeasurable wasteland stretched. The twin rows of lamps evoked the image of a penitent's path, while the somber sky loomed like a crushing burden. But No was a knight. The Berliot lineage was not given to fear of illusory phantoms. A knight would never bow his proud spine. After an indeterminate duration, the resounding toll of a colossal bell reverberated from all directions. Within his limited field of vision, a distinct cluster of structures materialized before No. Was this the street's terminus? No halted. Spires, bell towers, marble sculptures, and quaint stained glass windows formed the conventional ornamentation. Yet, the central rotunda stood out, a granite hemisphere inverted atop a plain cylindrical edifice. The rotunda was not tall, but exceptionally stout. Clusters of spider lilies were scattered across the wasteland, while prophetic inscriptions composed of contorted glyphs adorned the walls. Mandalas were encircled by floral arrangements and placed upon a wooden table before the rotunda. The crimson-tinged spider lilies appeared to bleed, their sanguine hue intensified by the orange lamplight, resembling man-eating blossoms sated after a feast. Darkness enveloped the space behind the floral arrangements, casting a towering and formidable shadow. It was his father, whom he had not seen in some time. No grasped the center of his helmet's brim, removing it, letting his right hand fall, straightening his already erect posture. Fixing his gaze upon the pontiff concealed in the shadows, and inclining his body slightly. No, you are as steadfast as ever. A resonant voice echoed. No resumed his upright stance. Father, this is all due to your guidance, the youth replied with composure, betraying no agitation. I cannot claim credit for that. Steadfastness is the virtue of a preserver, but a shackle to a striver. Your ferocity must not be concealed by worldly constraints. Jean imparted his wisdom. As a father earnestly advising his son, I am grateful for your instruction, father. No assented respectfully. You are sufficiently intelligent, but somewhat lacking in experience. Now that you have arrived on the Isle of Imprisonment, you may as well introspect under the gaze of darkness. Any stride towards power requires time, as I trust you understand. Yes, father, I shall heed your counsel. You seem unsurprised by my presence here. Jean's silhouette remained obscured in the shadows, with only the cluster of blood-tinged spider lilies illuminated. As pontiff, father's actions are invariably justified. The youth responded with unwavering composure, his face like frozen stone. A soft chuckle emanated from the shadows. Lower your head, mad child. Do you recall that rainy day? The man's words held a trace of tender recollection, yet were fraught with scars. No lowered his gaze slightly, focusing on the crimson spider lilies. I shall never forget that night of blood. Jean's shadow wavered, as if he were adjusting his position. That evening, in the tempestuous rain, you clutched a blood-stained stone knife. The grotesque warden gripped your shirt, his frame emaciated, his features delicate, eliciting pity yet inspiring aversion in me. You struggled to break free, he tightened his grasp. You remained silent, he bellowed. Such fortitude, belying your appearance. Jean paused, as if recollecting or arranging his words. Your strength waned, your nourishment deficient, your body frail. The torrential rain threatened to overwhelm you. You were enraged, fearless in your fury. You glimpsed freedom. You saw hope. You plunged your crude stone knife into his chest. One strike, then another. You became the mad child. Tell me, No Berliot, what do the Berliots detest most? No's fists were clenched, his deep blue irises shifting incessantly, as if beholding crimson flames erupting. The Berliots detest cowards above all. So are you a coward? I have never been a coward. My dear child, demonstrate it to me. You shall be the one. To grasp power, you must first allow power to grasp you. Then, roar at it, break free from it, tear it asunder. I shall heed father's counsel. A metallic voice reverberated through the surroundings. The conversation concluded. The shadows had vanished. No stared silently at the floral arrangement, his hands gradually relaxing. The blood trickling down, drop by drop, like the spider lilies on the table, their sanguine hue consumed. The return journey seemed inordinately long, as if cursed by the divine, transformed into an infinitely extending path to salvation. No, clad in his knightly armor, slowly and deliberately retraced his steps. It was said that a road with a beginning and an end felt infinitely long only on the first traversal. Upon returning, the mind had already etched the distance into its memory, rendering even the longest path a mere reversed recollection, fleeting in an instant. But no seemed to have lost his mind. To grasp power, you must first allow power to grasp you. Yes, for how else could I approach the truth? How else could I learn of my pitiable and base origins? No murmured to himself, his unfocused gaze gradually sharpening. Are you well, mother? Surely, under the divine aegis, you are praying for me in paradise. No's pace quickened. The street was desolate. But a few figures had appeared among the small manors to his left. No stretched his limbs slightly, his body still struggling to bear the weight of the heavy armor. But soon, No ceased his movements. Ahead stood a vague figure. No removed his helmet and bowed respectfully. Esteemed Count Minos, I apologize for my ignorance of the hour, preventing me from extending a proper greeting. Count Minos's imposing figure was revealed in the lamplight. He removed his feathered hat and returned the bow. The valiant knight, I graciously accept your sincere apology and am delighted to encounter you on this pleasant afternoon. Might I inquire your name? Nuaw, adjusting his attire, replied, I am Nobellier, the progeny of the Pope. Minos, appearing contemplative, responded, Nobellier. It seems you are well protected by your benefactor, perhaps even secretly occupying an influential position, which aligns with his modus operandi. After all, there have been more than a couple of puppets within the Holy See these past 5 years. As he spoke, Minos broke into a hearty laugh, his robust voice dispelling the eerie atmosphere surrounding them. Newell remained silent. Unperturbed, Minos continued his conjectures. You are the descendant of your benefactor. Concealed as a mere tool, undoubtedly, you must be one of his illegitimate offspring. Yet, bastards are not uncommon, especially among those ancient fellows whose progeny are countless. Yet, here you stand, a stranger on the Isle of Prison. Minos paused, seemingly gauging Nuaw's reaction, but Nuaw's resolute expression remained unchanged. In that case, it must pertain to your lineage, entangled in absurd and unimaginable affairs, perhaps even provoking the ire of those foolish faithful, inciting them to believe that the divine has been profaned, ultimately stirring public outrage to compel the Pope to abdicate. Of course, all of this would transpire under the machinations of another colossal entity, for the position of Pope is coveted by many. Nuaw's demeanor remained unflinching. There is no need for such composure, my child. Surely you are aware of my tale. I have remained steadfast for half a lifetime, training countless armored knights for the papal state, never personally engaging in affairs. Yet, in the end, people say I have torn the rules asunder. Only by seizing power can one dictate the rules. Mere composure cannot achieve such feats. Observe your youthful visage. Pretending to be an adult is a skill, but adulthood does not guarantee one the role of rulemaker. You ought to become a mad child. Nuaw clenched his fists once more, his nails piercing the scab of an old wound. Farewell, my child. It has been a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Minos donned his feathered hat anew, brushing past Nuaw. To survive in the papal court, even the lowliest of maids must wield ruthless cunning. Minos's voice drifted back unexpectedly. I am grateful for the lesson, and I wish you a pleasant afternoon, my lord. Minos nodded with a smile. The blooming equinox flower in the corner illuminated, as if the harbinger of hell were welcoming them with open arms. Chapter 3. The experiment. Noel felt the pangs of hunger. After an entire day without sustenance, it had been 7 years since he last experienced such a sensation, akin to a fleeting dream. Time, indifferent to the grievances of humanity, flowed ceaselessly onward. He could faintly envisage the estate that belonged to him, even shrouded in darkness. All estates appeared identical from afar. Yet, like a pet cat yearning for home, he was intimately familiar with his own little sanctuary, as if guided by an invisible sixth sense. Noel pushed open the grand arched door, and an elderly figure materialized beside him, seemingly having waited for a considerable time. Your Highness, I am your steward, Heren. You may call me as such. Please feel free to command me as you wish. Noel silently scrutinized Heren's downcast eyes, perceiving only sincerity and reverence. Did he send you? Heren's voice was gentle as he earnestly replied, Indeed, Your Highness, it was the Holy Father who instructed me to attend to your needs. A flicker of irritation crossed Noel's features. I am not an incapacitated wretch. I can take care of myself. Hiren, undaunted, lowered his head slightly. I beg your pardon. Your Highness, if I have displeased you, I shall provide only the essentials, but the old steward hesitated. Noel furrowed his brow. I am not entirely unreasonable. Hiren continued. Those in high positions require loyal servants. Noel crossed his arms defiantly. It was he who instructed you to relay this to me. Yes, Hiren confirmed. The Holy Father holds you in high regard. Noel refrained from responding, turning to stride into the chamber, murmuring softly to himself, does he value me, or merely my utility? Standing before a gilded glass mirror, Noel removed his armor, revealing a gaunt physique marred by intersecting scars from past whippings. Perhaps both could coexist. Before him stood a vast square ebony table, adorned with intricate ivory carvings, golden waves tracing the edges like the sea, with balustrade-like legs connecting to a central crystal vase. Marble in shades of agate and jade was set into the black granite, forming a complex pattern of flowers and buds in full bloom, supported by a mahogany base. With chair legs encircled by mother of pearl, absorbing the ambient golden light, Noel sat alone in the empty hall, partaking of the delicacies presented by Steward Hiren. The meat of herons and swans was roasted to a golden crisp, yet Noel quietly consumed only the most modest white bread, which had been limited to just a few pieces, seemingly to embellish the lavish spread. He gazed at the meat until the steam dissipated into the air, before finally lifting his knife and fork to partake. Your Highness, meat is essential for replenishing energy. Hiren's voice appeared beside him, having materialized without his notice. I am aware, and thus I have consumed it, Noel replied, wiping his oil-stained hands with a napkin. Tell me about this prison island, Hiren. At that moment, 2 servants entered to clear away the remnants of the feast. Hiren responded eagerly. Of course, Your Highness. What specific aspects would you like to know? Noel rested his chin upon his hand, nostrils flaring slightly. Are you familiar with Count Minos? Without hesitation, Hiren answered. Certainly, Your Highness. 5 years ago, the armor smuggling scandal caused a worldwide uproar, inciting extreme outrage among the populace. Count Minos was the mastermind behind the illicit sale of military-grade armor to various armed factions, seeking to reap enormous profits from the transactions. Ultimately, he fell victim to the Elder's decree and was imprisoned on the island. Yes, but he is in prison, not in hell. Is he not? Hiren smiled. Your Highness, you should be more aware than I of the affairs of the upper echelons. Noel shook his head slightly. Minos is either a scapegoat or knows too much. He is a man who understands the art of self-preservation, yet possesses too keen an intellect. Such a person would not make a good pawn as a military governor. Noel continued, elaborate further on this place. Hiren obliged, certainly, Your Highness. You ought to know that the prison island is divided into 2 sections. One is the prison itself, housing opulent estates for nobles like yourself who have angered the elders for various reasons, indulging in the same culinary delights as the princes and princesses within the Holy Father's court, accompanied by music, even hiring a band if desired. Aside from the absence of divine light, there is little difference. The other section, however, is as terrifying as hell, where the grotesque sensations induce perpetual nausea. It is a gathering place for murderers from Eris and the insane from Fend, their wails echoing incessantly, sending chills down one's spine. But this is merely a small part of the horrific abyss. The most enigmatic secret base of the Spirit Institute lies beneath this hell. The Spirit Institute? Engaged in inhumane human experimentation, claiming to have acquired the treasures of the gods, its technology surpassing the world by centuries, a research facility for ultramobile armor, rumored to house all remnants of primordial armor. Noel murmured, Your Highness, the Spirit Institute operates independently of the Holy Father's court. No one knows when it was established, nor who created it, nor how those madmen were cultivated. I once participated in the armor experiments at the Institute, and from the outset, everyone there seemed to lose their sanity. Your Highness, the prison and hell are merely separated by a thin barrier, half a wall apart. If you were to participate in the experiments, danger would surely accompany you, but should you endure, it would yield value, the kind that is deemed necessary. Noel interjected, completing Hiren's thought. Hiren fell silent. Standing respectfully behind him, Noel quietly crossed his arms atop the ornate ebony table, remaining mute. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate period, Noel finally spoke. You may take your leave. I know what I must do. Yes, Your Highness. Noel silently observed Hiren's slightly stooped figure merge into the shadows. The grand arched entrance, the lavish ebony wood, the shifting light and shadow, and the diminutive frame. All that remained was the unyielding head held high. Hiren, Should Governor T seek me for urgent matters tomorrow, do not impede him. Simply inform me. Yes, Your Highness. As the evening bell tolled beneath the cloak of night, the faithful retired to sleep, cradled by divine protection. As the purple nightshade exhaled its floral essence, T, adorned in a delicate white gown with thin straps, had been waiting outside for quite some time. Until the morning bell rang, T politely rang the doorbell. The door swung open to reveal the kind visage of the elderly steward Heren. Miss T, the prince has instructed me to allow you to enter directly. T smiled gracefully. That is basic etiquette. Heren, understanding the cue, stepped aside, and T gracefully advanced into Noel's chamber. Within the antiquated study, a polished marble sculpture graced the center, reflecting the refined taste of its master. T, clad in high-heeled wooden shoes, tread lightly upon the smooth floorboards, the crisp sound reverberating through the hollow, silent corridor. Pushing open the slightly ajar door, a faint creak announced her arrival. Noel sat upon a wooden chair, cradling a tome in his hands, the yellowed pages bearing witness to the passage of time. Upon seeing T enter, Noel set down the book and rose to take a seat across from her. Please sit, T, and state your purpose. Noel refrained from indulging in pleasantries. Little Noel, you can afford to rest a while longer. T, catching sight of Noel's somewhat haggard visage in the dim light, expressed her concern. A brief respite is sufficient. Since my earliest memories, I have never had the luxury of leisure. Endless toil has become second nature. T and Noel exchanged tranquil, profound gazes, the deep blue of her eyes seemingly imbued with infinite allure. Taking a deep breath, T spoke softly. Little Noel, you have been entrusted with a task. A task? Noel appeared puzzled. Indeed, it is dubbed a mission, yet it is merely a guise, a grand experiment, a trial that exposes you to madness, a descent into the abyss. T halted, wishing for Nuwa to complete his thoughts, but Nuwa merely tilted his head slightly. The experiment of the hypermobile armor, a living trial. T clenched his fists. You will perish there. Nuwa gently shook his head. T, that is my worth. I shall prove my value. Only when power first grasps you can you, in turn, seize power. This is what your father imparted to you, is it not? In the days of my absence, many tales unfolded, such as the old butler at the door, your clandestine meetings with father, perhaps even experiences unknown to me. Nuwa, you have become more resolute, more akin to a mad child. Nuwa picked up the porcelain cup from the low table before him, pouring clear water inside and giving it a gentle shake. A composed elder can manipulate others, yet cannot control a frenzied child. In the past, they failed to comprehend me. Now, I shall make them fully aware. He gazed at the droplets splashing defiantly onto the low table. Even in the face of death? Even if it means death. For her? The mother I have never met? She brought me into this cruel world, yet perished because of me. I do not feel gratitude towards her, yet I harbor sympathy. Is it merely sympathy? Nuwa fell silent, gripping the porcelain cup tightly and downing its contents in one go. T rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Nuwa. That is the softness you refuse to acknowledge within your heart, your longing. Do I not long as well? Nuwa suddenly rose and departed the study. Let us go? The mission must commence ahead of time. Chapter 4. The spirit repository upon the towering walls, pockmarked with numerous irregular cavities, unknown decaying flora entwined, dense and pervasive. While gray worms writhed in contorted agony, leaving trails of black ichor in their wake. Yet, a dark crimson copper door cleaved through this grotesque tableau, flanking walls resembling the severed limbs of a body, with forked roots reaching out like star-crossed lovers, yearning to connect. Here, Nuwa had arrived, where the prison and hell intermingled, revealing a ghastly fragment of the inferno. In stark contrast, solitude and chill felt akin to a euphoric revelry in paradise. T spoke to Nuwa, who was newly arrived. Though it was not her first visit, the atmosphere still left her aghast. Nuwa stood with arms crossed, quietly observing. The copper door, the worms, the alien vegetation, the barely audible howls and whispers from the depths of souls. The opulent exterior concealed an unseemly truth, while the unabashed horror appeared more genuine. As those who have endured the horrors of the human heart are often unfazed by terrifying sights. Nuwa's tone exuded confidence, yet T discerned the underlying self-mockery. T approached the dark crimson copper door, raising her badge high. The door opened, revealing a figure shrouded in darkness, a sentinel awaiting their arrival. Nearly invisible to all but those who drew near. This was a death row inmate, transformed by the spirit repository into a guardian of the threshold. Whether he was truly alive remained uncertain. Perhaps only the mad would offer an answer under the guise of mercy. T explained to Nuwa. Nuwa gazed at the fleeting shadow, lost in contemplation. The silvery sanctum lay hidden beneath the watchful gaze of the earth goddess. T guided Nuwa down a sloping path, the decayed soil partitioned by white metal, muffling the cries from the outside world. Yet Nuwa's senses seemed to fill in the gaps in his mind. The sounds of ghostly infants weeping, the agonies of prisoners, the clanging of tools, the screams of the insane, the roars of the wardens, the discontent of the air, and the stern reprimands of the divine, all vanished beneath the white metal. After traversing layer upon layer of sealed metallic doors and pressing numerous code mechanisms, a light akin to daylight illuminated the world. This was the spirit repository. Nuwa squinted, striving to acclimate to the long-lost brightness. This was the spirit repository, a haven for the deranged, a paradise of hell. Ti's eyes widened in anticipation. Before Nuwa could speak, a voice called out to them. "Welcome, my specimens. Your speed surpassed my expectations." A scruffy, middle-aged man with greasy hair lounged in a sheepskin chair, clad in a white coat. "You must be the secret offspring of His Holiness. Quite the charming visage. But worry not. Countless experiments have shown that the more delicate the exterior, the greater the potential for madness." Nuwa calmly articulated the man's implied thoughts. "Madness, ha ha ha. Indeed a more fitting term. It appears you are ready for everything." "Oh. My apologies. I neglected to introduce myself. You may call me Professor Florian. However, you need not know too much, including all that transpires within the repository. Should you survive the initial experiment, I shall personally guide you through our magnificent creations, including this delightful little sister." Professor Florian chuckled, his half-fallen trousers threatening to drop. "Come along, specimen. This is your moment to prove your worth. With your deep blue eyes, I believe you will conquer all challenges." Professor Florian's gaze flickered towards Nuwa's pupils before he sauntered away, Nuwa exchanging a glance with T, following closely behind. As the light dimmed, it was uncertain whether the encroaching darkness or the faint illumination was more suited for clandestine experiments. 3 figures maneuvered through the narrow passage, barely accommodating 2 adults side by side. Yet fortunate for Nuwa and T, they were merely youthful children. The scene resembled an adult leading the charge, with the 2 children following closely in tandem. Finally, the adult halted, and the surroundings felt even darker than the prison island, devoid of spotlights and oil lamps, akin to descending into primordial obscurity. The leading adult pressed a button on the metallic passage beside him. Light erupted, unveiling the ingenious architecture of the spirit repository to the naive eyes of Nuwa and T. They found themselves in an extraordinarily vast space, elevated hundreds of meters above the ground, with several elevators ascending and descending, while others clad in white coats, similar to Professor Florian, appeared at various passage entrances. With grace, Professor Florian invited the 2 to board the elevator first. As the platform descended, they beheld the scene below. A colossal central platform sprawled out, cables weaving through metallic panels, climbing walls like the limbs of a monstrous beast, ultimately converging beneath the circular dais, entwining into a massive black serpent. Several personnel manned the control consoles in the corners, manipulating intricate machinery, their colorful buttons adorned with nearly illegible inscriptions. Plotters and calculators whirred incessantly, conducting what seemed to be final precision tests. Yet, compared to the central behemoth, these were mere embellishments. The towering mechanical constructs loomed at 2 to 3 meters high, exuding steam from their frigid shells, their spiky protrusions resembling weapons capable of breaching the hardest rock walls, topped with layers of fortified metal, seemingly forged from the strongest alloys, engraved with ancient symbols, and bearing swords akin to those of knights at their waists, with limbs appearing as if hastily assembled, cables from the dais snaking into their backs, steam erupting from the apertures. Allow me to introduce the next-generation supermobility armor, employing the most advanced mental link technology, directly reading cerebral neural signals, allowing for near-perfect synergy between man and armor. This is a masterpiece beyond the imagination of even the divine. This is the very purpose of the spirit repository. Professor Florian extolled, his demeanor shifting from playful lunacy to proud reverence. Next generation? Nuwa seized upon the professor's key phrase. Indeed, next generation. The mundane masses outside deem us mad, a ludicrous notion. We are marching toward the pinnacle of science, even approaching the divine. Does that imply the initial supermobility armor was crafted by the divine? T interjected with her inquiry. Indeed, but it is not termed the initial generation, rather, the primordial generation, created by the gods in the Age of Origins, possessing the capability to link with human spirit and soul as one. Professor Florian proclaimed loudly. Noah furrowed his brow. This was knowledge he had never encountered before. What constitutes the Age of Origins? Professor Florian regarded Noah with a look of disdain, but patiently elucidated. This is fundamental historical knowledge within the repository. At the dawn of the world, humans coexisted with the gods. Our research suggests that this epoch was not far removed from our present time, perhaps a mere century prior. Yet, our history has been obscured and distorted. We were meant to know the truth of the past. We could have lived unshackled by the so-called gods. We could have been our own masters. Professor Florian's eyes flushed with fervor as he began to shout frantically. To master oneself, is this the true purpose of the spirit repository? To shatter the illusory mental control of the divine? Noah mused inwardly. Very well, specimen. Should you survive, I shall reveal more of what you wish to know. Professor Florian soon regained his composure, gesturing for T to step away from the dais, while he himself approached the control panel nestled in the corner to begin his command. The steam-emitting mechanical armor gradually unfolded before him, revealing a narrow space suitable for a single occupant. Noah slowly approached the magnificent behemoth, his gaze fixed upon the intricate mechanical workings within the armor. The experimental subject is now entering the interior of the armor, echoed Professor Florian's voice from within. Without a moment's hesitation, Noah stepped into the mechanical body. The shell closed around him, plunging his world into utter darkness. Chapter 5. The Mad Child. The subject, clad in a simple white uniform and adorned with a headpiece, connects to cables that transmit bodily conditions wirelessly to distant equipment, enabling the observation of any changes. Calm your heart and maintain absolute tranquility. Shortly, I will count down 5 seconds to read your mental signals. Pain is inevitable. You must endure it. Soon, you will descend into a phantasmagoria, an incredibly vivid illusion, akin to a sweet dream from which you will be reluctant to depart. Whether you can shatter it depends solely on you. Professor Florian's voice penetrated through to Noah, boiling within his mind. Noah donned the unremarkable uniform as Professor Florian's rhythmic countdown echoed. 5. Noah suddenly felt his heart racing violently, akin to a herd of startled horses. 4. It was no longer just his heart. His blood seemed to flow backward, from the ventricles to the atria. 3. Noah felt his skin flush, his earlobes igniting with heat, his scorching flesh as if it could melt steel. 2. His mind began to storm. Fragments of the past, years of disjointed memories, flashed through his consciousness. The unsettling, the terrifying, the fearful, the calm, the concealed. But why was there no weeping? How he wished he could cry out, to release the overwhelming pressure. After all, he was merely a child. Why must he endure this? Yet he was Beryl. He was Noah. Beryl might weep, but Noah would never bow his head. 1. Noah's body suddenly stilled, like a fish returning to the sea, devoid of frantic struggles. It was an indescribable sensation. Had it begun? Or was it on the cusp of beginning? It was the calm before the storm. The experiment commenced. Professor Florian's voice emerged from the void, resonating within Noah's eardrums, reaching his very nerves. A searing pain surged from an unknown source, compelling Noah to emit a cry of anguish, instinctively clutching his head. The pain ebbed and flowed like a tide, swift in its arrival and departure. Suddenly, Noah's world transformed into a blinding light. Images, both real and surreal, stretched from the depths of his sapphire eyes, enveloping the entire realm. Noah beheld a woman, not the light of day, but a being cloaked in radiance. He stood frozen in the void, gazing at the woman, her face obscured by the luminous glow. She spoke not a word, nor did he. Yet deep within his consciousness, he felt her call, her cries, her confessions, her helplessness. Before Noah could ponder further, the scene shifted in an instant. He found himself in a torrential downpour on a stormy night, amidst the barren grasslands. Nearby, frail tree branches swayed desperately, signaling for help. His gaze sharpened, revealing a cluster of dilapidated houses swaying in the tempest. Noah could never forget them. Professor, the subject's heart rate has surged, nearing 200 and still climbing. The monitoring staff reported to Professor Florian from the corner control panel. Unfazed, Professor Florian remained composed, seated and trimming his nails, responding in a nonchalant tone. No matter, this is merely the subject's basic condition. There's no need for alarm. It is simply the onset of a nightmare. But what of it? A subject unable to endure is merely a subject. What is lost in death? Beside him, Tia, observing the bewildering data, furrowed her brow, her voice strained. You are insane. Professor Florian shrugged, unperturbed. That is merely your external perception. I am simply stating the basic facts. Tia clenched her fists behind her back, powerless yet resolute. However, Professor Florian continued, you must trust the deep blue eyes, just as you trust your own cerulean ones. He mischievously winked at the furious Tia. As for Noah, encased in his armor, he felt no awareness of his escalating heart rate. He was entranced within his dream. A courtyard surrounded by dilapidated huts echoed with distant, muffled cries, piercing through the relentless rain. Noah stepped forward, his gaze fixated on a narrow passage between two houses. It was the sole connection between the courtyard and the outside world. A beacon of lamentation, guiding the lost. Noah halted, allowing the torrential rain to drench his face, his hair clinging to his skin, shielding his frail body. The sounds drew closer, clearer, and louder. Roars mingled with curses and lashes. A figure emerged at the passageway, clad in tattered rags, the remnants of fabric barely clinging to him in the downpour. Filth covered his body, mixed with the refuse of insects and parasites, caked upon his face. Yet he pressed on, dragging his emaciated form in desperate flight. But how could a boy, no more than 10, compete with a robust adult? Another figure materialized at the passage's entrance, spewing vile words, as though his entire family had suffered an unspeakable fate, transformed into something monstrous. No, that was no human beast. Noah stood amidst the vast desolation, fixated on the haunting, unforgettable scene before him, murmuring softly, his voice swallowed by the rain. The tale continued. The demon caught up with the fleeing figure in mere moments. The deluge blurred the vision. Otherwise, one might have seen blood streaming from its thigh, mingling with the rain, saturating the earth. It raised a whip, striking the curled figure with ferocity. The lash met flesh, sending ripples through the rain. He raised his arms in futile defense, the whip meeting the pale skin, blood splattering and nourishing the ground. Noah watched in a daze, his palm instinctively brushing against his arms, the remnants of his own scars from past lashes, still vivid and unforgotten. Suddenly, he summoned all his strength, bloodied hands gripping the whip, flinging it aside as he fled to the corner. The demon laughed cruelly, as if toying with a mouse, twisting and stretching its limbs. It should have continued its game. But then it spotted Noah, standing beneath the rain, his presence strikingly ethereal, a blend of youthful delicacy and burgeoning maturity. A figure of grace amidst the decay of a small town. It approached greedily, yet could never grasp him. So it began to run, still falling short. Ultimately, it lunged forward, poised to collide with Noah's form. The rain-soaked night vanished abruptly, returning to a void, back to the original location. It seemed as though Noah was merely watching a virtual reality film. In truth, he had only taken a few steps forward. Before him reappeared that indistinct face, that familiar essence. Noah, my child, I am your mother, the one you long for most dearly. The light emitted a voice, twisting and shifting. My child, forgive your mother. Please. Your mother has endured countless tribulations for your arrival, yet for your well-being, she exhausted every means, engaging in naive gambits with that man. But your mother triumphed. You survived. What a blessing from God. My child, my dearest child, you will forgive your mother, won't you? You will enjoy the days ahead with your mother and me. Will you not? Come, my child, our hearts are intertwined. I perceive your yearning, the shyness you cannot conceal, and your longing for your mother. Now I have arrived. Rush into my embrace, and my chest shall bear your anguish. Noah, seemingly moved, took slow steps, inching closer. He extended his trembling hand, as if to clasp hers. Suddenly, a sound akin to flesh being pierced echoed through the void, reverberating. The radiant orb vanished, revealing the grotesque visage of an elderly man. Those were merely excuses I conjured deep within for my mother. The true mother would never first seek her own forgiveness or utter sincere confessions. Noah spoke with an air of indifference, exhibiting the maturity of an adult. Thus you are doomed. The stone knife was drawn by Noah, who fiercely plunged it into the man's chest. Once, twice, thrice. Noah resembled a robot programmed to perform a series of regulated actions. His countenance morphed into one of madness, muscles tensed, brows furrowed, eyes bulging, and the corners of his mouth twisted into a sinister grin. The man's chest had become a mass of shredded flesh. Finally, Noah relinquished the stone knife, which was ensconced in a cocoon of gore. He collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily as the world gradually shrank, morphing and penetrating into his deep blue pupils. Noah awoke, his eyes fluttering open, returning to the confines of the narrow armor. Congratulations. You have passed the trial. Chapter 6. Preparatory Maneuvers. Professor Florian's voice reverberated within the confines of the armored suit. Noah shook his head, striving to regain his faculties. Indeed? How delightful. Noah responded softly, his voice a mere rasp, weak and pallid. A brief silence ensued, during which Professor Florian's voice remained absent. Professor? Can you hear me? Noah inquired, a tremor of anxiety in his voice, as he endeavored to amplify his volume. Ah, yes, my boy. Forgive my oversight. I presumed you required a period of recuperation. It appears you have exceeded my expectations. Truly, you are a child blessed by the divine. I am presently engrossed in conducting a comprehensive diagnostic evaluation of your corporeal form. Professor Florian responded hastily, though his tone lacked any semblance of contrition. Noah felt an exacerbation of his fatigue, gasping for air as the oxygen within the armored suit rapidly depleted. May I vacate this infernal contraption, Professor Florian? Noah's voice dwindled once more, punctuated by labored exhalations. Your physical condition is satisfactory, merely a state of profound exhaustion, perhaps accompanied by mental weariness. I suggest you avail yourself of further repose. Perhaps our experimentation can progress to additional stages. Indeed, this represents but the rudimentary phase of mental liaison. You shall require neural coupling to achieve complete cerebral integration with the armored suit. Of course, armed with this experience, you may find subsequent dream incursions easier to navigate. This is contingent upon your mental fortitude and strength of will. Professor Florian's affectless voice conveyed through the transmitter to Noah's ears and was also overheard by Tia. Noah, devoid of the strength for further discourse, understood the exigencies of his situation. He was but a helpless pawn. Further remonstrations would only serve to deplete his remaining vitality. It would be more prudent to swiftly restore his physical reserves in anticipation of the trials ahead. However, Tia, unencumbered by such considerations, unleashed a torrent of pent-up resentment. Professor Florian, do the members of your institute so readily disregard an individual's right to survival? I had believed your madness to be confined to your experimental approach, but it appears to extend to such an extreme degree. Tia continued her tirade. Noah has admirably fulfilled your objectives. What conceivable justification do you have for denying him egress from that unyielding shell? Once the value has reached a sufficient level of attraction, continued oppression only leads to the premature depletion of infinite potential. As the governor of Prison Island, I shall report your transgressions to the Holy See. Professor Florian, with a dismissive shrug, feigned innocence, seemingly impervious to Tia's threats. The agents of the Holy See possess no particular authority within my sanctum. Furthermore, such an exceptional experimental subject should not be squandered. This endeavor stands to benefit all of humanity. Professor Florian, as if struck by a sudden realization, adopted a morbidly gleeful expression, which was mirrored by the devout smiles of the Institute's personnel. Tia, clenching her teeth with fury, spat out, a veritable coterie of lunatics. Professor Florian, unfazed, extended an invitation. Would you care to partake? I assure you, you too possess formidable potential. This is a divine revelation, a divine mandate bestowed upon us. Tia, her countenance impassive, remained silent, her arms crossed as she fixed her gaze upon the towering, imposing mechanized armor, her eyes seemingly piercing through its impenetrable shell. Reaching the vulnerable boy within, Professor Florian, rebuffed, instructed the monitoring personnel, grant him 15 more minutes of respite, then initiate the preparatory maneuvers. Professor Florian's words, spoken at a moderate volume, reached Tia's ears, causing her to exclaim in astonishment, "Preparatory maneuvers? What preparatory maneuvers? Noah is in no condition for combat." Professor Florian, nonchalantly scratching his ear, responded in a dismissive tone, "Do not fret, young lady. It is merely a skirmish, intended to facilitate his adaptation to combat within the armor. We shall ensure his safety." Tia, clenching her fists, retorted, "Ensure? What guarantee can you offer?" Professor Florian, growing impatient, retorted, "Enough, enough. Simply observe. Why all the inquiries?" The events transpiring outside the armored suit held no bearing for Noah. After a quarter of an hour of rest, Noah felt his physical strength gradually returning, though the restoration of his mental equilibrium would necessitate a more extended period of recuperation. However, Noah was bereft of such luxuries. A greater trial loomed. Experimental subject. It appears your recovery is progressing commendably. Such remarkable resilience. Professor Florian's commendation echoed through the transmitter. I am grateful for your praise, Professor. Is my next trial imminent? Pray, be forthright, Noah inquired, adopting his customary calm and composed tone. Excellent. Experimental subject. I am most gratified by your demeanor, as your curiosity burns so intensely. I shall dispense with circumlocution. You are about to engage in combat against another experimental subject piloting a next-generation mechanized armor. The victor shall be determined by the swift blades at your waists. Professor Florian revealed the impending plan to Noah. Combat. It seems combat is required, Noah murmured softly. His soliloquy reached Professor Florian's ears, prompting him to chuckle. It seems you anticipate this. That young woman is quite solicitous of your well-being. Noah paused momentarily before replying. Please convey to her that I shall fulfill my duties as an experimental subject to the best of my ability, and that she need not be concerned. Professor Florian assented. Certainly. Although I harbor little fondness for impetuous young women, I shall endeavor to fulfill the reasonable request of an experimental subject. The portal is now open. Prior to your departure, a minor preparation is required. You shall become one with the armor. This will determine the ownership of the armor, whether it is yours or you are its. A massive, silver-white blast door slowly retracted as Professor Florian's final instruction resonated. Noah closed his eyes, attempting to meld his consciousness with the armor. The armor seemed to engulf him, consuming his hands, his legs, his chest, his mind. This was an unforeseen, excruciating pain. Noah felt as though he were strapped to the executioner's rack, with the fiery depths of burning oil below and the crushing hand of fate descending from above. From the armor's mechanical drive, a series of fine needles emerged, piercing Noah's spinal cord. Phantasms materialized once more. Viscous fluid enveloped him, forming bubbles that constricted him, depriving him of oxygen, threatening to suffocate him. Abruptly, the bubbles burst, spewing forth repulsive ichor, and Noah continued his descent into the void. He then found himself atop a bronze bell tower, its hands on the verge of striking midnight. Each tick resonated with a deafening roar, as if signaling the world's final moments before collapse. The ground surrounding him began to fissure and erupt, spewing forth torrents of soil. As the bell tower ultimately shattered, Noah leaped from its summit, plunging into the abyssal blackness. In the next instant, he was transported to a celestial realm, where seraphim knelt, emitting eerie howls. As their voices soared, their wings detached, unfurling into massive, pristine cocoons that enveloped the heavens, constricting relentlessly until only a solitary figure remained amidst a sea of white feathers. But just as the final compression occurred, a hole was seared through the cocoon, causing it to vanish in an instant. Noah's deep blue pupils seemed to ignite with azure flames, incinerating all that existed. His spectral gaze pierced through the armor's protective layers, and a beam of blue light emanated from the armor's vacant eyes, activating it. Amplify the neural current output. Administer additional doses of epinephrine. Professor, blood pressure is rapidly escalating, nearing critical levels, and heart rate has exceeded 250. There is a threat to life. The monitoring personnel suddenly resumed data reporting, with red warnings flashing incessantly on the panel, while the massive black serpent frantically emitted neural signals. What is happening? Why has it suddenly restarted? Did you not say we were to commence the battle? T gazed at the oscillating mechanized armor, listening to the relentless alarms, shaking Professor Florian's shoulders in frustration. Be quiet, young lady, if you wish for the test subject to survive. Professor Florian grasped T.I.'s arms tightly, his countenance twisted in fury. How can we proceed with the battle without a complete connection between the test subject and the armor? The previous illusion was merely the most rudimentary link between man and machine. Now, it is a matter of whether the human controls the armor or the armor controls the human. If you desire that boy to successfully complete each task, then quietly observe and pray for his safety. Before the experiment commenced, he specifically instructed me to assure you of his confidence. Professor Florian gradually calmed, releasing his grip and ignoring the furious T beside him. T let her hands fall, her gaze fixed on the oscillating mechanized armor on the platform. You must endure. Little Noah, T silently wished. Noah's illusion began to dissipate, as if reality materialized from the void. Golden red spikes continuously discharged electricity. Neural coupling at 70. 75. 80. A solid ground appeared beneath Noah's feet. He attempted to take a few steps, but stumbled, having fallen off the platform. However, it was merely a minor mishap, and Noah rose to continue forward. Noah approached the opening door. Neural coupling reached 100. The left foot successfully connected. The right foot successfully connected. Noah felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his mental state deteriorating. He vigorously waved his arms, twisted his head, and stretched his stiff body. Both hands connected successfully. Head connection normal. Reduce electricity output. All departments operated at full throttle. The voice channels a cacophony, as if such a grand spectacle had never occurred before. Professor, the test subject has completed the majority of full-body pairing, astonishingly. He achieved it on his first attempt. One of the monitoring personnel exclaimed in disbelief beside Professor Florian. Professor Florian appeared assured. I told you to trust the azure-eyed test subject. It is a divine prophecy. Noah was indeed exhausted. He collapsed to the ground. The surroundings shifting gradually. The earth vanished, replaced by a white metallic floor, his ordinary legs transforming into mechanical limbs. Noah crawled as the black sky morphed into bright, enclosed metal walls, where human figures with vital signs emerged, shouting and roaring from behind enormous, bizarre machines. Noah eventually awakened, despite his physical and mental fatigue. He turned to the control panel, where Professor Florian and T stood, one filled with worry, the other wearing a smile. Noah had become one with the armor. All pain had dissipated entirely. Long cables trailed behind him. Professor Florian silently approached the control panel, disconnecting all cables. Test subject, you have completed the preparation plan. Now, it is time for the real battle. Noah struggled to stand, his head held high. Turning around, he faced a dark mechanized armor. From now on, it is your enemy. Draw the swift blade at your waist and defeat it to complete your mission. Professor Florian's emotionless voice resonated. An unseen aura began to swell, and two pairs of eyes locked, as if piercing through one another. Chapter 7. Combat. Twin beams of an otherworldly azure light emanated from the armored visors. As if locked in a frenetic, headlong collision, a sudden surge of resolve coursed through Noah, akin to a jungle's apex predator encountering a challenger from foreign lands. But the arena could only accommodate one victor, one who would bask in the spoils of triumph. In the control room beyond the gate, the Institute's monitoring team received their directive: sever the cables tethering the ebony armor. The two silver and black mechanical warriors were now irrevocably unleashed, piloting what amounted to the most lethal and terrifying weaponry the world had ever conceived. The behemoths crouched low, like matadors poised for the charge. Summoning every ounce of their might, they surged forward, the metallic floor shrieking in agony, its lamentations echoing throughout the Institute. Noah sprinted with unwavering commitment. The armors collided with a deafening cataclysm. Noah's gauntlets clashed against the black armor, but his strength faltered. The ebony armor transitioned seamlessly, its lithe mechanical limbs ensnaring Noah's neck. Blades at the joints pierced Noah's chest, relentlessly grinding through the hardened carapace, producing a cacophony of electrical discharges. Despite the devastating opening, Noah refused to yield. With a burst of primal power, he wrenched free of the constricting grip and retaliated, clamping onto the black armor's head and forcing it downward. The ebony armor teetered, collapsing to one knee. Noah's arms tightened, his ravaged chest pressed against the dark metal visage. The core surged with immeasurable energy as his fists hammered the ebony armor's back, the concussive force reverberating through his own frame. Ignoring the pain, he continued his assault, as if determined to shatter its spine. The black armor endured Noah's ferocious onslaught, rearing its head to slam against Noah's jaw. The unyielding metal contorted, and it rose to batter Noah's brow. His mind reeled, the world spinning, threatening to plunge him into concussion. Heavily compromised. Neural coupling at 70. Professor, the subject's mental state is critical. Should we terminate the experiment? The monitor's frantic plea reached Professor Florian's ears, but his expression remained unchanged. Negative, he commanded with unwavering composure. Continue. Cerulean has never disappointed. It requires greater adversity to awaken its potential. The pursuit of power demands sacrifice. Madman, you're all mad. Tia watched Noah's fall, her fists clenched, her voice a furious roar. But her protests were futile. No one could halt the duel now. Unleashed from their tethers, the mechanical armors had become instruments of war, their fate dictated solely by their pilots. The ebony armor pinned Noah to the ground, its left arm securing his neck, its right fist pounding his body. Impervious to Noah's desperate attempts to parry, dense plumes of vapor billowed from the armor's joints as they fought with the ravenous ferocity of caged beasts. Noah had long since abandoned conscious thought, driven only by base instinct. The liquid gold within his armor depleted rapidly, the escaping steam fueling their macabre dance. Breaking free, Noah roared, embracing the ebony armor and driving it forward with the force of the escaping steam. A thunderous crash reverberated as the silver wall buckled inward. Through the swirling vapor, Noah's head hammered the ebony armor, his left hand tearing at its arm, his right claws carving a web of silver arcs across its surface. Sparks erupted, illuminating the scene for the horrified onlookers. Aya, a raw, youthful scream of agony finally escaped the ebony armor, followed by the rending sound of its left arm being severed, revealing a tangle of exposed circuitry sparking erratically. The psychic link between pilot and armor meant that the pilot would experience the damage. Noah's strength was failing, his armor nearing overload. Perhaps his abilities were insufficient to trigger a true mechanical collapse, but his physical form was nearing its breaking point. The ebony armor unleashed its fury. Seizing the opportunity as Noah faltered, it hammered its remaining fist into his chest, crushing his already ravaged left side. A low chuckle emanated from Professor Florian's communicator. Even as his body and mind were ravaged, even as he teetered on the brink of oblivion, he refused to scream. Was it not yet time? Unheeding, the ebony armor abandoned its meticulously honed combat techniques, pain overriding its cerebral functions. Savagery whispered in its auditory sensors as it rained blows upon Noah's face, the armor contorting and collapsing. Finally, with a brutal tear, Noah's faceplate was ripped away, revealing a bloodied, scarred face, barely conscious but defiant. The ebony armor regained its composure. Stepping back, its head held high in the arrogance of victory, awaiting the accolades of the crowd. Beside it, Noah resembled a maddened bull, flailing wildly, doomed to fall before a noble knight. Chaos reigned in the control room, alarms blaring, signaling Noah's precarious state, his vitals plummeting toward death. He could only muster enough strength to breathe, yet his eyes still burned with violent intent, yearning for attack rather than simple survival. Conversely, the ebony armor's control panel displayed a reassuring array of green lights, save for a few extinguished monitors linked to its severed left arm. Professor, the subject's faceplate is destroyed. His arm linkages are failing, his left chest has sustained irreparable damage, and the machine is nearing overload. Should we terminate the experiment? The monitor reiterated, pleading for intervention. Professor Florian remained impassive, stroking his chin, his gaze fixed on the ebony armor's empty left socket. A prodigy, chosen by the gods. Even in this state, he manages such an improbable offense. This boy, teetering on the precipice of life and death, seeks hope in extremity. It is enough, but I believe he does not desire it to end. This is no longer about value, but about dignity. Indeed, Noah would never yield, even when battered, weakened, and seemingly doomed. He gasped for breath, the silence of the arena amplifying the sound, as if even Tia could hear his labored breathing. It spoke of exhaustion, but also of defiance. Noah remained upright, his face contorted, his teeth bared, drawing in precious oxygen. He was nearing collapse, and he knelt, but his head remained high, his cerulean eyes piercing the ebony armor. It was a challenge, and it would be answered. The pilot of the ebony armor seemed to comprehend the unspoken meaning, perhaps sharing a similar past, or perhaps forging a unique bond in the crucible of combat. Time seemed to freeze. Noah slowly rose and drew the weapon known as the swift blade from his side, a distinctive armament of the armored knight, its glory rightfully belonging to him. At this moment, he was no longer a savage beast, but rather a noble knight. The figure clad in black armor observed Noah's movements and, without hesitation, also unsheathed his swift blade. The two stood at opposite ends of the arena, saluting in the traditional knightly manner. Professor Florian, arms crossed behind his back, sighed, remarking that this was a battle of dignity for the young boy, transcending mere experimentation. Even in his battered state, he would not yield. For the sake of dignity? Tim silently regarded Noah, who seemed transformed in an instant, pondering this thought. She wholeheartedly agreed with Professor Florian's assessment, having shared a closer bond with Noah. She understood that he was inherently proud and would not easily accept defeat. Yet, due to their intimate companionship, Tim felt as if Noah had undergone a profound change. Perhaps there were still more mysteries within Noah awaiting her discovery. As the red warnings on the control panel gradually diminished, the life indicators slowly rose amidst the incredulous gazes of the monitoring personnel, akin to a phoenix reborn from its ashes, or an immortal deity regaining its vitality. Noah's black hair was drenched in sweat, clinging to his forehead, while two streams of blood coursed down his face. Chapter 8. Dignity. Must you achieve victory? No. But at the very least, I cannot afford to lose. Deep within the primal depths of his being, Noah seemed to engage in a dialogue with himself. Two distinct consciousnesses existing in tandem. Yet he could not afford to ponder further. His thoughts and energies were already exhausted. Gradually, Noah relaxed his taut nerves, his deep blue pupils unconsciously shimmering as if materializing into substance. Noah closed his eyes, appearing to outsiders as if utterly spent, struggling even to keep them open. However, he adeptly positioned himself for an offensive stance, extending an invitation to the figure clad in black armor. The black-armored knight, startled by No's closed eyes, hesitated momentarily. In the realm of No's perception, despite his eyes being shut, he still beheld the depths of those blue orbs. Even so, No chose not to seize the chance for a sneak attack, instead patiently awaiting the Black Knight's readiness, embodying the honor of a true armored knight. The tradition of armored knights dates back to the origins of time, typically bestowed upon the most formidable wielders of armor, revered by countless followers. After a brief moment of astonishment, the Black Knight quickly regained focus, adopting a ready stance. As they exchanged nods, the distance between them diminished in an instant. The Black Knight, benefiting from superior armor functionality, seized the initiative, steam erupting from his back, propelling him forward with formidable strength. As he swung his blade horizontally towards No's chest, aiming to cleave him in two, No, unfazed, absorbed the explosive energy from the power source, skillfully blocking the Black Knight's assault before deftly redirecting the blade's strike. With a nimble pivot, he targeted the lower region of the Black Knight, inflicting a distinct wound upon his thigh. Truly, the gilded blade was remarkably sharp, eliciting an exclamation from Professor Florian, who observed the duel. The Black Knight stifled a grunt, suppressing the simulated agony coursing through his nerves, and retreated a few steps before accelerating once more, shouting as he swung the blade directly at No's head. After the surge of speed, the Black Knight was unnaturally swift. Even as No reacted, he could merely bend slightly, continuing to defend with his blade, his left hand bracing against the edge, straining against the onslaught. Yet the Black Knight feigned an attack, suddenly withdrawing his force, repositioning with remarkable agility, defying the expectations of someone clad in cumbersome armor. No, driven by inertia, unwittingly thrust his hands forward, allowing the Black Knight to capitalize on the opportunity and maneuver behind him. With a leaping strike, the blade descended towards No's spine, sparks igniting in the air as black mist erupted from the back of No's armor, seeping out a viscous yellow liquid. Instantly, a crimson alert blared from the control panel, as monitoring personnel scrambled to analyze No's vital signs. Should the armor sustain fatal damage, the operator might also succumb to cerebral death due to excessive mental shock. No stumbled forward, yet emitted no sound, as if all sensation had abandoned him. Struggling, he managed to flip over, his left hand supporting his scarred metallic surface, while his right trembled as it lifted the blade into a defensive posture. Once, he had withstood trials 100-fold more daunting with his frail form, as a true knight. Though pain may ravage his body, it could never assail his indomitable spirit. However, the Black Knight was devoid of any compassion. In the arena of armored combat, there was always one fallen loser and one standing victor. This was the rule, a rehearsal of the battlefield. The Black Knight's back erupted with steam once more, as the massive mechanical form lunged forward like a meteor, crashing towards the beleaguered roots amidst the storm. Once again, a surge of life-draining energy erupted from No, enabling him to withstand the overwhelming force of the Black Knight. His armor was marred with cracks, the mechanical body groaning in protest, the power source stubbornly delivering steam energy, akin to a wounded titan refusing to accept an easy demise. Yet the Black Knight's strength was utterly terrifying. No's mechanical form scraped against the metal surface, gradually being forced towards the wall by the Black Knight's incredible might. The power capable of shattering steel made No's armor screech against the underlying metal, carving a long, straight path across the arena. What force is this? The researchers clung to the railing, horrified at the sight of the monstrous mech so near, trembling at the Black Knight's surpassing abilities. The Black Knight halted his advance, having pushed No against the wall, leaving him no room to retreat. Was this the moment of failure? Born in a lightless cell, deprived of maternal nourishment and reduced to stale, cold rations, he had nonetheless persevered. While ordinary children were just beginning to articulate their first words and take tentative steps, he had roamed alone, devoid of care, beset by insults, commands, and beatings. Even as he gnawed on animal fodder, he remained unbroken. In the violent rain of that fateful night, with only a makeshift stone knife and a frail body, he had triumphed against the grotesque threats of the orphanage's twisted director. Fate may coerce the weak into submission, but it can never shatter the spine of the unyielding. It appears you are on the brink of failure. Fate has already marked you with a price. Will you yield to it? I shall never submit to destiny. After enduring for so long, No suddenly erupted, his roar shattering the sound system within his armor. A grotesque visage of rage echoing beyond the arena. It was a declaration of war against fate, a guardian of knightly honor, a testament to dignity. No's body unleashed unparalleled strength, a tempestuous aura engulfing the Black Knight, steam pouring forth incessantly. No shook the blade in his grasp, the force propelling the Black Knight's blade away. Frenzied instincts of battle washed over No. A torrent of strikes surged towards the Black Knight. His keen blade cleaved through the Black Knight's chest, severing the visor and revealing a face drenched in sweat, with golden hair and a pallid complexion. A similarly deep blue eye seemed to have lost focus, spinning aimlessly. The Black Knight struggled to defend, resorting to instinctual evasion, unable to retaliate. His right arm a patchwork of wounds, electrical circuits sporadically sparking. Professor, Yang's system has collapsed. Neural coupling has plummeted to 20, and life signs have dropped to critical levels. The alarm blared from another control panel, every light flashing red, not a single green or yellow in sight. Ultimately, the Black Knight collapsed, armor shattered. Electricity crackled across No's armor, signaling its overload and incapacity for further use. No gasped for breath, yet remained blind to the world, kneeling weakly, his left hand resting upon his right, supporting the blade as he gradually lost consciousness, maintaining a defiant posture even in his stupor. T rushed over, her eyes swollen from tears, tightly cradling No's head against his feverish skin. Professor Florian, can we extract No from the armor? He needs a doctor to examine him. Professor Florian, having approached unnoticed, replied, Of course, young lady, we will provide the best medical resources for our armored knight. We shall ensure his safety. T sobbed, her voice tinged with desperation. I hope so. She lifted the unconscious No onto a stretcher, accompanying him to the medical room. In the unseen heights above, a stern-faced man sat in a rocking chair, gently swirling a silver goblet before draining its contents of wine. Behind him stood a familiar elderly servant, slightly hunched, poised to attend to his master's needs. Hiren, that was a remarkable battle, the man remarked, resting his hand on the armrest and narrowing his eyes slightly. The old steward, Hiren, respectfully refilled the goblet, obediently replying, Your Holiness, any battle you deem remarkable must indeed be extraordinary. The man smiled faintly, sufficient value. He then fell silent. Hiren lowered his gaze, quietly observing the departing crowd from the corner of his eye. Indeed, Your Holiness, a commendable value. Chapter 9. The armor era. In a softly lit room tinged with yellow, a young boy lay quietly on a pristine white bed, his face wrapped in bandages, suggesting he had sustained considerable injuries. Beside him sat a girl, her hands resting on the bed as she leaned her head against them, peacefully asleep. Her breathing steady and calm, clearly lost in the depths of slumber. The boy's exposed fingers stirred gently, struggling against an unseen discomfort, and unexpectedly brushed against a few strands of hair, sending a tingling sensation through his nervous system, compelling him to scratch absent-mindedly. The boy finally stirred awake, the movement of his larger frame inadvertently pulling at his wounds, eliciting a soft groan. His fingers instinctively reached out, entangling themselves in the girl's hair. The strands cascaded softly down, landing on the girl's nose, while a gentle breeze from the ceiling fan rhythmically caressed the delicate locks. The girl twitched in her sleep, her nostrils flaring slightly. Oh, you're awake. Are you all right? Be careful with your movements. Mind your wounds. The doctor just dressed them yesterday, she murmured, her voice still heavy with sleep but laced with concern. I'm fine, T. The boy, Nor, stretched his limbs cautiously, assessing his injuries, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Have you been by my side all this time? T lazily propped her chin on her hand, her eyes half open as she replied, Yes. I stayed with the doctor for quite a while yesterday while he examined you. Fortunately, there's nothing serious, just some facial injuries and extreme fatigue. They were all quite astonished by your condition. I saw the readings on the monitor yesterday, truly unbelievable. Nur chuckled softly, a smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, I've overcome far greater challenges. T nodded in agreement. I believe in you. Would you like something to eat? The doctor mentioned you shouldn't overindulge, but you need to replenish your energy. I can fetch something for you if you'd like. Nur gently shook his head. You've taken care of me for so long. You must be exhausted. Please rest. I'm fine. I'll step outside for some fresh air. Nur firmly grasped T's small hand, which tried to prevent him from rising, and with a wobbly effort, he stood. Just lie down a little longer. I'll be back soon. He walked slowly to T's side, speaking softly to her. T felt a sense of helplessness, yet she had no choice but to stay silent, watching as Nor's not so tall but reassuring figure faded from view. She climbed back onto the bed, curling up in the spot he had occupied, inhaling his scent, her cheeks flushing slightly. However, the drowsiness soon overtook her, and she hugged the blanket tightly, a gentle smile lingering on her lips as she drifted back to sleep. In the corridor outside, Noor walked under the dim yellow lights, taking measured steps and occasionally glancing back, admiring the mysterious sanctum that ordinary people seldom witnessed. Perhaps it was the break time for the staff and researchers, for Noor found himself alone in the lengthy corridor. Upon reaching the end, he turned a corner to face a massive silver alloy door, emblazoned with a symbol depicting a sword piercing downward. Noor approached the door, scrutinizing it, his hands exploring its sides until he felt a slight protrusion. With a firm press, the door slowly opened like the maw of a great beast, revealing a bustling research lab inside. A few individuals moved about, exchanging materials, while the majority remained at their stations, engrossed in their tasks, their words a foreign language to Noor. As he stepped into the lab, few paid him mind, yet a few passing individuals offered him genuine smiles, which intrigued him. Just as Noor was about to explore further, Professor Florian entered through a side door, donning gold-framed glasses and holding a hefty stack of papers, the scent of ink wafting through the air, clearly filled with documentation. With a warm smile, Professor Florian greeted Noor. "Esteemed Armor Knight, how is your recovery progressing? You appear to be in good spirits, but considering the outside clock, it is now midnight. You might want to rest a bit longer. Tomorrow, I shall show you the magnificent creations of our sacred sanctum." The professor's gentle and refined voice reached Noor's ears, and he was taken aback. It was a stark contrast to his previous impressions of Professor Florian. "I hadn't anticipated such a dignified side of you, Professor. You exude the grace of a scholar," Noor exclaimed in admiration. Professor Florian smiled slightly, unfazed by Noor's surprise. "Every individual possesses dualities. You outsiders often see only one facet of us, hastily forming judgments. Our sanctum may seem to you a realm of evil, conducting countless mad experiments, yet to us, it is a pinnacle of technology, the birthplace of the armor era. This is simply how things are. Everyone tends to view matters through the lens of their own subjective positions. I understand this well. Hence, I do not overly chastise your indiscretions." Noor, with hands at his sides, returned the sentiment with a kind smile. "That sounds profoundly philosophical. It appears that the scholarly side of Professor Florian possesses a remarkable persuasive power." "Scholarly side?" Professor Florian laughed heartily. "That is quite an apt description, capturing the essence of human duality." Noor adopted a humble demeanor. "If that is the case, may I be so bold as to request a moment of your time? I wish to delve deeper into the knowledge you possess." Professor Florian waved to a nearby researcher who was busy organizing materials, instructing him briefly before handing over the thick stack of documents. "Of course, Armor Knight, we are never hesitant to share our knowledge with those who seek it earnestly." Leading the way, Professor Florian pressed a button to open a door at the center of the lab, stepping into a more expansive area. Noor followed closely behind. Beyond the door lay a maintenance area, where various armored machines were being operated by the Sanctum's staff, surrounded by intricate instruments. However, the most striking sight was the two suspended metallic beasts in the center. "That is," Noor gasped, taken aback by the spectacle before him. "That is the armor you wore during your duel with Yang," Professor Florian explained. "Yang?" Noor inquired, curious. "The operator of the black armor you faced. He is the first armor knight trained by the Sanctum," Professor Florian elaborated as they approached the protective barrier around the mechanical armor, observing the repair work up close. "Now, Armor Knight, before these two colossal monsters, feel free to voice your questions. However, I may not have much time, as I must oversee my staff. And I have pressing matters to attend to," Professor Florian said humorously. Noor gazed at the armor, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Professor, the title of Armor Knight is a considerable honor. I feel unworthy of such a designation. Please, just call me Noor," Professor Florian patiently clarified. No. You certainly deserve it. Within the Sanctum, very few experimental subjects can complete 2 rounds of tests in one go. In this armor era, you, and those like you are the rightful Armor Knights. I believe that only those with exceptional fortitude can forge a mental link with the mecha. It requires immense willpower and confidence." Noor shook his head. "Perhaps so, Professor, but I prefer you call me by my name. It makes me feel more at ease." Professor Florian nodded with a hint of resignation. "Very well, Noor, I shall respect your choice." After expressing his gratitude to Professor Florian, Noor asked, "Is the inspiration for the next generation armor drawn from the primal armor?" Professor Florian nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, to be more precise. The next generation armor is an exact replica of the original armor model, including the weapon we have named Swift Blade. which also exists in the original armor. In our eyes, the original armor is a divine creation that requires no alteration. Nua suddenly understood, inquiring, what about the materials used for the armor? Are they the same as those of the original armor? Professor Florian shook his head regretfully, replying, in truth, we are aware of the materials used in the original armor. They are crafted from the golden substance that cascades down from the peaks of the Gambes Mountains, a material so resilient it could be deemed indestructible. However, due to our current mining technologies, we are unable to support large-scale extraction. We can only gradually unearth small fragments over time, which we then spend even more time grinding down. Therefore, at present, only the teeth of the swift blade and certain crucial areas of the armor are covered in this gilded material. The rest is composed of the hardest alloys available with our current technology. Nua nodded in understanding. Professor Florian glanced at his exquisite pocket watch, gauging the time, and with a hint of regret said, I am truly sorry, Nua, that we can only engage in such a brief conversation. You are indeed a clever child. Tomorrow, when I have more time, I shall take you and that little girl to tour our magnificent creations, and then you may freely voice your inquiries. Nua bowed slightly. Expressing his gratitude, I apologize for taking up your valuable time. Until tomorrow, Professor Florian replied with a smile, until we meet again. Chapter 10. The history of the sanctuary did not linger for long, following the footsteps of Professor Florian as they departed the laboratory. After exchanging nods with several researchers they encountered along the way, No pressed the mechanism hidden in the recess, and the door slowly creaked open. Although the sanctuary was constructed underground, its depth was not particularly exaggerated. Thus, the temperature remained influenced by the outside environment. The prison island, shrouded in perpetual darkness, maintained a temperature hovering around freezing point year-round, rendering the sanctuary quite chilly, especially in areas devoid of coal-fired heating equipment. Despite its claims of being a century ahead in technological advancement, as No stepped through the door and turned into the straight corridor, an inexplicable chill washed over him, causing him to involuntarily shiver. How disappointing that they have no heating in the corridor, he remarked, revealing a rare childlike side. Due to the need to tend to his injuries and undergo a medical examination, No had only donned a thin shirt. Stepping into an unfamiliar environment, he initially overlooked the cold, especially after having been enveloped in warmth within the laboratory and the specialized room for armor repair, which had completely masked his awareness of his body temperature. Rubbing his hands together and exhaling a breath of warmth, he cautiously pushed open the door. On the bed lay a delicate girl, her golden hair cascading casually over her shoulders, her unadorned face exuding an elegant charm, imbued with an ethereal quality. Though it had not been long since their departure, T appeared to be in deep slumber, breathing evenly. Her lips curved in a gentle smile, as if she were dreaming of something delightful, revealing two adorable dimples. Aside from her somewhat ungainly sleeping posture, she resembled a pure and noble princess. No tiptoed to the bedside, making not a sound, and settled into the wooden chair that T had brought in yesterday. With his elbows gently resting on the bed's edge, he propped his chin on his hands, silently admiring the sleeping T. She lay on her side, her head nestled into the pillow as if greedily inhaling its scent. Strands of her hair floated down from her shoulder, brushing against her nose, swaying gently in the slight breeze. One hand lay atop the blanket, creating a small opening from which warmth escaped, while the other clutched the blanket tightly, pulling it closer. Before long, however, weariness overtook No, the fatigue from his earlier exertions demanding more time for recovery. He felt the weight of exhaustion settling in. Carefully, he rose and moved to the other side of the bed, gently tucking T's exposed hand back beneath the covers. He then folded the edge of the blanket slightly, securing it snugly, before retracing his steps back to the wooden chair. With his hands resting on the edge of the bed, he leaned his head upon them and soon fell asleep, the faint sound of his breathing and the barely perceptible upward curl of his lips marking his slumber. The boy drifted off beside the girl, just as she had watched over him the day before, the enduring constant being that gentle smile. Uncertain of how long he had slept, No was roused from his slumber by a tingling sensation, perhaps due to the prolonged pressure on the blood vessels in his head. He gently patted his face and rubbed his eyes, hastening his consciousness back to alertness. Shaking out his hands, he turned only to find himself face to face with a blushing T, who appeared to have just awakened. Are you all right? No? Do you still feel any serious internal injuries? It's all my fault for sleeping so soundly yesterday and letting you rest in the chair. T.I.'s voice was laced with concern as she lowered her gaze. No responded with a relaxed smile. It's nothing, T. I merely have a bit of tingling in my hand. You needn't feel guilty. I must thank you for your care yesterday. Standing a head taller than T, he reached out to tenderly ruffle her hair before stepping out. A flush instantly crept across T's face, her neck, resembling a blushing rose, becoming engulfed in crimson. But I'm older than him. How could he pat my head? I'm the older sister. Ti's hands fidgeted, gripping tightly. Her delicate lips quivering as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. No donned several garments draped over the coat rack by the door, adjusting his attire slightly before entering the research room. Several researchers were seated amidst piles of documents, their plates overflowing with food, clearly relishing their work. No inquired about the time from a passing researcher, discovering it was the early morning hour. Thank goodness, my routine hasn't been disrupted, No mused silently, unsure whether to feel relieved or self-deprecating, having long grown accustomed to commencing his daily tasks with the rising sun for over a decade. A kind-hearted researcher enthusiastically offered to guide No to the dining area, expressing gratitude with a knightly gesture. No returned to his room to invite T to join him for a meal. Inside the room, T, having finally regulated her temperature after several deep breaths, had merely changed her clothes without much adornment due to the limited environment. Just as she was about to step outside, No happened to open the door, and they nearly collided. T's cheeks flushed anew, while No quickly regained his composure and beckoned her to grab a bite to eat. You scared me. Why are you back? T lightly punched No, who hesitated for a moment before breaking into a smile and leading her to the dining hall. Upon arriving, they encountered Professor Florian, who was carrying a silver platter laden with food. Good morning, children. You must try the delectable fare we have here in the sanctuary. Everything is freshly delivered from the outside world each day. There is no need for concern. Professor Florian greeted them warmly. Noticing the skepticism in their expressions, he continued. You needn't worry, it is quite safe. The two, albeit with some doubt, indulged in a surprisingly delightful buffet breakfast, the flavors rivaling that of royal cuisine. Professor, this is truly exquisite. It seems you live quite comfortably, T remarked as she elegantly dabbed her mouth with a napkin. Indeed, one cannot expect unwavering loyalty without providing the most basic sustenance, Professor Florian replied with poise, though, of course, that is merely my personal perspective. An excellent thought. No applauded softly. Now then, I believe you are both quite curious about our sanctuary. I am more than willing to share our magnificent creation with you. Follow me. It shall be an enjoyable journey, Professor Florian said, winking at them as he led the way out of the dining hall. No and T exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. To the outside world, our sanctuary appears shrouded in mystery. However, for us who dwell within, it is not entirely open. Even in my capacity as professor and head of research, I remain unaware of the exact founding date and founder of the sanctuary. Yet, most of us speculate that its inception dates back to the primordial era, preserving the technological marvels of that time. Take a look around at the gleaming silver metal walls. This is the most resilient alloy we have recently developed, utilized in the construction of most next-generation exosuits. However, these vast metal walls have existed for an indeterminate length of time. Professor Florian guided No and T through the bustling corridors, recounting the origins of the sanctuary. Nevertheless, the sanctuary has not completely acquired the high technology left behind from an unknown era. For instance, we only have coal-fired heating systems like the outside world. We have merely devised more advanced heating conduits. Alas, due to the spatial limitations of the sanctuary, most corridors cannot accommodate these conduits, which is indeed a lamentable reality. As they arrived at the entrance of the sanctuary, the very place where No and T had first arrived, Professor Florian raised his voice. Lift your heads, my children. Here lies the place where dreams first began. His words seemed imbued with enchantment. Above, the ceiling bore the engraving of a sword of divine judgment, piercing downward, a symbol that adorned all the metal doors within the sanctuary. Is this the objective of the sanctuary, or perhaps its original intention? T stared at Professor Florian, who wore a gentle smile. Sanctuary, Professor Florian corrected. Original intention? Perhaps that is one way to interpret it. According to the historical records of the sanctuary, God is the creator of all things. He is the mother of all living beings in this world. He has appointed numerous demigods to govern everything, ensuring the harmonious operation of the world. He is gentle and benevolent, allowing even the cursed Isle of Torment to be illuminated by the golden river's light, penetrating the darkness to shine upon its creatures. How magnificent that is! Yet, the piety on Professor Florian's face suddenly twisted into a grotesque smile. Yet, God is dead. It is time for humanity to seize control of its own destiny. God once wielded nature and celestial phenomena to dictate our every move, life or death, leaving humanity unable to thrive amid his unpredictable whims. In his quest for self-pleasure, the divine created hierarchies, wealth disparities, and social stratifications, all of which should never have existed. Humanity must master its own fate. We possess the power of technology. Humanity can become gods in our own right. Professor Florian roared passionately, his visage contorted as he conveyed his fervent beliefs. N and T listened in silence, refraining from interruption until Professor Florian eventually calmed himself. After about a quarter of an hour, Professor Florian turned away, breathing heavily. N spoke up, "Professor, you too are a part of the hierarchy. That is different. I treat everyone equally." Professor Florian retorted angrily, turning back to face N. "Yet not everyone may perceive it that way, Professor. Humanity, human nature." And met his gaze calmly. "But you are correct. Destiny must be seized, just as power must be claimed to avoid perpetual subjugation." Professor Florian steadied himself, patting N's shoulder. "You remind me so much of your father, N. I appreciate your agreement. You might consider joining us, just like Yang. I extend to you a sincere invitation." N shook his head affirmatively, offering no further explanation. Professor Florian did not press the matter any further. "Well, this is merely a fragment of the sanctuary's history. The more profound mysteries are known only to the unseen elders within the sanctuary. This is just the beginning. Next, we shall properly explore the magnificent creations of our sanctuary." Professor Florian shifted the topic, leading them toward another door. Chapter 11. The Great Creation. The grand door slowly opened, revealing three distorted figures reflected on the metallic walls. The trio traversed a brief corridor, and another towering metal gate was opened by Professor Florian, who manipulated a series of buttons for nearly a minute, as if entering a gesture password. Beyond the threshold, an air of enigma enveloped the space. T.I.'s eyes widened as he surveyed the expansive area brimming with an array of apparatuses, the periphery appearing almost congested. In the center stood a circular platform, identical to the one used during experiments with Nual, upon which rested a suit of black armor. This was a dedicated training ground for armored knights, where specialized instructors imparted optimized battlefield techniques to enhance their combat capabilities within mechanized warfare. Currently, the sanctum housed but one armored knight, Yang. The others had been dispatched to the battlefield in accordance with the agreements imposed by the Papal State. As Professor Florian expounded, Nua's gaze roamed over the assorted weaponry, the neatly arranged monitoring devices, and the spare armor components for emergencies. Yet, the most striking sight was the three swift blades glinting under radiant white light, their edges shimmering with a golden hue. "Is the destiny of the armored knight solely war?" T murmured, captivated by the dazzling arsenal. Professor Florian smiled slightly. "You may be wondering why we endeavor to replicate the primordial armor and painstakingly create the next generation of armor. Is it for destruction? Transitioning from conventional warfare to the armored age undoubtedly amplifies lethality and devastation. What is the intent behind it?" Florian's barrage of questions seemed to challenge both Nual and T.I.'s intellect. Yet it felt as if he were interrogating his own convictions. What is the purpose? Why this course of action? What benefits arise from it? He mumbled to himself, his gaze growing distant as he sank deeper into contemplation. The guiding principles of the sanctum state, that war exists solely for the attainment of a more profound peace. Only through war can war be extinguished, and by dismantling the upper echelons of society, a world of ultimate equality can emerge. Indeed, war is for peace. Florian appeared to derive a self-evident conclusion, his countenance alight with revelation as he assured the pensive Nual and T. T hesitated, and Nual pondered aloud. Is the essence of the armor to combat violence with violence? Is this the directive of the spirit? Professor Florian nodded affirmatively with a smile. However, Nual shook his head, refraining from further discourse. Just as Florian was about to continue, a resounding clang from the metal door interrupted him, and a man entered the chamber. Florian's expression brightened, and he strode confidently toward the newcomer. Shortly thereafter, he returned with the man, introducing him formally. "This is Yang, a knight who commands the black next-generation armor, holding the highest honor of knighthood." With tousled white hair cascading over his shoulders and eyes that gleamed like cold stars, Yang bore a physique sculpted through rigorous training, glistening with remnants of sweat, as if he had just completed an intense workout. Their deep blue eyes met, exchanging unspoken challenges, having already engaged in a fierce clash without uttering a word or making a single gesture. They stood poised, and then, in a display of knightly decorum, withdrew respectfully as if reconciling. Yang was the first to speak, his voice low and somewhat distorted. As if unaccustomed to conversation, I found great satisfaction in our nightly duel that day. You are indeed a formidable opponent. Nua shook his head nonchalantly. I apologize. But at that time, I had long lost my sense of self. I cannot recall the specific details of that day. Is that so? Yang lowered his gaze slightly, his voice dropping further. Then we may engage in another duel, for the honor of knighthood. Of course, I accept your invitation, though I shall emerge victorious this time. Nua replied with respect. Let us await the outcome. Their clash was fleeting as they solemnly shook hands in camaraderie. Following a friendly handshake between Yang and T, Professor Florian clapped his hands, witnessing the establishment of this duel without any intention to intervene, for it was a nightly confrontation. Nightly duels, steeped in ancient tradition, saw armored knights challenge one another for various reasons, be it for power, to prove strength, to resolve grievances, or to win the favor of a fair maiden. Such customs have endured through the ages, and though they have transitioned into the armored era, the knightly identity remains intact, and the duels have never been abolished, merely simplified, shedding the cumbersome rituals while retaining their profound significance. Professor Florian clapped his hands, beaming with delight as he witnessed the duel's inception. Nua, since you have become an armored knight and are the son of the Pope, endowed with remarkable talent and prowess, you shall one day tread upon the battlefield. I shall make an exception and grant you the privilege of training here, with Yang as your instructor to impart the skills essential for combat. Before Nua could respond, Yang interjected, Professor, I currently lack the requisite strength to assume the role of his instructor. Florian patted Yang's broad shoulder. Do not doubt yourself, Yang. You have always possessed ample strength. If unwilling to be a formal instructor, you may still share the techniques you have learned while sparring with Nua. Yang's gaze shifted from Florian to Nua, silently nodding in acquiescence, revealing his fervor for endless confrontation. Nua found himself deprived of the opportunity to decline. The outcome had already been determined. As Florian led the two away from the training room, Nua glanced back at the figure merging with the black armor atop the platform, their gazes intertwining, igniting a fervent spirit of battle. At the rear of the training room unfolded a magnificent scene, with several next-generation armors displayed on elevated platforms, each mechanized suit reflecting an array of vibrant lights, akin to the most precious exhibits showcased with reverence. Below, industrious machines and bustling personnel toiled ceaselessly, steam billowing from behind the machinery, dispersing into the air before being swiftly absorbed by ventilation fans. Workers labored intensely, sweat cascading down their brows, yet they showed no signs of halting, as if engaged in a sacred task. This was the research center for next-generation supermaneuverable armors within the sanctum, where only ordinary assembly tasks were visible. More intricate processes involving technological secrets were concealed from view, such as gilded compression and the crafting of the armor's body. The suits displayed above were the fruits of their successful endeavors thus far. Once more, Professor Florian resumed his role as guide. But why not employ them? T inquired, perplexed. The mental synchronization required for next-generation armor is not something everyone can achieve, thus far. Fewer than 10 individuals have completed the mental link, with only Nua and Yang achieving a perfect connection. The others are merely satisfactory in their attempts, Professor Florian remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Nua. Nua humbly replied, You flatter me, Professor. With curiosity tinged in her tone, T voiced a long-held question, Professor, what powers the armored suits? Surely, mere steam cannot sustain such a colossal burden for their operation. Professor Florian's intriguing gaze swept over T, suggesting that she possessed considerable knowledge. It seems you have your suspicions, my dear girl. Although this information is closely guarded, given your status, I believe it is permissible to share. He did not shy away from the attentive listener. No? The energy reserves for the next-generation armor are something you witness daily. Professor Florian's eyes turned northward, as if penetrating through layers of thick metal walls. There lay the extraordinary treasure cascading from the peaks of the Gambes Mountains, the resplendent golden river that meanders through the city of Kangjin. According to the legends recorded in the sanctum, this river is formed from the divine blood, and the remarkably hard gilded substance is solidified from the liquid gold of the river. The sanctum has inherited the advanced technology of transforming liquid gold, and a single storage tank filled with this liquid, converted through a transformer, provides sufficient steam power to meet the energy demands of a large-scale battle. This is a gift bestowed upon us by the gods, and through the power of technology, we hold it firmly in our grasp, serving our needs. As Professor Florian exhibited signs of becoming increasingly fervent, No interjected with praise. It is indeed a magnificent creation. Professor Florian proudly lifted his chin. No then posed another question. Professor, if such advanced technology exists, why convert the sacred blood of the divine into mere steam? Could it not be transformed into a more efficient form of energy? Professor Florian pondered, offering a vague response. No, this is a question we have long contemplated. However, our steam age has persisted for nearly a century without yielding significant breakthroughs in energy exploration. We possess some remarkable technologies, yet none have provided us with a new direction in our quest for energy. Perhaps the gods foresaw our world, knowing that the steam age would endure eternally, thus leaving us the formula for steam conversion. Yet, it could also be true that, as the legends suggest, the origin era is not ancient but rather a recent past. But how does one explain the Earth's passage? Professor Florian's voice gradually faded, devolving into murmurs audible only to himself. Well, my dear ones, apart from the magnificent architecture, there is little more to introduce. I believe what you have witnessed today is sufficient for contemplation. The grandeur of creation is enough to leave you in awe. Professor Florian ceased his responses, preparing to conclude the day's tour. Additionally, no, should you have a change of heart, you may always seek me out. The sanctum will embrace all that you are. He adjusted his glasses, opening his arms as if to embrace the entire world. Chapter 12. Discussion. No offered no definitive answer. Yet his words hinted at an unwavering loyalty to the papal state. As noon approached, No and T returned to the dining hall, partaking in a modest lunch. During this time, Professor Florian filled a plate with food, greeted them, and departed towards the door leading to the study. T elegantly savored the last bite of her bread. Glancing towards the study, Professor Florian appeared unusually absorbed in his research, as if transformed from his usual demeanor. No wiped his oil-stained lips with a napkin. His voice slightly muffled. Oh? Pray, elaborate. T tilted her head, recollecting her thoughts and organizing her words. In the past few days during the experiments, Professor Florian exhibited a fervent madness, as though he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, showing no regard for your life or that of Yin. Yet he remained remarkably calm, exuding an air of confidence. However, just now, when he recounted the history and phenomena of the Ling Institute, he often fell into an infinite admiration for the faith in the Ling, as if a devil whispered temptations beside him. Yet, the professor was willing to forego even 10 minutes of dining for the sake of academic pursuit. No listened in silence, contemplating deeply. Perhaps within the Ling Institute lay some arcane domains unknown to us, even to those who reside within its walls, akin to a schism in their very personas. Appearing mundane on the surface, the realm of hell, T murmured to herself. What? No inquired. The realm of hell refers to the inexplicable influence on those who have survived the prison island, be they prisoners or stationed soldiers. This influence manifests predominantly in the psyche. Hence, the mentally ill inmates confined on the island face an inevitable fate, consumed by the holy fire of the priests, their ashes cast into the vast ocean, allowing malevolence to be subdued and purged by the forces of nature. T elucidated for No. This insight stems from my perusal of previous accounts since my arrival on the prison island as governor. The predecessors asserted that the curse of the prison island encompasses not only eternal darkness, but also eternal non-existence and the denial of rebirth. No crossed his arms on the table, his gaze flickering, lost in thought. Let us proceed. T, I believe this is not merely the ordinary era of steam-powered armor. The two returned to their quarters, preparing to rest briefly. No leaned back against the wooden chair, lifting a cup of water to his lips. Is this water different from that in the manner? No set the cup down, savoring the flavor. Indeed, T nodded. I am aware of this. The Ling Institute and the Papal State once forged an agreement, wherein the Ling exchanged the technology for the next-generation armor for an endless supply of superior resources from the Papal State. These resources are akin to those exclusively enjoyed by the royal family, such as the fresh fish and bread we consumed, reaching the standards of a royal banquet. The water is sourced from the natural springs of the Domba Mountains, while the manor's supply is merely ordinary filtered water. The quality is inferior, of course. You could request a better supply, yet it would still pale in comparison to the water within the Ling Institute. No turned the cup in his hands, deep in contemplation. An agreement? The technology for the next-generation armor? Yes, it pertains to the next-generation hypermobile armor utilized during your experiments. The Papal Hall has also discreetly established a research base for the next-generation armor in the heart of Constantinople. However, the Ling Institute has provided no accompanying equipment, such as development or repair apparatus, resulting in the Papal State's meager production of next-generation armor. Only 2 units exist, one designated for various adaptation experiments and the gathering of armor specialists. T readily divulged all she knew to know. No turned his gaze to T, observing her sapphire eyes that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. T, you too are an adapter for the next generation armor, are you not? No stared intently at her. T felt an inexplicable embarrassment, slightly bowing her head, her lashes concealing the brilliance of her blue eyes. I had no intention of concealing this. I merely deemed it insignificant. No, it is of great importance, No firmly countered. T, have you forgotten your initial purpose in seeking me? It was not solely to inquire after your long-lost half-brother. Rather, it was to explore a potential alliance to escape the clutches of control. If you can wield the next-generation armor, our chances of fleeing the prison island are greatly enhanced. T pressed her lips together. I have not forgotten. I have always kept it in mind. My mistake lies in my lack of transparency. I merely believe that in the face of the armor forces on the prison island, my status as an adapter would hold little weight. No shook his head. This will be a pivotal element. You need only trust me. T acquiesced with a murmured affirmation, and silence enveloped the room once more. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that T broke the stillness. Today, we heard Professor Florian expound upon many of the Ling Institute's philosophies. What do you think? Is the existence of the Ling Institute a boon or a bane? Me? No genuinely fell into contemplation, his hands unconsciously clasped over his thighs, his eyes half closed, almost imperceptibly still, a sign of his serious reflection, turning inward before considering the external. I believe. No nodded and shook his head. Deities, class, equality, war, peace, happiness. The Ling Institute negates the divine, striving to transcend the blind worship of the secular world, to liberate itself from divine constraints, yet simultaneously, it venerates the divine, believing that the so-called azure eyes are omens from the divine, relying on celestial protection. They seem to yearn for a world devoid of war, a world without class, yet they have birthed the mechanized monstrosity of mobile armor, fostering even fiercer warfare, perpetually augmenting the lethality of the battlefield. The chances of survival for soldiers dwindle. Once in combat, lacking the protection of mechanical shells feels akin to walking into certain death. Yet they proclaim that the current conflict serves the purpose of future peace. But will the end of war truly usher in tranquility, rather than further bloodshed? All that Professor Florian articulated feels like a tug-of-war between two completely contradictory personas, ultimately weaving a coherent, yet paradoxical belief that governs him and them, continuing to spawn more next-generation armor and expanding the battlefield. Perhaps this is the very reason I instinctively refuse to join their ranks. I am no saint, yet I also harbor no desire to partake in this massacre. And what of you, T? Do you consider the existence of the Ling Institute to be beneficial or detrimental? No abruptly shifted the topic. I believe. I do not know, no? The advent of the armor era signifies an evolution in technology. Yet humanity's every evolution seems to bring forth an unavoidable calamity. If deities truly exist, then this must be their design, but I do not believe in deities. I prefer to seize my own fate, and thus, it can only be the rules governing the world. Under the world's rules, all must face an end. Yet each person aspires to conclude their journey with glory. If the development of armor can grant ordinary individuals a remarkable existence, then I would support it. However, its initial purpose remains warfare. Ti's words trailed off as she lifted her head, as if struck by a thought. No. If we ultimately don the armor and initiate warfare, how will the world transform? No cocked his head, gazing at the profile of T. War knows no absolutes of right or wrong, justice or evil. All is but a pretext. Yet should we emerge victorious, we shall dictate the world that follows the conflict. I believe you, and I will strive to render the world a better place. The sanctuary, much like its enigmatic essence, remained shrouded in mystery. T, with a radiant smile, rose to her feet and remarked, "You are indeed correct, Nor. However, I must take my leave. Having spent 2 days in the sanctuary, my duties have accumulated considerably. As the newly appointed governor, I cannot afford to linger here any longer, lest I face impeachment from my position." Nor smiled in return. If the intimidation of authority cannot silence those corrupt individuals, their comfortable lives of receiving money without effort will soon come to an end. T shrugged and replied, "While that may be true, the tasks at hand must still be fulfilled. As for you, it stands to reason that you cannot remain here for an extended period either. Moreover, you have not joined the sanctuary, and I presume your father has already been informed of the experimental results by now, which should suffice to satisfy him. Nevertheless, appearances must be maintained. You will need to return. Your steward Haran will certainly notify you, and should there be any news, I shall inform you promptly. Nur pondered for a moment before stating slowly, I understand. I shall return to the estate after my duel with Yang tomorrow. Very well, T said, gazing at Nur with reluctance. Farewell. Nur waved his hand. Until we meet again. The iron door creaked open before swiftly closing once more. The soundproof walls muffled the outside world, silencing even T's footsteps. In Nor's realm, it felt as though he had been transported back in time. Alone in a room devoid of superfluous decorations or captivating storybooks, lost in quiet contemplation of the present and the future. The past had proven far too cruel, and Nor never reminisced about it, unwilling to unveil the haunting scars of his fragile soul to anyone. Time slipped away unnoticed as Nor remained seated in his original spot. Lost in thought, he had grown accustomed to this state. Whenever he drifted into a reverie, time in his world flowed like quicksand. Eventually, a knock on the door shattered the self-created sanctuary of his mind. Nor pushed himself off the table, stretching his numb body. Esteemed armored knight, Professor Florian has instructed me to bring you your dinner. Nor was somewhat taken aback. Please convey my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Florian. He had not anticipated such concern from the professor. It seems my conjectures about the sanctuary hold some truth. This is no mere era of steam-powered armor, Nor mused inwardly. After dinner, Nor washed up and retired to bed early. The Forgotten Knights duel. I eagerly awaited. Chapter 13. The Duel of Knights. The illumination system embraced the morning chime from the outside world, the dim light brightening as a new day dawned within the sanctuary. The room bore no trace of Nor, and the air was devoid of any lingering warmth, suggesting he had long departed. Before the first light of dawn, Nor had already awakened, preparing to enter the training room, while others remained ensconced in their dreams. A sharp scent permeated the air, emanating from the mechanical devices that had begun their daily operation in the corridor, a mix of steam, coal, and unidentified gases. Nor walked through the chilly corridor, swallowing the last morsel of bread he had taken from the warming box in the dining hall. The sanctuary typically stored food in the warming box to sustain those who needed to work through the night on urgent research or repairs, helping them maintain their vitality. However, he was not alone in the training room. The two distant metal doors slowly opened, and a white-haired man entered the training room almost simultaneously with Nor. You've arrived. Their near-simultaneous greeting echoed in the air. I anticipated your early arrival. Having accepted my challenge, your honor would not allow you to remain behind, Yang stated. His morning voice gravelly with unspent energy. You are a worthy opponent. A smile curved Nor's lips, his nerves already tingling with anticipation for the impending battle. Nor, may I call you that? Of course, feel free. I have already requested your armor from Professor Florian. It is now placed in the center. Nor's gaze shifted from the man to the two mechanical beings on the round platform, one black and one white, contrasting beautifully. Yang stepped onto the platform, retrieving a remote control from a nearby marble table. As he pressed the button, the center of the black armor slowly split apart, the hatch rising to reveal the control chamber within. This is the button for the external control of the armor's drive switch. Nor followed Yang onto the platform, where Yang handed him another button. Nor examined it carefully. It was a palm-sized device, devoid of any unnecessary buttons or intricate designs. He pressed the button, activating the inner drive of the white armor. Once you enter and equip the device, the hatch will close automatically. Then, calm your mind and connect with your white armor as you did in the previous experiment. Do not worry, this time there will be no mental shock. Only the sensation of a needle pricking your cerebral cortex. I have requested from Professor Florian that today's night duel be free from any outside interference. Perhaps you may have passively forgotten the memories of our last duel, but your armor will not forget, nor will your heart, nor the essence of what lies within you. It begins, Nor, in the name of knightly honor. Yang concluded his necessary pre-battle remarks and stepped into the armor. The hatch of the black armor closed slowly behind him. Essence? Nor pondered Yang's words, but now was not the time for reflection. He would inquire after the duel had concluded. The familiar scene of darkness enveloped him within the armor. In the absence of a connection with the armor, his eyes were nearly rendered useless. Nor groped around in the darkness, donning the headpiece. The cables behind him were not connected, as comprehensive monitoring was unnecessary in this instance. His thoughts sank into tranquility, enveloped in a void. Suddenly, a sensation akin to a sharp sting from a mosquito jolted his body. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, his deep blue pupils began to whirl ceaselessly. Without discomfort, Nor's vision was restored, and he waved his hands, searching for the lost sensations. Yang was already prepared. He descended from the platform, positioning himself at the center of the training area. Within just a minute, Nor had acclimatized, stepping toward Yang to stand face to face. A distance apart. Without a communicative channel, they could not hear each other's voices, yet an unspoken understanding prevailed. A formal knightly salute manifested upon their grand mechanical armors. And then they drew their blades, assuming the standard starting stance. Two arcs of blue light converged, and in an instant, steam erupted as their figures flickered and vanished to the opposite side. The seemingly cumbersome armors danced gracefully under their control, swift as a dragon. The golden blades clashed, emitting glimmers of light as they engaged in a rapid exchange of techniques. Though Nor had not undergone systematic training nor mastered the optimized combat techniques of a knight, he had retained the essence of knightly combat from his brief studies in the past few years. Despite some clumsiness, he wielded his weapon with a semblance of finesse. However, Yang, a seasoned armor knight, possessed superior speed and power due to years of rigorous training, compelling Nor into a defensive stance as he struggled to withstand Yang's relentless onslaught. In a sudden turn, Nor seized an opportunity, sidestepping Yang's thrust with agility. The blade in his hand spun gracefully, aiming for Yang's flank. Yang evaded swiftly, yet the sharp edge still opened a small gash in the black armor. Unfazed, Yang utilized the momentum of his retreat to pivot, both hands wielding his blade as he struck fiercely at Nor. The onslaught caught Nor off guard, and despite his efforts to block, he could not withstand the force, resulting in a severe gash to his left shoulder that discharged a surge of electricity. Nor gritted his teeth, enduring the tidal wave of agony transmitted through his mechanical shoulder. Yet, the more intense the pain, the greater the need for resilience. He quickly adjusted his state, refusing to let the pain distract him, and gathered energy from the power source. The golden fluid surged wildly within the mechanical armor, expelling bursts of gas. Nor gripped his blade tightly, charging toward Yang's black armor, the silver handles reflecting the two advancing armors. Feigning a brute force clash with Yang, Nor deftly swiped his blade, grazing Yang's handle, then swiftly gathering his strength to strike like a fierce tiger, aiming to pierce Yang's chest. At the critical moment, Yang adeptly placed his blade against his chest, perfectly defending against Nor's strike, averting the humiliation of defeat. Seizing the opportunity, Nor withdrew his blade, aiming once more for Yang's neck. Yang, however, was equally swift, returning the favor with the same technique. Almost simultaneously, both knights found their shoulders locked by a blade. The two armored figures stood motionless, silently gazing at one another. Time seemed to freeze, the world suspended in stillness. It is finished. The knightly duel had only ever resulted in victory or defeat. Yet, at this moment, they were not merely knights. The title of armor knight was but a hollow name. They were merely instruments of slaughter on the battlefield. Whether to kill was a decision for you to make. Yet, you remained commanded to kill. Thus, seize your own fate. No sound broke the silence. Only two pairs of deep blue eyes, peering through layers of reinforced armor, locked in a silent exchange of thoughts. Who posed the questions? Who provided the answers? Only Nor and Yang knew. The arena remained quiet for what felt like an eternity, yet it was but a fleeting moment. In unison, they sheathed their blades and stepped onto the platform, severing the mental link with their armors. The hatches opened, revealing their two figures. Although it is regrettable that no formal conclusion was reached, as you have said, it has indeed come to an end. My relentless training day after day has not surpassed you, which can be deemed my failure. However, Nuan merely shook his head. I believe you understand that I do not covet this so-called victory. Continuing this duel would only result in the exhaustion of physical strength. Furthermore, this is not a contest of life and death. Had we been on a battlefield, I might have already met my demise. Yang's expression turned serious as he remarked, Nuan, you are the most gifted armored knight I have ever encountered. Although your technique appears somewhat clumsy, this merely stems from a lack of sufficient training. What astonishes me the most is that this is your second encounter with armor, yet you wield it with such proficiency, as if it were an extension of your own body. It seems as though you have always been familiar with and capable of manipulating armor. I had a bold supposition when you mentioned your memory loss, and I wished to share it with you, but out of respect for Professor Florian's status, I decided to wait until today to discuss it with you. Nuan exhaled, stabilizing his breath. The previous duel had taken a considerable toll on him. Speak freely. If I know anything, I will share without reservation. Well, Yang crossed his arms. To be candid, I too have experienced a similar situation. Like you, I encountered memory loss during my initial participation in the second phase of experimentation. I was pitted against an armored warrior within the Spirit Institute, and at first, I faced almost limitless defeat, unable to retaliate at all, leading my mind to lapse into unconsciousness. Yet, during that unconscious state, it felt as if another presence was conversing with me. I cannot recall the specifics of our dialogue, but when I awoke the next day, people informed me that I had ultimately achieved victory. Nuwa furrowed his brow. Another presence? Deep within? Suddenly, Nuwa recollected something. Indeed, another presence, residing deep within. It asked whether I wished to win, to which I responded that I would not accept defeat, and then my memory became fragmented. Is that the entity you referred to? Nuwa recalled Yang's words before entering the armor. Yes, I suspect there is indeed such an entity, Yang affirmed with a nod. Although I was invited by Professor Florian to join the Spirit Institute and granted access to the training grounds and next-generation armor, I do not belong to the Institute. My family perished tragically in the war, and thus, I harbor a deep hatred for warfare and despise the idea of participating in it. However, I long for vengeance against the papal state that took my family from me. So, you ultimately joined the Spirit Institute, continuously honing your skills while seeking opportunities. Are you not afraid of me unmasking you? Nuwa chuckled as he spoke. Yang joined in the laughter. I trust my judgment, Nuwa. Although I am unaware of your full story, I am certain you will keep my secret. Nuwa's smile faded as he spoke earnestly. Indeed, I will. I can also tell you that I arrived here from the opposite side of the prison island. Thus I will seek opportunities to escape. Nuwa's implication was clear. He was extending an invitation for Yang to join his escape plan. Yang pondered solemnly before ultimately refusing. I admire your courage, but perhaps this is your moment, not mine. I believe there will come a day when we can escape this bizarre place together. The Spirit Institute is not a favorable environment in my eyes. I feel the same. They exchanged glances, sharing a hearty laugh. Their fists clenched tightly as they struck each other's chests in camaraderie. Chapter 14. Return No was not the least surprised by Yang's thoughts. In this world, governed by the law of the jungle, the weak often find themselves subservient to others. These submissive souls accept their fates, exchanging their freedom and dignity for a meager existence, living humbly under the unending constraints of their gilded cages. No held no contempt for them. Not everyone possesses the strength and talent for rebirth. In the face of absolute power and might, those who strive to maintain their dignity, even at the cost of their lives, commanded his utmost admiration, though he did not idealize them. The true creed of a sage lies in the judicious use of life, fully embracing its potential. Life is akin to an arrow. Thus, one must know the target, how to draw the bow, and release it with purpose. Without strength or talent, one may only leave behind a poignant tale of solitary bravery. No was not content with such an outcome. He was no weakling. Despite a childhood fraught with adversity, bereft of parents, wandering alone, facing hunger and oppression, there existed within him a voice that spurred him on, whispering countless unrecallable dialogues through sleepless nights. Consequently, No never regarded himself as an ordinary individual. He possessed the latent potential to become a powerful force capable of altering his destiny. The next-generation armor adapter, Yang, was similarly exceptional. Although he too seemed to have lacked a stable childhood, he had realized his talents early on. Most solitary warriors are eager to ascend to greatness, defying those who manipulate the pawns of power. Thus, No was not astonished. He had, to some extent, anticipated Yang's sentiments. Of course, not all of Yang's remarks were heartfelt truths, as their interactions had been limited to merely 2 battles and several encounters. While he lamented not securing an ally strong enough to counter a small army of armored knights, No felt little dismay. A lack of prior expectations often renders one more accepting of regrets. After an exhilarating yet brief confrontation, No returned to his quarters, weary, bathed, and soon fell into slumber. Around 10 in the morning, he awoke as scheduled and made his way to the dining hall to enjoy a delightful lunch. As he was placing his plate at the recycling station, Professor Florian entered the dining area. Good afternoon, Professor Florian. No greeted him warmly, exuding an air of recovery. Professor Florian responded enthusiastically, It's a pleasure to see you here, No. How was your duel with Yang this morning? His words brimmed with curiosity about the outcome of their clash. No shook his head. Yang is an exceptionally skilled knight. Our match ended in a draw. I look forward to more encounters with him in the future. Professor Florian praised. Truly the mark of a distinguished knight, No. Your humility is always a pleasure to behold. Seizing the opportunity of their encounter, No informed him of his impending departure. Oh, you are returning to the dark world? How regrettable, Professor Florian remarked. A hint of reluctance evident. Though I cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the papal state, as I mentioned yesterday, I can facilitate your training here. Should I make that request, they would surely acquiesce. However, you may find yourself needing to juggle your time, as I suspect they will not allow you to linger within the sanctuary. A smile graced No's face. If that is the case, I would gladly accept your generous offer, though it may trouble you. Professor Florian waved his hand dismissively. For exceptional talents, we never withhold resources, even if they are not part of our circle. Moreover, I believe you would wish to be our friend. Indeed, No replied sincerely. I am eager to forge more friendships. Professor Florian collected his plate filled with food, preparing to depart. Yang will become a steadfast companion during your training. You are both such remarkable individuals. Farewell, my friend. Farewell, Professor Florian. No expressed his gratitude with a knightly salute before leaving the sanctuary. The guards at the entrance offered minimal resistance, merely inquiring before allowing No to pass. As those permitted entry were generally pre-approved, the inhabitants of the sanctuary were confident that not just anyone could easily enter. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, No found it difficult to acclimate back to the darkness. Despite the flickering oil lamps providing precious illumination, the world appeared even darker than before. He stepped out of the luminant sanctuary and returned to the abyss. As before, the cries of infants, indistinguishable screams, and the crack of whips swirled around him. A cacophony resembling a swarm of bees buzzing incessantly. For the timid, such a first encounter might induce madness, but for No, these sounds, while somewhat terrifying, were but a mere clamor. When one has experienced true horrors imprinted upon the soul, such vague terrors are merely child's play. Following the mental map imprinted in his mind, No retraced his steps to the entrance. The shadowy guard stood motionless, without uttering a sound. As if sensing a living presence nearby, the shadows shifted, seemingly recognizing No, and opened the door for him. Upon reaching the entrance, No turned to glance at the encroaching darkness, as if peering into chaos. He gently rapped on the Grand Manor's door, which was swiftly opened by the old steward, Sir Hiran. Your Highness, you have returned. Would you like me to prepare some water for you? Yes, thank you, No replied. Sir Hiran closed the door behind him and proceeded to the kitchen. No squinted at the golden light of the river of gold, which seemed even more radiant than before after several days apart. Is this the blood of the divine? A blessing, or perhaps a curse? No entered his chamber. The dim oil lamp flickered to life, casting a hazy ambience. He took a sip of the freshly drawn water. Despite having experienced the superior quality of water within the sanctuary, he showed no signs of disdain, drinking it down eagerly. Should royalty have tasted this, they might have shattered their porcelain cups in disgust, berating their attendants. Yet for No, even the most ordinary water appeared invaluable. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the heavy wooden table, producing a deep echo, while a night raven somewhere called out hoarsely, its murky voice resonating through the thicket of thorny flowers. It was time to commence the formal plotting. Troop numbers, shift times, military configurations, escape routes. No mentally mapped out each intricate detail, consolidating the information he possessed. He wondered if T would bring any new tidings on the morrow. With this thought, he closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. The next day, the morning bell tolled, its sound reverberating across the prison island. No jolted awake from a light slumber. On the table lay only the remnants of yesterday's cold water. He paid it no mind, pouring himself a glass and feeling the chill awaken his senses. Draping the heavy coat hanging nearby over his shoulders, he stepped out of his room. Sir Hiran sat on a stone bench outside, ever present. Good morning, Your Highness. Your breakfast is ready. Upon seeing No, Sir Hiran quickly rose. No acknowledged him with a soft grunt, but as he passed by, he suddenly halted. Hiran, I have conversed with Professor Florian within the sanctuary, and I shall henceforth engage in combat training for the mechanized armor there. So you need not prepare lunch for me anymore. Very well, Your Highness. Hiran bowed slightly. I trust your experimental results have been exceedingly favorable. Congratulations, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Noah did not proceed but instead turned around. You must have known by now, the moment my experiment concluded. Hiran hastily denied, Your Highness. I am merely an ordinary butler. How could I possibly have the privilege to enter the enigmatic sanctuary? Noah gazed meaningfully at Hiran for a prolonged moment, while the latter lowered his head even further, resembling a loyal servant fearful of his master's wrath. Is that so? Perhaps it is for the best. Noah then departed, leaving Hiran to conceal his impassive expression. Having hastily consumed his meal, Noah once more embarked on his journey toward the infernal training grounds. Now quite familiar with the path, Noah quickened his pace significantly. Firstly, to make the most of his precious training time. He recalled Tia mentioning that the Institute's doors opened with the morning chimes and closed promptly at the 2 o'clock hour, granting him a mere 4 to 5 hours for training. The Institute, undoubtedly, would not alter its regulations for him. Secondly, he wished not to keep Yang waiting excessively. Although Yang could utilize the waiting time for individual training, Noah disliked the notion of others waiting on his account. Therefore, he preferred commencing any task ahead of schedule to ensure its timely completion. The bronze-red, corroded gate loomed large. Noah's silhouette materialized within the dim, yellowish light. As if sensing Noah's arrival, a shift occurred in the unseen shadows, and the gate emitted a resounding groan. Noah proceeded without hesitation, and the shadowy mass shifted once more, causing the gate to creak shut. Noah descended the sloping path, his mind focused, the eerie ambient sounds seemingly filtered out by his brain. A beam of white light gradually emerged before him, as if he were relentlessly searching in an endless realm of darkness, finally discovering an exit. One by one, Noah unlocked the layers of metallic security doors, flawlessly recalling the codes Tia had imparted. 2 figures sat motionless at the entrance, silently guarding. Noah announced his purpose, and one of them spoke into a nearby communicator. Professor Florian, clad in the same white coat from their initial encounter, appeared before Noah. "Professor, I appreciate your welcome," Noah expressed with decorum. "No need for such formality, Noah. Your prowess has earned you the right to assert dominance, to experience the aura of those in power." Professor Florian chuckled heartily, ushering Noah inside. Noah offered a polite smile, but remained silent. "Yang has been eagerly awaiting you in the training chamber. Your armor has also been prepared. He will now impart some refined armor techniques. Yang has trained extensively, and with his innate talent, even his former instructors might struggle to defeat him now," Professor Florian explained as he led the way, detailing the forthcoming arrangements. "Of course, I am well aware of Yang's capabilities, and I have full confidence in his instructional skills." Upon hearing Professor Florian's words, Noah hastened his pace, drawing level with him. The metal doors parted from the center, revealing a majestic arena. A gust of wind swept through, ruffling Noah's hair. A black suit of armor wielded a swift blade, executing a flawless series of maneuvers. The blade danced in his grasp like a phantom, and the metal plating groaned under the relentless pounding of the massive armor. With plumes of steam erupting from the exhaust vents on its back, forming billowing waves, Noah and Professor Florian stood silently at the edge, refraining from interrupting Yang's training. After about 15 minutes, Yang, perhaps noticing the 2 observers or simply seeking respite, ceased his frenzied blade work, sheathed the weapon, and approached the platform to disengage from the armor. Noah and Professor Florian approached. "A truly captivating one-man show, Yang. You have surpassed my expectations," Professor Florian praised generously. "Had you employed such techniques during our previous duel, I fear I would have been defeated long ago, Yang." "You were holding back," Noah remarked, his tone tinged with mild discontent. Yang explained, "Such techniques are merely elaborate displays. An adversary is not a defenseless toy or an immobile target. Every technique has its vulnerabilities. For me, training these maneuvers is simply to enhance my familiarity with the swift blade. In a real battle, even a duel, I prefer a direct, decisive strike." Noah nodded in silence, then offered an apology. "My apologies for my abruptness." Yang chuckled good-naturedly, dismissing the matter. "I have witnessed battlefields, experienced the intensity of combat, teetered on the brink of death, and personally slain enemies. I merely possess more experience than you. Once you enter the battlefield, you will undoubtedly grasp these concepts yourself. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, these complex maneuvers are not without merit. This training will continuously strengthen the connection between you and the swift blade, as if it were a living entity capable of adapting to your whims. Furthermore, certain refined techniques and concealed armor mechanisms can prove invaluable in critical moments." Noah listened attentively, recognizing that continuous learning was essential for growth. Relying solely on intuition would invariably leave him lagging behind. To become more formidable, one must embrace one's imperfections and shortcomings. Professor Florian listened nearby, and upon witnessing Yang transition into an instructional mode, he smiled and excused himself. He had numerous research experiments to attend to, and his white coat indicated that he was far from idle. "Then, let us commence training. I will activate the inter-armor communication system to facilitate our dialogue. Although this may slightly impair your concentration, you will need to adapt and coordinate accordingly," Yang said, as he drank from a glass of water on a nearby wooden table and re-entered his armor. Noah followed suit, entering his armor and skillfully establishing a mental link, attempting to divert a portion of his consciousness to receive guidance from Yang. Two differently colored suits of mechanized armor whirled about the expansive arena, progressing from learning techniques to elucidating skills, from initial imitation to subsequent practice. Vaporous clouds gradually enveloped the training chamber. It was not until midday that the two concluded their initial training session. You are an exceptional instructor, Yang. I have gained invaluable insights today. Noah expressed sincerely to Yang as they sat together at the dining table. Yang waved off the compliment, accepting Noah's sincerity. Your aptitude for learning is remarkable. You have redefined my understanding of armor usage. Perhaps you are destined to master the legendary He? Noah inquired, puzzled. Yang nodded gravely, lowering his voice. I did not mention this yesterday because I underestimated your capabilities. Have you ever heard of the primeval armor? Noah replied. Professor Florian provided a brief introduction. He informed me that the primeval armor originated in the Age of Genesis, the prototype of all armor created by the gods. Subsequent generations of armor were modeled after it. Indeed, I concur with that viewpoint. Before joining the Institute, I encountered a legend during my wanderings. The primeval armor is said to be a relic of the gods. Since entering the Institute, I have become even more convinced of this legend because the energy source for subsequent armor is derived from Aurum, rumored to be the blood of the gods. Combining these elements could potentially resolve some of the current enigmas. Your prowess leads me to believe that you have the potential to adapt to the primeval armor, perhaps even become its initiator, the He. Despite Noah's exceptional composure, he was somewhat taken aback by Yang's audacious statement. I am the initiator? The He? A god? This seems preposterous. At best, I am merely an ordinary individual with some talent. Yang's tone gradually calmed. These are merely my speculative assumptions. However, Noah, there is a piece of information about the primeval armor that you are unaware of. What is it? Noah asked, filled with curiosity, as this could be crucial to his forthcoming plans. The Spirit Institute has long been a researcher of the primordial armor. Yet it does not possess any of these esteemed artifacts. The few known pieces of primordial armor have been firmly secured by the Papal States, leading both parties to reach certain agreements to fulfill their respective needs. How did you come to know such a precious secret? Noah expressed a profound skepticism, as this was evidently one of the Institute's most confidential matters. Perhaps my reasoning may not convince you, but I chanced upon this information several years ago when I arrived at the Spirit Institute as a test subject. In truth, I have only heard these fragments of information. I am completely unaware of any further specifics, Yang explained, his expression imbued with sincerity. Noah remained somewhat doubtful. The significance of the primordial armor is self-evident, and it is indeed difficult to believe that such information could be so easily overheard. After their lunch, the two parted ways, and Noah departed the Spirit Institute just before the heavy doors closed behind him. Chapter 16. Deployment and the Future. Noah returned to the manor, intending to change into a fresh set of clothes to rid himself of the dirt accumulated from today's training. However, the old butler, Hiran, intercepted him as soon as he stepped through the door. Your Highness, Miss T is here. She awaits you in the study. Very well, I shall go at once. Noah turned on his heel and made his way toward the study, though the sweat clung to him uncomfortably and the chilly air further lowered his body temperature. He felt it necessary to greet his guest first, for to do otherwise would be impolite. Basic etiquette was something he never neglected. No, you have returned. How was the training? As Noah pushed open the study door with a creak, T set down the book she had been holding and approached him. It was quite beneficial. There are still many areas in which I need to refine my skills with the mobile armor. A faint smile graced Noah's lips as he moved his somewhat stiff body to stand beside the roaring hearth, relishing the warmth that chased away the cold. How long have you been here, T? Noah engaged in casual conversation, rubbing his hands together, his fingers flexing repeatedly. I just arrived as well. No? You appear unwell. Are you feeling ill? T.I.'s concern for Noah's health outweighed her interest in small talk, as she was well aware of his frail condition. Noah sighed, sensing the warmth gradually returning to his body and comforting his heart. He then pulled a chair and sat down. It's nothing. I merely caught a chill after sweating outside. T, however, remained unconvinced. You should take a bath and change your clothes first. I can read in the meantime. There is no rush. Seeing the determination in T.I.'s eyes, Noah relented. He knew well his own physical state, and given that they were approaching a critical juncture, he could not afford to jeopardize his health through negligence. Soon, Noah had washed himself with warm water and changed into a clean outfit before returning to the study. All right, T, have you made any new discoveries? Or is there something urgent you wish to discuss? Noah poured steaming water from the kettle into the cups before them. Beside T lay the book she had just read, her elbow resting on it as she gazed intently at Noah. Well, it seems there is nothing pressing. I merely wish to see you. No remained silent, sipping his water in measured sips. Ah, little no, I was only teasing you. Surely you can smile a little. T dropped her hand from her chin, spreading it across the table in a gesture of feigned boredom. All right, let us get to the matter at hand. Upon my return yesterday, I heard reports that you will be shuttling between the Spirit Office and the Manor. It appears the cooperation between the Spirit Office and the Papal Hall is quite close, with both sides likely exchanging envoys to facilitate communication. No adopted a thoughtful expression. This is evident, for the collaboration between the Spirit Office and the Papal Hall is crucial, especially concerning the confidential technologies of advanced mobile armor. Even, No hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the unverified information he had overheard at the Spirit Office. Yet, after a brief pause, he continued, today during training, Yang mentioned to me that when he first entered the Spirit Office, he inadvertently overheard discussions regarding a research agreement between the Spirit Office and the Papal Hall concerning the primordial armor. However, such an occurrence is rather difficult to believe. In truth, the presence of the primordial armor within the Spirit Office does not surprise me. According to Professor Florian, the next generation armor is modeled after the primordial armor, which essentially implies that the Spirit Office either possesses or once possessed the primordial armor. What astonishes me, however, is that, according to Yang, the ownership of the primordial armor has always belonged to the Papal State rather than the Spirit Office. I can't shake the feeling that this might significantly impact many of our future plans. Upon hearing this, T set aside her playful demeanor, responding earnestly, in the past, I too heard discussions among the ladies, princesses, and princes in the Papal Hall regarding the Papal Hall's ownership of all existing primordial armors. I had always taken it as mere gossip, especially since no one in the Papal State has successfully wielded the primordial armor. Without factual evidence, I dismissed their words as idle banter. I never anticipated that you would hear this from another source as well. Could it be? T rested her hands on the table, pondering. Regardless of the veracity of Yang's claims, it should not significantly affect us at present. However, if we could obtain the primordial armor and become its compatible bearers, perhaps, we would have a greater chance of escaping. But that is exceedingly dangerous. T quickly shook her head in denial. We should prioritize safety. As long as we can find a way to acquire our next generation armor, it should sufficiently support our escape. Moreover, no one truly understands the power of the primordial armor, and its compatibility is undoubtedly fraught with peril. Otherwise, we would have seen a compatible bearer emerge over the years. No remained composed. Perhaps there have been some, but we are simply unaware. Take heart, T. I am merely attempting to bolster our escape plan. If this approach proves futile, we shall discard it. T.I.'s tension dissipated, and she calmed. Should we begin plotting? Yes, I believe we can start now. Though only a few days have passed since my arrival, it is akin to how birds long for the freedom to soar. You and I, too, yearn to break free from our constraints. As he spoke, No reached for a piece of parchment, taking a quill and inscribing detailed notes that required further investigation. Only through a thorough understanding of both ourselves and our adversaries can we confidently pursue what may seem like fanciful notions to outsiders. Once No had finished writing, T waited for the ink to dry before folding the parchment and tucking it into a hidden pocket of her attire. Having concluded their discussion on the matter at hand, the information they possessed was insufficient to warrant further deliberation. Until concrete results emerged, any unfounded speculation would be a fruitless endeavor, only deepening their fantasies and rendering them more uncertain and wavering. T resumed her previous lazy posture, resting her chin on her hand, staring intently at No. What is it? Why do you keep looking at me? No, perplexed, glanced down at himself, finding nothing amiss. T stifled a giggle, covering her pink lips with her hand. Little No, if we truly manage to escape, what will you do? No crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly to gaze at the intricate patterns etched on the ceiling. Though he paid little heed to them, his gaze seemed to pierce through the walls and shadows, reaching the pinnacle of the world, the realm of true light. I do not know. If it were possible, I would wish to close the chapter on my lingering thoughts and live peacefully and joyfully. Lingering thoughts? T murmured. What thoughts? What thoughts? No echoed softly, lost in contemplation. T. Humanity is a complex and enigmatic creature. One's initial motivations for actions may differ vastly from their ultimate reasons. No one truly knows, not even the individual themselves. I endure in this world, striving and suffering, solely to avenge the discontent in my heart. My desire to oppose the current pope is not for the sake of my nameless mother, whose love I have no memory of. Ultimately, it is merely the inexplicable fury within me. I harbor resentment towards those who wield power. Yet I find myself compelled to embody the very essence I despise. Ultimately, all of this is merely a self-serving rationalization, and my longings serve only as excuses I fabricate for myself. No. T wanted to offer solace. I understand, T, that people often act without regard for the consequences. If fate is predetermined, then I shall defy destiny once more. No's tone was calm, yet brimming with confidence. I have always believed in you, and I shall continue to support and follow you. T refrained from further consolation. It was akin to our bygone days. Chapter 17. The calm before the storm in the ensuing days. No spent his time within the training room of the Spiritual Institute in the silent manner. The training encompassed not merely the manipulation of armor, but also practical and theoretical content, which No easily mastered, setting new records within the Institute. If No were to face Yang in a nightly duel now, under conditions of full engagement, he could confidently hold his own against Yang. During their previous confrontation, despite Yang's insistence that he had exerted his full strength, No could distinctly sense Yang's reluctance, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. Thus, No approached Yang's teachings with great seriousness. Having swiftly acquired the necessary skills, No's training shifted from the expansive armor training room to the physical training facility. His frail physique rendered him inadequate as an armor manipulator. On the battlefield, even the strongest spirit could not withstand the tremendous physical toll of war. Thus, his recent regimen consisted of 2 hours of physical exercise followed by sparring with Yang while donned in their mobile armors. Despite the strenuous nature of this training, No endured the immense physical strain in silence, feeling the days until his departure from the prison island drawing near. He needed to extract every ounce of potential within himself to grow swiftly. As dawn's horn sounded, a seemingly ordinary day commenced. Just as No stepped outside to begin his repetitive day, a voice called out to him. No. The voice of T emerged unexpectedly from the shadows. Since their last encounter in the afternoon, where they began plotting, they had not met for an extended period. Their exchanges had been brief, merely sharing the information they had acquired before parting quickly. According to T, some idle consuls at the prison island had taken issue with her absence during her initial days in office. After finally appearing, she had vanished for an entire afternoon, forcing them to handle various tasks. Before T assumed the role of governor, the position had been held by a cunning and seasoned individual who, in pursuit of his own career, had meticulously taken on all responsibilities while avoiding conflict with the corrupt officials. However, upon T.I.'s arrival, those who had previously thrived in the chaos were no longer able to lounge comfortably and conspired to pressure her into fulfilling her duties. T could have communicated with the papal chamber, but, desiring to incite rebellion, hesitated to wield power that was not yet hers. Consequently, she bore the burden of menial tasks, especially given the prison island's significance, the military presence, and countless urgent matters that drained her energy. However, this also opened more channels for her to gather intelligence. For instance, today, while inspecting the military garrison, she unexpectedly learned of a crucial development. Ah, T, what brings you here? Is there something urgent? Despite their recent and frequent meetings, No recognized T.I.'s voice with familiarity, feeling no surprise, and remained perpetually vigilant. Yes, no, there is something rather pressing. During my inspection of the station troops, I noticed a significant reduction in their numbers. When I inquired with the commanding officer, he revealed that today the Pope is conducting a major military inspection ceremony at the Holy See, ordering half of the armored knights stationed at the prison island to return to participate in the ceremony and the procession, showcasing the prowess of the papal forces to the faithful. I, too, received an invitation from the papal chamber yesterday, along with the next generation armor that I am to don. It seems they are determined to have me attend, but due to my current workload and my usual reluctance to engage in such public appearances, I declined. That seems a reasonable course of action. With half the guards absent, the remaining armored forces would still overwhelm us. Even the mightiest individual strength cannot withstand an army of ordinary mobile armors. Indeed, I understand. However, the commanding officer inadvertently revealed another piece of information. According to him, based on some clandestine agreements, half of the remaining armored troops are set to escort a certain item from the Spiritual Institute this afternoon. Even so, I initially deemed this not to be the most opportune moment, despite the enticing circumstances. I recalled your earlier mention of the agreement between the Spiritual Institute and the Papal Chamber. No crossed his arms, resting his chin on one hand, concerning the research agreement for the primordial armor. Yes, T nodded. Given that the station troops are already few, their numbers dwindling further to escort an item signifies its immense value. Even if it ultimately is not the primordial armor, it must hold sufficient worth to bargain for our freedom. No gazed at T in surprise. You propose we dare to seize this mysterious key item? T took a deep breath. Yes, any improbable success demands the courage to undertake impossible risks. This is a lesson I have learned from you. I refuse to cower any longer. I wish to take the initiative and seize this opportunity. A smile broke across No's face. T, I never expected you to have such a wild side, but I concur with you. Escaping from the prison island is nearly an impossible feat. Even a mere fraction of the armored forces is beyond the strength of just 2 or 3 individuals. Today's opportunity is indeed rare. Even if you ultimately do not decide to act, I shall initiate this prison break myself. T gazed at the smiling No, her tense expression softening. Thank you, No. No shook his head. T, prepare yourself. We are about to face what may be our first and possibly last impossible battle, one that will determine our futures. Confidence radiated from T.I.'s face. If we cannot succeed this time, perhaps we truly lack the ability to defy fate. Yet, I believe in myself, and I believe in us. On the way here, I devised a simple plan, based on past experiences. The exchange of goods between the Spiritual Institute and the military will occur at the dark red door that separates our 2 worlds. At that moment, when I strike at the personnel from the Spiritual Institute, the armored troops will surely protect them. You will need to find a way to obtain armor from within the Institute and safely exit with it, seizing that precious item amidst the chaos, thus gaining the opportunity to negotiate with the Papal Chamber. No carefully considered T.I.'s plan, deeming it relatively sound, though much remained to be addressed. However, under such urgency, this was the best plan they could muster, and they had little time to ponder further details. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will be ready. You need not worry. When the afternoon bell tolls, I will be at the designated spot. You should act with confidence. No assured T. The dim light casting a calm aura upon his face. They exchanged brief farewells, and No unconsciously quickened his pace. After a routine training session, No and Yang sat in their usual spot, sharing lunch. For No, this was nearly the last meal he would have within the Spiritual Institute, and the exceptionally delicious food stirred a sense of reluctance even within his indifferent appetite. Yet, he knew he must prioritize matters at hand. Yang, if you were to leave the Spiritual Institute, what would you do? Join a large armed organization within Kajin City and become a mercenary against the Papal Kingdom? After finishing the last bite of his meal, Nuwa casually initiated a conversation with Yang, as was their custom. Perhaps, he mused. I've heard that many armed groups have access to sources for acquiring armor. Although they may lack advanced next-generation suits, with my abilities, I could probably manage to become a small leader among them. Yang's tone was imbued with confidence, and he humorously quipped in response. Nuwa laughed heartily, of course. Your prowess is undoubtedly effortless. Yang, sensing a shift in the conversation, asked, what prompted this topic? Nuwa shrugged and replied nonchalantly, people often indulge in daydreams. It's merely a hopeful vision for us. I once contemplated that if I could leave this place, I might attempt to relinquish my hatred and lead a tranquil life. Yang scoffed, life will not grant you such wishes so easily. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many foolish devotees praying for divine intervention. They embody the most fervent yet inexpensive faith. Nuwa sighed, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. Observing Nuwa's sudden sadness, Yang pondered for a moment before asking, do you truly wish to leave here? I've heard from Professor Florian that you are the Pope's illegitimate son. Even so, you shouldn't have fallen to this state. Nuwa's gaze dimmed, and in a somber tone, he replied, it is a sorrowful tale, Yang. Would you like to hear it? Yang listened intently. Of course, Nuwa. While I may not offer comfort, I can certainly be a good listener. Nuwa began, I was born into royalty. But my mother was a humble maid without status. I am merely a product of the Pope's impulsiveness. I lived for 3 years in a dark storage room. My mother became a pawn in the struggle for power, and I was forced to wander into a shelter in Trulu. However, the head of that shelter was a beast. And after several years, I killed him when he turned violent toward me. Ultimately, I found my way back to the royal family, continuing to live in obscurity, in a place nearly unknown to others. My existence now serves but to create value for the Pope's benefit. Yang fell silent, his expression inscrutable as he stared ahead. Did you discover all of this on your own? He finally inquired. He told me about my lineage on the first day I returned, Nuwa replied flatly. Truly, it is a nation I despise. Once, I believed my plight was tragic. Now, in your presence, I feel shame for having once tasted happiness. Yang clenched his fists. I understand your intent, Nual. If you did not wish to embark on something reckless, you wouldn't have revealed your heart to me. I believe your story. Someone like you would not be cruel enough to deceive themselves about their past. You have moved me. Nual remained silent, gazing at Yang's lowered face. I will not hinder you. I will assist you as much as I can, Nual. Perhaps you still harbor some suspicion towards me. But I assure you of my sincerity now. Nual extended his hand and patted Yang's shoulder. They exchanged a glance, their fists clenched, playfully striking each other's chests. It's a pleasure to know you. Likewise. Nual departed, leaving Yang sitting quietly, not uttering a word. The world seemed to dissolve into an infinite silence. This was merely the calm before the storm. Chapter 18. The office of the Papal Chamber is situated on the outskirts of the prison island. At its heart stands an edifice that appears unremarkable from the outside, yet within lies a splendor of gold and brilliance. Designated as the workspace for the island's governor and other high-ranking officials. Although it serves as the office for many, its exquisite design is seldom utilized. Save for the routine inspections conducted at the end of each month, the loathsome vermin rarely linger here to attend to affairs of state. Only the highest-ranking governor, who bears the most significant responsibilities, remains, akin to a bird deprived of its wings. At this moment, T stands beneath his desk, where a silver-gray next-generation exosuit looms like a dragon, seemingly alive and poised for battle. This suit was dispatched urgently by the Papal Chamber's officers last night, intended for T to return to the Holy See for a military procession and ceremonial parade, yet he declined. Early this morning, upon learning of the suit's arrival, T intended to send it back, but the dwindling number of stationed troops led the commanding officer to deny the request for an escort to the Holy See. Thus, the suit remains temporarily within the governor's office, awaiting the return of the other dispatched armored knights tomorrow, who will then allocate personnel to escort it back. However, this armor has now found a new purpose. You too yearn for slaughter, do you not? T stands before the imposing mechanical beast, gently caressing its smooth, indomitable shell, as if conversing with the exosuit. Yet, being a mere machine, it cannot engage in independent thought. T.I.'s words ultimately devolve into soliloquy. I can almost sense your excitement. Is it true that the exosuit's rightful place lies upon the battlefield, amidst bloodshed? T continues to murmur. So be it. Today's actions shall undoubtedly culminate in a profusion of bloodshed. I ought to become devoid of emotion, like you, but I hope that this remains confined to today alone. Silence envelopes the opulent, yet unassuming structure. As the clock strikes noon, only an hour remains until the afternoon. It is time to commence the operation, and I hope that Nual can depart the sanctum safely. T finds himself shrouded in darkness, and before achieving tranquility of mind, he silently offers a heartfelt prayer for Nual. Far away, in the dense jungle path, an armored vehicle is encircled by a group of individuals, moving slowly. Were someone to ascend to the top of the vehicle and gaze into the distance, illuminating the area as brightly as day, they would behold a massive copper-red gate, surrounded by earthen walls draped in black vegetation. This is a small detachment, yet all are clad in metallic armor, each adorned with a medal signifying their allegiance to the papacy. Entering the era of armor, within the domain of the Pope, there exist many classifications of armor. Aside from the currently unknown primordial armor, the highest tier within the ranks is the next-generation armor, which bears nearly identical craftsmanship and is constructed from blueprints provided by the sanctum. Upon completion, it is sent to the sanctum to be imbued with the technology of spiritual linkage, with only a few individuals having been granted such an honor. Following this is the high-end mechanical armor, primarily composed of advanced alloys but lacking the most precious and enigmatic technology of spiritual linkage. Instead, it is crafted into a humanoid exoskeleton, necessitating exceptional physical capability, with numbers reaching into the hundreds. 2 detachments exist, one to guard the prison island and another stationed on the border, primarily defending against the foreign nation of Manda, commonly referred to as armored knights. Lastly, there are the more widely used mechs outfitted for ordinary soldiers, reminiscent of the knights of old, albeit with thicker armor. The current knights are often regarded with honor, and this ordinary tier is referred to as armored soldiers. The adapters of the next-generation armor lack a specific title. The outside world simply refers to them as adapters, while primordial ones is a revered term passed down from the era of origins, designating those who govern the primordial armor. The reason the adapters of the next-generation armor have not acquired a corresponding title in the armor age is that, although the details of the primordial armor remain elusive to them, countless legends abound, claiming that the primordial armor was created and controlled by deities. The armor and the divine coexist as one. Thus, when a deity dons the armor, they must possess another title. The next generation armor, being a product of both man and machine unified in spirit, is deemed a replica of the primordial armor, unworthy of such distinction, regardless of its formidable strength and invincibility. The scene shifts back to the slowly advancing detachment. Two squad leaders, seated atop the armored vehicle designated for cargo, engage in idle conversation. Brock, what do you think the mysterious items exchanged with the Sanctum are, necessitating such a large armored vehicle for transport? One fierce-looking man, marked by a long scar across his face, holds a metal helmet, puffing on a pipe, one leg hanging carelessly out of the vehicle, his head propped back casually. Perhaps you ought to adjust your posture, Browning. You know that transporting something of great importance in this large armored vehicle requires you to put aside your usual bad habits. Have you forgotten the officer's instructions before our departure? The other man, sitting upright and fully armed, speaks with an air of seriousness, one hand resting on his thigh while the other remains poised on the hilt of his sword, ready to confront any adversary. Why the serious demeanor? Who are you trying to impress? We've been stationed on this prison island for years, and we've encountered plenty of such missions without anyone daring to breach our defenses, let alone attempt to rob our goods. You're merely being overly earnest, Browning retorts. Despite his words, Browning reigns in his reckless demeanor. Only by treating each mission with gravity can we avoid unforeseen incidents. A few years ago, when we were mercenaries, your strength surpassed mine, yet you still earned that scar on your face. Brock admonishes him sharply. Browning touches the scar on his face, as pain seems to stir from deep within, igniting a flare of anger that suddenly extinguishes, leaving him to don his helmet in silence. When there's a task at hand, complete it dutifully and refrain from unnecessary inquiries. Misfortune often arises from careless words. I saved your life once, and you ought to amend this flaw of yours. Brock hears Browning's mutterings, yet his face remains creased behind the mechanical helmet, reflecting his own discontent towards the Sanctum. Hence he refrains from chastising Browning. Finally, just before the noon bells toll, the copper-red gate creaks open in the shadows, and several researchers clad in white coats emerge, illuminated by the dim light. Ahem, has the enigmatic institution finally managed to arrive a whole minute ahead of schedule this time? How touching indeed. It appears that you have ceased your preoccupation with toiling away in that dilapidated abode, poring over your stacks of worthless paper. Browning stood at the forefront, uttering a series of peculiar remarks. The face of a researcher from the institution, striding ahead, was suffused with undisguised disdain, a group of brutish, dim-witted hulks attempting to engage in the art of eloquence. How rare indeed. The impending clash seemed poised to erupt, yet it lingered merely on the brink of verbal exchange. A mere exercise in rhetoric. The afternoon bell tolled punctually. The leading researcher from the institution gestured, prompting several individuals behind him to roll out an enormous object, shrouded in a rigid fabric, resembling a mummy. What? Do you require an inspection of the item? Given your demeanor, you surely lack the privilege of knowing the nature of this agreement's exchange, the researcher scoffed. Browning clenched his fists in fury, as if ready to charge forward. Yet Booker shot him a stern glance, signaling restraint. Browning seethed, declaring, I, your grandfather, am magnanimous and shall not hold this against you. Before he could finish, he waved to the soldiers operating the armored vehicle, signaling them to assist in loading the cargo. Just then, the ground trembled with a palpable intensity. A colossal figure surged forth from the shadows, illuminated by the dim light, its trajectory aimed directly at the personnel of the institution. Chapter 19. Fierce battle. The formidable mechanical behemoth crashed into the throng, the cataclysmic impact excavating a deep crater and unleashing a dense cloud of dust. Enshrouded in the murky haze, the researchers' once pristine lab coats were now almost entirely black, the wearers reflexively clamping their eyes shut and pinching their noses in a futile attempt to suppress the violent coughing fits racking their bodies. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? The lead researcher, who had previously been brazenly taunting the armored troops, was thrown off his feet by the concussive blast. Clutching at the earth behind him with one hand and shielding his head with the other, he screamed in terror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Alas, in the chaos, his ostensibly menacing, yet ultimately fearful, cry went unheard. The remaining members of the Institute also erupted in screams, retreating with haste. Their habitual arrogance and the frenzied intensity of their experiments were pulverized by the mechanical construct's assault, leaving only a meager residue to safeguard their fragile vanity. Although this was the first time the Institute's clandestine dealings with the Church had been disrupted, the armored warriors, handpicked from countless candidates, possessed not only exceptional physical prowess and honed skills, but also an unwavering psychological fortitude and acute responsiveness. Browning quelled his initial fury and discontent, adopting a vigilant stance. Coordinating with Hans, he promptly reorganized his troops into 3 distinct units, one to safeguard the vulnerable researchers, another to defend the unidentified cargo being exchanged, and the third to remain in reserve, prepared to provide support as needed. This well-ordered operation instilled a sense of security in the researchers, gradually calming their trembling limbs and frayed nerves. Some even dared to venture closer, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle of combat. As the dust settled, the silver-gray mechanized armor was revealed in the dim light, its surface now stained a grimy, charcoal hue. That's the military headquarters next-generation armor. Who are you? And why are you equipped with military-grade mechanized armor? Despite the obscured colors, Hans swiftly identified the armor, having once participated in the next-generation armor adaptation trials himself. His unsuccessful attempt had left him mentally drained, requiring a prolonged period of recuperation. Had his willpower been less resolute, he might never have had the opportunity to become an armored warrior. The pilot of the silver-gray armor, seemingly deaf to Hans's interrogation, continued to engage the other armored warriors who had initiated the attack. Towering nearly a meter above the standard mechanized armor, the massive construct appeared as a rampaging leviathan in the eyes of the armored warriors. The silver-gray armor unleashed a ferocious punch, targeting the front line of defenders wielding alloy shields. The seemingly impenetrable shields buckled inward, forming a deep cavity at their centers, channeling immense mechanical energy from its power source. The silver-gray armor delivered a devastating, hammer-like blow, creating sonic booms in the air. The sheer force of the impact sent the staunch defenders hurtling dozens of meters, their armor sustaining significant damage. In that instant, an armored warrior drew a mechanical lance from his back, aiming for the silver-gray armor's flank. Retracting his fist, the pilot of the silver-gray armor smoothly drew a swift blade from his waist. The gilded blade, propelled by an initial surge of power, cleanly severed the alloy lance. The dismembered tip spun erratically, embedding itself in the knee of a nearby armored warrior who had been poised to strike. The silver-gray armor twirled the hilt of the blade in its hand, then gripped it firmly. With a surge of momentum, the armor launched a swift counterattack. Plumes of steam billowing from its joints, creating a hazy battlefield. One by one, the armored warrior's mechanical bodies sustained damage, though only critical areas were affected, or the occupants were rendered unconscious by the force of the blows. No one was killed outright. Time eroded swiftly amidst the intense combat. Most of the 20 to 30 armored warriors who had assailed the silver-gray armor, including both squad leaders, had fallen. The silver-gray armor's head bobbed slightly, as if the operator was struggling with exhaustion, desperately gulping air to replenish depleted oxygen reserves. The steam now erupted intermittently, suggesting that either the stored liquid gold was dwindling or the rate at which it was being converted to steam could no longer sustain the armor's voracious energy consumption. Hans lay unconscious, supported only by his broken mechanical longsword. Browning, gasping for breath, struggled to maintain his footing, his visor obscured by a veil of condensation. Adaptable one. I can discern that you harbor no animosity towards us. The situation is quite evident. We have expended 30 armored warriors, but your steam reserves are dwindling, making it difficult for you to sustain another round of intense combat. We still have 2 squads at our disposal. Even with your formidable mental fortitude, how can you possibly possess the physical stamina required for the ensuing showdown? Although I remain ignorant as to why you, adorned in church armor, would oppose us. If you are willing to cease hostilities and surrender, I can, by virtue of my position, guarantee your life. Browning bellowed at the silver-gray armor, attempting to persuade its pilot to yield. In the Officer Corps strategic doctrine, commanders are encouraged to secure victory at the lowest possible cost. In this case, a clash between armored warriors and next-generation armor, the price of manufacturing and maintaining high-end armor is exorbitant. A peaceful resolution would avert further losses, potentially impacting their compensation and even their military pay. Thus, Browning strained his waning vitality to negotiate a surrender. In the current scenario, the lone silver-gray armor could not possibly triumph against a force of 100 armored warriors. Even 100 ordinary armored soldiers, willing to sacrifice themselves, could overwhelm a next-generation armor. The next-generation armor's strength lay in its formidable solo combat capabilities. but its immense power consumption and inherent limitations made it difficult to shift the tide of battle single-handedly. The armored warriors guarding the mysterious cargo and those awaiting orders were poised to act, while the military strength relied on unwavering obedience to orders. A rigid adherence to protocol could render an army vulnerable to intelligent adversaries. Had the silver-gray armor's condition not been so apparent, and had Browning not yet fallen, other armored warriors would have been dispatched to continue the assault. Returning to the battlefield, the towering silver-gray armor was marred by numerous scratches, and a deep gash exposed circuitry on its left leg. The silver-gray armor ignored Browning's entreaties, instead turning its head to the right, its gaze fixed on the underground institute dominated by the church, a place where Nora, a knight clad in white next-generation armor, represented the hope for continued combat and the linchpin for the plan's success. Nora, I have exerted my utmost effort. Now it is up to you. You will become that beacon of hope, will you not? A woman's voice resonated in the void, within the realm of Thea's imagination. Her spectral form was ensconced within the silver-gray armor, her face gaunt, her breath shallow. Her sapphire eyes darted wildly, her gaze unfocused, as if she were trapped in a nightmare, compelled to awaken herself from its clutches. But quickly, the frantic movements of her pupils subsided, and her labored breathing steadied. This final vestige of energy represents the last fleeting moment I have fought for you, yet I shall continue to believe in you unwaveringly. Perhaps the next time I open my eyes, it will be the long-awaited sun that pierces through. The silver-gray armor, after a prolonged stillness, suddenly sprang into motion, boldly advancing towards the armored sentinels guarding the cargo. With a powerful push of its rear legs, the colossal mechanized armor surged into the air, then adjusted its strength, descending from the heavens with the same formidable force it had displayed upon entering the fray. In yet another swirl of dust and debris, the silver-gray armor, wielding a swift blade, weaved through the ranks of the armored warriors, each slash and strike signifying the fall of yet another sentinel. However, as time wore on, the vigor of the silver-gray armor began to wane, its assaults transitioning from resilient defenses to easy defeats. One armored warrior feigned a thrust with his long spear, forcing the silver-gray armor to pivot, only to be met with a spinning kick that struck its chest. Though the weighty armor did not send it sprawling, it caused the silver-gray armor to stumble backwards several paces, ultimately collapsing to one knee in exhaustion. Tired and drained, it had expended its last ounce of energy, with the half-filled reservoir of liquid gold completely consumed in that final moment, depriving it of the steam necessary for energy transmission. The silver-gray armor had, in essence, lost all capacity for combat. Just as it teetered on the brink of collapse, a massive figure, moving with such swiftness it seemed to leave behind an afterimage, caught it, and also cradled the fallen warrior. "My apologies for making you wait," came a voice both demonic and yet imbued with angelic tenderness. "I will ensure your safe return. And perhaps, by tomorrow, you shall once again behold the rising sun." Chapter 20. The inevitable departure time reversed. Flowing back to a quarter of an hour past noon, within the institute, the reverberation of footsteps echoed through the confined corridors, a percussive rhythm against the silence. The doors swung open, and Noah advanced deliberately. This marked the second time Noah had entered the institute's training chamber within a single day. The silver-white armor, with which he had only recently parted, stood silently on the platform. Yet, aside from Noah and Yang, none could foresee its imminent transformation into a harbinger of carnage on the battlefield. "Is it about to commence?" Yang's voice arose unexpectedly from behind Noah. "Indeed," Noah responded tersely, offering no further elaboration. "While I endorse your decision and admire your audacity, my current position and privileges within the Institute compel me to engage you when you attempt to breach the security doors, lest I forfeit this sanctuary entirely," Yang stated preemptively. Noah offered no retort. He comprehended Yang's predicament. In the present circumstances, were he in Yang's stead, he too would be compelled to intervene, regardless of his personal sentiments. When someone sought to abscond with the Institute's armor through destructive means to affirm his allegiance. Otherwise, expulsion from the Institute would be the inevitable consequence. "You once expressed dissatisfaction with my performance during our formal nightly duel, opining that my deliberate forbearance had resulted in a mere draw, thereby diminishing your pride. Now, it seems I must reiterate that forbearance," Yang remarked, a self-deprecating chuckle escaping his lips, uncertain whether he mocked Noah's wounded pride or his own perpetual compromise. Noah's breathing deepened audibly. For an orphan who had endured a desolate childhood, honor was the very linchpin upon which he balanced his perception of the world. Yet now, It seemed Yang's words had shattered that foundation. However, Noah swiftly regained his composure. To live with dignity in the future, he had to overcome this obstacle, regardless of the cost. Yang was taken aback by Noah's resilience, but upon reflection, he quickly understood. Forgive me, Noah. I harbored no intention of deriding you. These were merely my own reflections, though the sentiment proved unbearable for you. But Noah, I too have faced similar trials, forced to relinquish momentary dignity in pursuit of greater freedom, power, and competence. Ultimately, these temporary sacrifices pave the way for a more profound sense of self-worth. Life is such that those who cling inflexibly to their principles, refusing to yield to reality, risk ending up empty-handed. Only unwavering resolve coupled with adaptable flexibility can guide one's course in life. Noah listened attentively to Yang's insights, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. I am enlightened and profoundly grateful. Yang chuckled softly, brushing back a stray strand of white hair. Mere musings, purchased with the passage of time. I trust you shall soon discover your own convictions. Now, embark on your journey, and may fortune favor you. Yang rendered Noah a formal knightly salute before approaching the black armor on the platform. Noah returned the gesture, turned, and opened the armor's hatch. The silver-white behemoth stirred, its footsteps resounding through the chamber. Noah approached the sealed gate, which opened automatically upon detecting the armor. Perhaps the design had anticipated the need for the armor to exit the facility under human control, as both the gate and corridor were sufficiently high to accommodate the next-gen armor's movements. The gate's detection system even included automatic clearance for armored entities, or rather, large objects. This spared Noah a considerable effort. As he stepped into the corridor, the ground trembled as if in an earthquake. For now, the mechanical giant went unnoticed. After traversing the corridor, the reception room came into view. 2 Institute personnel were casually brewing tea and nibbling on dried fruit, as was their custom. Suddenly, the door connecting to the training room opened automatically. They initially paid it no mind, but soon, the metallic paneling began to groan, signaling an anomaly. The 2 men turned their heads, stunned. Who is that? How can you be here in next-gen armor? Leave at once. One of them leaped to his feet, shouting. Noah ignored the 2 men, who were now trembling, and proceeded to the security door leading to the outer passage. The 3 security doors to the outer passage lacked automatic opening features, requiring a complex numerical and gestural password for entry and exit. Noah abruptly drew the swift blade from its sheath on his left hip. A surge of energy coursed through the power source, and with a swift, horizontal slash, the gilded blade cleaved through the security door, leaving a deep gash that nearly penetrated the thick barrier. Noah assessed the situation and concluded that the most efficient method was to cut along the edges, then sever the top and bottom. Hopefully, this will minimize the trouble. Breaking through these doors will require considerable effort, he mused inwardly. Just as Noah was about to act, a red alarm blared throughout the institute, triggered either by the damaged security door or by the 2 startled men who had recovered enough to activate the emergency alarm. Sounds emanated from all directions as the red alert resounded. Those engaged in research or resting abruptly abandoned their activities and converged on the assembly point. The institute lacked video surveillance equipment, let alone a means of transmitting images to a control center for rapid response. However, they possessed wireless communicators, allowing personnel to report incidents promptly. Noah glanced at the 2 men, still rooted to their seats. Seeing their inaction, he seized the opportunity. Plunging the swift blade into the top of the security door, he channeled more energy, and steam billowed forth as the thick door was pierced. Noah positioned the blade in the opening and unleashed a surge of brute force, cleaving a clean, straight line through the door. The screech of metal on metal echoed through the air, jolting the 2 men from their stupor. Realizing the situation, they shakily retrieved wireless communicators from their pockets and stammered out a report to those behind them. Noah observed their actions but did not impede them. Instead, he repeated the process, executing his plan, and pushed open the first door that stood in his path. However, the Institute's response was swift. Or rather, Yang's was. Upon hearing the alarm, he donned his armor and advanced toward the reception room. Noah panted slightly. The sudden, drastic expenditure of energy was taxing on both his physical and mental stamina. While his mental fortitude was considerable, his physical prowess, though improved since his arrival at the Institute, still fell far short of Yang's. As Noah prepared to enter the exit corridor and begin cutting through the second door, the familiar rumble echoed from the side. He's here, Noah thought. The door to the training room opened automatically, and a colossal black figure charged toward Noah with lightning speed. Yang, wielding the swift blade, launched a fierce downward strike. Noah swiftly perceived Yang's attack and parried it with his own blade. His strength is slightly diminished, but only slightly. It seems Yang possesses an unyielding pride of his own, Noah mused. With that thought, he redoubled his effort. If that was the case, he would have to win all the more quickly. Noah's right foot pressed backward, and two figures hovered in a tense standoff between air and ground. Their nearly identical strength allowing Yang to maintain a fleeting moment of suspension. Yang proactively shifted his offensive, slicing the blade away from Noah's handle. Once he steadied himself upon landing, he launched a second wave of assaults, unleashing a tempest of slashing strikes upon Noah. This was a routine the two had rehearsed countless times during their training. Noah deftly intercepted each of Yang's strikes, easily parrying the attacks. As their blades clashed and the recoil forced them apart, Noah swiftly curled his legs and wielded his swift blade, delivering a cut to Yang's waist that sparked with intensity, leaving a faint scar. Following a roll to regain his footing, he retreated to a safe distance. Yang pressed his hand against his waist, his expression stoic. His resilient nerves dulled the pain of the signal transmission, prompting him to launch another assault. He attacked with the fervor of a desperate soul, exchanging wounds with Noah as if charging heedlessly toward death. Their minor injuries multiplied, and the confined battlefield limited their full potential. Reinforcements from the Spirit Institute were on their way. Uncertain if it was a deliberate feint, Noah instinctively seized an opportunity during their exchanges, delivering a fierce thrust aimed at Yang's abdomen, then withdrew, leaving behind a trail of lines. Yang quickly retreated a few steps, feigning defeat, unable to suppress a cry of anguish that echoed against the metallic walls. "I'm sorry." Noah gasped for breath, gripping his swift blade and rushing toward the passageway, slicing open the second door. At this moment, the personnel from the Spirit Institute had gathered, various weapons being controlled by machines. Leading the charge was Professor Florian, who had violently removed his golden-framed glasses, his face contorted in rage, devoid of his usual composure. "No. Why? I have always believed in our friendship, allowing you to utilize the training resources of the Spirit Institute, even though you do not belong to it. You once responded to me willingly, yet now you have deliberately torn apart your bond with the Institute. You even exploited our mechanized armors to destroy its magnificent creations." Professor Florian's furious voice boomed through the loudspeakers. Even within the armor, even while linked to its spirit, Noah still heard the professor's wrathful shouts. A twinge of guilt lingered in his proud heart, yet he retained a fragment of his conscience. However, as Yang had stated, life often necessitates the relinquishment of stubbornness. Noah obliterated the final safety door during Professor Florian's tirade. Instead of fleeing immediately, he turned to the professor, bowing deeply and performing a perfectly executed knightly salute. This gesture was the only semblance of dignity he could salvage, a means to preserve the purity of his soul from the encroaching darkness. Noah considered himself far from virtuous, yet within him lay a small sanctuary, a remnant of his innocence. Although Professor Florian might not be a figure worthy of admiration, and the Spirit Institute held no sacred value, he undeniably provided Noah with opportunities warranting an apology. That was the apology of the silver armor. Professor Florian understood. Yet his fury remained unquenched. Yang had already fallen. There was no one to restrain him, only a sense of helplessness. "I hope you will make amends." Professor Florian gritted his teeth and departed first. The battlefield soon became a site of mechanical cleanup. Meanwhile, Noah, burdened by his inner guilt, gathered his resolve and dashed outward. There were those he needed to worry about even more. Echoes of sonic booms reverberated behind Noah, as if awakening a slumbering inferno, with haunting whispers growing louder, beckoning the denizens of the prison island towards their demise. The next generation armor, propelled by turbine-driven steam, achieved speeds that blurred the senses, compensating for the cumbersome nature of the mechanized suit. However, this velocity came at a cost: rapid steam vaporization. Even with the highly efficient Aurum, a third of the energy would be depleted within a minute. This technology was originally intended for brief battlefield translocations, for swift attacks or evasions, not for extended pursuits or races. Yet, by sacrificing energy at an alarming rate, Noah traversed a distance that would have taken half an hour on foot in a mere minute. He arrived at Teed's location just in time, catching her collapsing mecha. "Rest now. This is my stage." Ignoring the enervation from the immense energy expenditure, Noah furrowed his brow within the armor, focusing his mind. After placing Teed beneath a tree for respite, he propelled himself into the air like a rocket, drawing his swift blade and charging towards the armored warrior squad. A descending horizontal slash, akin to an ethereal blade from a fantasy novel, unleashed a tempestuous gale, directly assaulting the vanguard of 3 warriors, engulfing them in unbridled fury and cleaving them in two. Blood erupted from the chests of the 3 warriors, bisecting them in a diagonal line. Their alloy mecha defenses were effortlessly pierced by the sharp blade and violent force, cutting into flesh. Blaze. The comrades behind them roared in anguish at the sight of their fallen brethren, their cries resonating with sorrow. This was a true bloodbath for the armored warriors. The death of a comrade on the battlefield demanded retribution. This was a tenet established by the founder of the Armored Warrior Corps, and a sentiment shared by every armored warrior, a principle of unity. In the past, they had often avenged their fallen comrades, relying on their superior strength and impregnable armor. The battle fervor invigorated them, making them even more fearless. This time was no different. Witnessing 3 comrades being bisected before their eyes, the armored warriors could not contain their rage. Now, it was not just the squad guarding the trade goods. Another group, initially on standby, swiftly joined the fray, fueled by vengeance. However, their past victories had been effortless because their enemies were practically defenseless. Today, they faced an adapter, a next-generation armor known as a battlefield weapon. Nor, a warrior with an unwavering resolve. Come, let us fight. Nor's heart burned with an unprecedented battle lust. He felt his inner self being stirred, ignited, and controlled. Perhaps this was his true self. Nor gripped his swift blade. Legend had it that each primeval armor's blade was infused with the blood of the source user. Connected heart to heart, possessing unparalleled understanding, the most trustworthy of comrades. Now, this imitation armor, this swift blade with only an indestructible edge. This soulless weapon seemed to heed its master's call. An invisible flame raged around it, as Nor desperately wrung out its power. The power source's output frequency reached its limit, and denser steam than ever before was expelled, as if pressurized by excessive heat, enveloping half of Nor's body. The 2 sides charged at each other. Nor, clad in the next-generation armor, towered over the exoskeletal mecha of the armored warriors. Each attack severed the enemy's defenses or exposed their chests. The clang of metal weapons echoed across the battlefield, drowning out the cries of the severely wounded armored warriors. The Aurum blade seemed impervious to dulling. Even after piercing through countless alloy armors, its sharpness remained undiminished, capable of cleaving through ordinary metals. The swift blade was gradually soaked in blood, which mixed with the airborne dust, congealing on the blade's spine and edge. The silver-white armor was stained with various colors, like a defiled angel. This was the result of Nor's efforts to control himself, although this was a battle he had to win. After initially losing his mind in excessive rage and bisecting the first 3 warriors, he had gradually regained his composure and tried to control his strength, aiming only to incapacitate his opponents. However, the armored warriors' desperate tactics made it difficult for Nor to gauge his strikes each time, and the number of fallen armored warriors slowly increased. The Aurum reserves were rapidly depleting. After breaking out of the spirit prison and accelerating to the battlefield, Nor's Aurum reserves were only about half full. Continuous high-intensity combat would also cause the converter to overheat for an extended period, reducing conversion efficiency and increasing unnecessary consumption. After a prolonged battle, only a dozen armored warriors remained. Nor was trying to control his breathing and hunching his back to minimize energy expenditure. For him, this battle was crucial. Even if he won, he needed to save enough energy to carry Teed and the items traded between the spirit prison and the Holy See. However, the combined physical and mental fatigue was already whispering hypnotic suggestions in Nor's ears. The armored warriors sounded their final battle cry. The remaining dozen or so had already lost the opportunity to flee the battlefield. From the moment the first 3 died, their fate was to charge and survive. This was not just about avenging their comrades. More importantly, deserters who abandoned their teammates would not be forgiven by any army of the Holy See. They would be humiliated and executed under the judgment of the entire army. Therefore, sometimes, they could only choose to die with dignity. Nor knew this unwritten rule of the army. The armored warriors' feelings for their comrades were only part of the reason. More of it was for their own lives and future prospects. Of course, what did it matter if he knew? At this moment, they were enemies, and only one side could survive. The armored warriors charged. 4 especially agile warriors wielded lighter short swords. Compared to the spear and shield-bearing armored warriors, they had more flexible combat skills. They should have suffered fewer casualties, but their armor characteristics often required them to lead the charge and engage the enemy. Nor's techniques became more savage. He no longer deliberately held back. merely stabbing and then punching his opponents unconscious. This would actually consume more of his energy. And controlling his strength required mental support. In the final moments of the battle, Nor instead released his entire being. Facing the 4 charging warriors, Nor attacked to the left. His swift blade aimed directly at the leftmost armored warrior. The armored warrior had to block with his sword. However, Nor's focus was not there. After the 2 blades clashed, Nor quickly swept aside the short sword and used his height advantage to slam the armored warrior to the ground. The armored warrior was knocked unconscious upon impact. The other 3 immediately supported him, but Nor lifted the unconscious warrior as a shield. The relatively sturdy mecha blocked the 3 warriors' attacks. Nor threw the body in his hands at them, jumped up, and delivered a vertical slash. The 3 warriors, like the first 3, were torn asunder. This jumping slash was also a significant drain on Nor's energy. He panted for a few breaths. The armored warriors behind him continued to charge. Nor shook his wrist, and the swift blade traced a sword flower in the air. The battle was over. Upon the sullied earth lay scattered the remnants of mechanized exoskeletons. Many of their occupants, including the first squad of armored warriors vanquished by T, were merely in deep comas. Yet, scores of lifeless bodies were strewn across the desolate field. One such corpse, hurled against the walls flanking the gateway to perdition, was beset by a writhing mass of dark, glistening maggots, which burrowed into the shattered apertures of the mechanical shells, devouring the flesh within. N's power source was nearly depleted, his mind reeling with a dizzying haze, his heart pounding fiercely, and his temples throbbing with an oppressive fullness. T remained unconscious amidst the carnage, and inhaled deeply, shaking his head with vigor, striving to regain his clarity. He still had a journey ahead. The item bartered between Ling and the papal court rested serenely upon a stretcher, seemingly detached from the surrounding devastation, and located the conveyance, upon which lay an object shrouded in cloth, and possessed no curiosity to unveil the mystery it concealed. His sole desire was to depart this place, return to his manor, and perhaps indulge in a soothing, hot bath, followed by a tranquil slumber. N hoisted T onto his back and propelled the stretcher forward. The weight of the massive mobile armor was a considerable burden, but he was compelled to persevere through the final stretch. As time ebbed away, and N teetered on the brink of collapse from exhaustion, a manor finally materialized within his vision, bathed in the ethereal glow of distant lights. In a nearby alcove, several verdant mandrakes blossomed in ardent display. Chapter 22. Home. This marked the first occasion when Nuo felt a profound sense of warmth and belonging towards the manor he had resided in for some time. Whether this sentiment was merely an illusion born from fatigue and weariness, Nuo's heart had begun to embrace this home, shrouded in darkness, which harbored his solitude, his desolation. The tale of his connection with T, his introspections, and the significant trajectory of his life. This small estate, imprisoned by its own confines. Its ordinary exterior concealed its facade, while its lavish interior reflected its aloofness. Is this truly a home? A sanctuary that offers safety, a place imbued with nostalgia. A haven of hope. A surge of strength erupted within Nuo, akin to a person confronting despair, yet refusing to bow to fate. Suddenly discovering hope and glimpsing the radiance of the sun illuminating his fragile yet fervent heart. The mechanized armor transmitted a series of mental signals, and Nuo sensed that his previously leaden legs regained their lightness, while his crushed spine found the strength to support him once more. Though the distance he once covered in mere dozens of paces took him several minutes in the cumbersome next-generation armor, it still felt remarkably swift. Nuo approached the wide-open doorway. The tremors of his footsteps had already startled the gatekeeper, Sir Heren, who opened the door and stood at the threshold, gazing at Nuo as he slowly made his way through the hazy vision. The stretcher was pushed ahead of him, and Nuo estimated the width of the entrance, which was just sufficiently wide for the cart to pass through. The manor was enclosed by a fence, and directly south lay a grand entrance, arching majestically. Though crafted from ordinary materials, it was spacious enough. To the northwest, a smaller door led towards the largest church outside of Kongjin City, situated before the Golden River. Perpetually bathed in sunlight, revered by the parishioners as a divine descent, Sir Heren did not hinder the imposing mechanized armor. Perhaps aware that its current operator was none other than his master, the contemporary Pope's illegitimate son, referred to as His Highness. In truth, even if Sir Heren were entirely oblivious to the situation, a composed individual would not have acted so rudely. The sheer magnitude and lethal capability of the armor made breaching a mere wooden archway as effortless as a robust man crushing an ant. Such an act would inevitably convey a feeling of unwelcome, and should one act impulsively, the entire manor could be destroyed. It would be far more gracious to leave the entrance wide open, thereby showcasing the grandeur of its master. Nuwa was unaware of what Sir Herin might know at that moment, nor did he possess the energy to ponder others' thoughts. Upon entering the manor, he felt as if he had been released from a burden and sat down upon a small patch of grass, creating a resounding echo. Just before the brink of both mental and physical collapse, Nuwa promptly severed his connection with the armor, stumbling from its central hatch and landing in the dusty ground. Had he remained linked to the armor and lost consciousness, he might have faced the risk of his nervous system being consumed, leading to a complete vegetative state. Especially in a moment of such frailty. The elderly steward, Sir Herin, hurriedly approached, lifting the pallid Nuwa, whose face lacked any trace of color. Nuwa felt warmth rising from his throat, his brain in a tumultuous whirl, and his lungs desperately craving oxygen. Yet, he lacked the strength to do more than take shallow breaths, battling waves of nausea that threatened to overwhelm him. He feared that a single retch might expel all the blood from his body. Sir Herin exerted all his strength to support Nuwa, gradually guiding him into the bedroom. Upon switching on the light, he filled a cup with cool water and carefully fed it to Nuwa, eventually assisting him onto the bed. The pristine white sheets were stained with ash, yet Nuwa paid no heed, his consciousness waning. Sir Herin diligently arranged Nuwa's position and tucked the blankets around him. Just as Herin brought the covers to Nuwa's face, Nuwa momentarily regained lucidity, exerting himself to raise his head slightly, his lips moving almost imperceptibly, but still managing to utter a few words. In a voice as faint as a whisper, he attempted to convey something to Sir Herin, who promptly leaned in to listen. Catching Nuwa's final instructions, "There's a situation, wake me, take care of the armor, secure the stretcher." His words came forth in fragmented, indistinct phrases, difficult to fully comprehend. Sir Herin managed to grasp a few key terms, understanding Nuwa's intent, and turned his head to offer a reassuring nod to Nuwa, who, feeling assured, naturally closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber, losing consciousness. Receiving Nuwa's directives, Sir Herin undertook his responsibilities with utmost seriousness. He did not inspect the object wrapped in white cloth on the stretcher, but its weight far exceeded his expectations. With no alternative, he rummaged through some supplies and found several large tattered cloths, stitching them together to cover the entire cart. However, the stretcher was a minor concern compared to T, who lay on the grass nearby, her silver gray and silvery armor resting side by side. The opening of the armor's hatch was no trivial matter. Aside from utilizing a specific control mechanism for automatic disengagement from the operator's interior, it could only be forcibly breached, which would invariably result in the operator's self-destruction within the armor's self-destruct system. Now in his twilight years, Sir Herin panted, having exhausted much of his strength from the earlier exertions, and quietly contemplated the silver-gray armor before him. In the boundless darkness of the prison island, the central bell tower was the sole source of timekeeping for the island's inhabitants. At this moment, the unseen clock had just struck midnight, and under ordinary circumstances, everyone would have long since drifted into slumber. Yet now, one remained awake. Sir Herin diligently sat in a clearing of the manor, sipping cup after cup of invigorating tea. The stone table adorned with aromatic incense, enveloping him in an invisible protective layer that shielded him from the incessant buzzing of ordinary insects. It felt as though he awaited something, with unwavering certainty. Or perhaps he was merely dutifully fulfilling Nuwa's command. Sir Herin raised his cup, savoring the last sip of lukewarm tea, as the kettle's contents dwindled to the bottom. The profound silence that blanketed the prison island was nothing unusual. Social interaction among people was scarce, and life felt akin to being confined within a dungeon. However, the opportunity to shatter this tranquility seemed to be approaching. The dust-laden earth began to tremble, as if a great force from afar stirred the dust into the air, causing heavier grains of sand to sway rhythmically. Like an impending invasion, heavy cavalry charged forth. Sir Herin perceived this tremor, and if it did not stem from the vengeance of the Earth Mother, then only one possibility remained. A heavy mechanized battalion was soon to arrive nearby. Sir Herin set down his teacup and tightened his fur coat as he stood. For the night on the prison island was exceedingly cold, and the air was thick with a sense of impending urgency. He hurried towards Nuwa's bedroom, politely knocking on the door. After a few moments of silence, he pushed the door open and entered. Nuwa remained asleep, his expression blank, his posture unchanged since he had succumbed to slumber that afternoon. The blankets were snugly wrapped around him, shielding his frail body from the cold air. It appeared that Nua would require some time before naturally awakening, perhaps not until the following day. Nevertheless, Nua had previously instructed Sir Hirin to awaken him in case of any urgent matters. However, for an ordinary person, if they were to fall into a coma, it would be futile to rouse them through conventional means. Your Highness, Hirin softly called out to No, gently shaking his shoulder. No showed no sign of response. Your Highness, something urgent is happening outside. Please awaken. Hirin's voice rose in intensity, and his shaking grew more vigorous, yet to no avail. No remained in his state of unconsciousness. Finding that standard methods yielded no results, Hirin temporarily left the bedroom and turned to his own room. Compared to No's chamber, Hirin's room was markedly more austere, containing merely a small bed with bare walls. At the head of the bed stood a cabinet. Approaching the cabinet, Hirin opened a drawer and retrieved a small wooden box. Upon opening it, he discovered a slender object embedded within, resembling a wick. Hirin grasped this wick-like object and returned to No's bedroom, moving to the oil lamp that flickered ominously, as if consuming the terrors of the world. He held the slender object close to the flame, igniting it. The room gradually filled with an aroma reminiscent of incense as Hirin continued to hold the blazing wick near No. He raised the amber flame above No's head, leaning closer to whisper softly into his ear, Your Highness, a divine messenger approaches. The sound traveled through No's ear canal, reaching deep into his consciousness. Like a startled bird, No's eyes abruptly opened, his deep blue irises reflecting a myriad of emotions as they focused on Hirin. Yet, in the next instant, No's eyes closed once more, and his body trembled violently before slowly reopening, his hands emerging from the covers as he cradled his head, struggling to rise from the bed. No had awakened. Though he clearly bore the weight of exhaustion, he parted his lips to speak, yet no sound emerged. Observing this, Hirin promptly poured a cup of freshly boiled cool water and handed it to No. After taking the cup and drinking deeply, No coughed a few times, finally managing to produce a sound. What urgent matter has transpired? He inquired, resting his hand on the quilt, his head leaning against the wall beside the bed. Hirin listened intently and replied, Yes, Your Highness, I sensed a tremor from the ground just moments ago. If you concentrate, you may feel it intensifying, as if an army, armored warriors. No vigorously shook his head, striving to clear his mind, yet the sounds became increasingly muddled. After sitting for another 2 minutes, No shakily descended from the bed, leaning against the wall for support. Have you burned incense in this room? No detected an unusual scent and asked Hirin. Yes, Your Highness. Hirin confirmed. I thought the incense might soothe your spirit, so I lit it after you fell asleep. No nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. In the context of the prison island, time held little significance, and No was not concerned with the hour. His sole focus was on the impending final trial that awaited him. Chapter 23. The originator. The light in the bedroom was extinguished by Nor as he left. Under normal circumstances, the lights on the prison island remained perpetually bright. Otherwise, they risked being engulfed by boundless darkness, invoking a profound sense of terror. For humanity has always yearned for illumination. The lights on the prison island were systematically replaced by designated pathfinders appointed by the church, illuminating every street, estate, and desolate wilderness. Their presence felt everywhere, yet unseen by the populace, as if they had transformed into elusive phantoms. The oil lamps within Norse estate were replaced under the sole initiative of Shurin, as it was the only estate in the prison equipped with a steward, necessitating the steward's resourcefulness. Nevertheless, Nor habitually extinguished the oil lamp upon his departure. After confirming that Nor's physical condition was adequate for him to walk without colliding with the door, Shurin took the lead, intending to continue observing the situation outside. Once Nor felt he had regained some strength and mental clarity, he followed closely behind Shurin. Stepping into the courtyard of the estate, he observed 2 massive mechanized armors nestled together on the ground, resembling weary travelers resting after a long journey. Nor approached the silver armor, gently brushing his fingers over its rigid exterior, which was cloaked in a fine layer of dust, possibly stirred up when it had settled. He glanced at the accompanying gray armor, its arms hanging limply, a testament to the operator's exhaustion at the moment of battle's end. Contemplating how to awaken the consciousness within the gray armor, Nor was acutely aware of the peril of losing awareness within the armor. However, the urgency of the situation left him no time for elaborate strategies. A flurry of thoughts crossed his mind, yet they failed to ignite any significant inspiration. Resolutely, Nor decided to abandon the endeavor. Should all else fail, he would muster all his strength to confront the impending onslaught of armored warriors. Failure was not an option. No, I shall not fail. Nor clenched his fists in silent determination. Leaving the two armors behind, Nor walked toward an object partially concealed by tattered cloth nearby. Is this the cart I pushed upon my return? He inquired of the following Shuren. Indeed, your highness, Shuren replied, his tone tinged with self-reproach. The cart was too heavy for me to budge, so I could only cover it with some rags. Nor shook his head. There is no need for self-blame. It may be something of great significance. Let us unveil it, for time is of the essence. The vibrations beneath them grew increasingly intense, accompanied by the ominous sound of ornate antique vases rattling within, shattering upon the floor, a sharp, jarring reminder of the urgency at hand. The deliberate approach of the troops signified their resolute demeanor. The armored warriors were confident in their impending victory, slowly advancing to amplify Nor's psychological dread, heightening his sense of fear as his heart raced from a steady rhythm to a frantic pace, threatening to burst from his chest. This oppressive atmosphere relentlessly assaulted Nor's mental defenses, inciting a growing sense of frustration and helplessness that could affect his subsequent state of mind. Together, Nor and Shuren removed the tattered cloth, revealing a bundle of fabric approximately the length of the next-generation armor. Nor squeezed the coarse white material, discerning that it was not merely a single layer. It seemed to be fortified with some specialized substance for enhanced protection. This wrapped object must be exceptionally sharp. Could it truly be what I previously speculated? Nor furrowed his brow in contemplation. Your Highness, it appears that ordinary sharp objects cannot penetrate this unusually crafted wrapping, Shuren remarked as he examined it further. Nor nodded in agreement. It seemed the only course of action was to employ the gilded blade of the next-generation armor. However, I neglected to bring the device to open the armor's hatch. The realization struck him with immense frustration, a significant oversight after years of experience. Whether due to simple forgetfulness or misplaced confidence in his abilities, the incident had occurred, and there was no remedy now. Nor never made excuses for any misstep, large or small. Instead, he confronted each error, embedding the lessons deep within his heart to prevent future occurrences, a matter of personal accountability. Just as despair began to creep in, Shuren unexpectedly spoke, bending his body slightly. Your Highness, Miss T is currently resting in the guest room. Nor found this statement peculiar at first, questioning what relevance Ti's condition held in the current context. Yet, as his mind churned, he quickly grasped the implication. Do you possess the device to control the next-generation armor hatch? Shuren respectfully nodded. Yes, Your Highness. Nor spoke in a low voice. Did he foresee all of this? Was it he who instructed you to deliver it to me? Shuren shook his head, then nodded, leaving his intentions shrouded in ambiguity. Regardless of whether it was an order from another, Nor recognized the pressing need to unveil this special wrapping to confirm his suspicions. Knowing that T was currently safe also provided him with a measure of reassurance. Nor looked at Shuren, pausing in silence before stating, Give it to me. Regardless of whether it was an order, I am indebted to you. Shuren hastily bowed, his tone filled with trepidation. Your Highness, there is no need for such concern. I merely did what was necessary. Shuren produced a small control device concealed within his clothing, lowering his gaze as he handed it to Nor. Nor extended his right hand to accept it, hesitating momentarily before gently patting Shuren's shoulder with his left, whispering, Thank you. Without further words, Nor swiftly approached the silver armor, opening the hatch and linking his consciousness with it at the fastest pace possible. Despite the lingering fatigue in his mind and the incomplete recovery of his body, the connection, though fluid, was accompanied by a heightened sense of agony. Gritting his teeth through the momentary torment, Nor persevered, directing the armor to the side of the cart. The tremors intensified, and the remaining time slipped away like sand through an hourglass. Drawing the swift blade from his waist, Nor pressed the edge against the fabric, deftly slicing through the white cloth. Though he exerted little force, the sharp blade easily pierced it. Following the breach, he tore the fabric apart with both hands, revealing a magnificent crimson armor before the world. What a grand creation it was! The flawless mechanical form, even under the dim light, radiated as if it were a blazing fire. Its aerodynamic curves adorned with an emblem of a soaring firebird, its slightly parted beak vividly animated, reminiscent of the mythical phoenix reborn in a moment of resurrection, brimming with boundless vitality. This was the primal armor, the vessel of the divine, as legend foretold. Though no tangible evidence or historical accounts could verify its existence, the instant Nor laid eyes upon the crimson armor, he recognized its essence deep within his soul, as if they had shared countless cherished experiences over the years. Stepping back, nor severed his connection with the silver armor and approached the majestic firebird lying quietly beneath the white cloth. Shuren, do you know its name? Nor inquired of Shuren, who stood beside him, both admiring the divine creation, confident that he possessed greater knowledge in this domain. Hiren observed intently and pondered, Your Highness, as far as I am aware, each known piece of the primordial armor is accompanied by dozens, if not hundreds, of legends. Given the exceedingly scarce number of known primordial armors, it is only natural for people to concoct numerous fantastical tales to capture attention. However, the majority of the more credible stories are crafted based on the inherent characteristics of the armor itself. These armors often lack names, or if they possess them, there are no historical records to document such names. Thus, the names currently in circulation are derived from their features. This particular piece of armor, the soaring firebird, with its blazing crimson flames, symbolizes the phoenix of ancient lore, making it one of the few pieces of primordial armor with a relatively unified narrative. The phoenix, murmured No, as if brushing against a memory buried deep within. Suddenly, his stillness broke, and he moved forward as if compelled by an unseen force, eventually drawing near to the upper body of the phoenix. After a moment of clarity, No awoke to the realization of his inexplicable shift in position. Gazing at the phoenix within reach, and an epiphany struck him. You wish for me to don it, do you? No spoke to himself. The tremors of the ground abruptly ceased. Hiren leaned forward to observe. The left front of the estate appeared to be shrouded in darkness, as if obscured by some entity. Your Highness, they are coming, Hiren promptly informed No. No paid little heed, continuing his soliloquy. Indeed, this is the last resort, but how shall I proceed? His mind raced. Yet he found himself devoid of pertinent knowledge. Further contemplation often proved futile. However, a flicker of memory surfaced. The legends spoken of by Professor Florian. Without hesitation, No pressed his fingers to his lips, biting down fiercely, allowing drops of crimson blood to flow forth. He then placed his bleeding fingertip upon the very center of the phoenix's chest. There, a firebird poised for flight was ever ready. The blood trickled down, staining the armor with its mark, yet no visible transformation occurred. But this was merely superficial, as No lay against the body of the phoenix. His spiritual realm ignited with brilliance the moment the blood tainted the firebird. In a daze, No felt as though he truly beheld a phoenix soaring across the heavens and the earth. The fiery primordial armor, almost instinctively, opened itself to No, drawing him in like a magnet, while to the outside world, it appeared as though No had vanished into thin air. The phoenix, once reclined on the cart, stirred. It rose and touched the ground, causing tremors that shattered the stars, making the world quiver. In that moment, No truly became a Sourcebearer. Chapter 24. Carnage. There was not a trace of pain, as smooth as the merging of souls, akin to the silkiness of milk. Yet, there were occasionally small pebbles that disrupted the connection, moment by moment, marring the harmony between heart and spirit. This was the most exquisite spiritual link that Nuwa had ever experienced thus far. Unlike the advanced technology of the spirit that forcibly fused the two through suffering, causing immense damage to the psyche, this was a gentle communion. In contrast, the connection with the phoenix felt akin to his small soul basking in a warm spring on a chilly winter's day, offering an unparalleled sensation of comfort and replenishment. However, the sporadic presence of those tiny stones occasionally tarnished this feeling, akin to being jolted awake from a dream, evoking a slight irritation. Nevertheless, this did not create a significant rift in subjective experience. The degree of connection remained nearly 100%, approaching a union with the phoenix that transcended mere manipulation. It was as if an ancient slumbering deity had awakened, invoking fear in all creation. From afar, the distant sound of crows rose, the cries of owls fading in and out, but within moments, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, as if a faint murmur of the firebird sought to banish all ominous omens from the world. Nuwa, wielding the relic of a legendary deity, stepped outside. Opposite him stood a tall, imposing officer shrouded in darkness. Yet, compared to Nuwa, clad in the primal armor, the officer appeared no more than a child attempting to assault a formidable adult. Of course, a truly esteemed officer was not merely reliant on brute strength. Through the hazy vision, faint glimpses of the officer's shoulders adorned with dimly lit purple flowers could be seen, symbols of his lofty status and the vital role of armored knights in the papal state. Nuwa Beryl, even with your flamboyant mechanized armor, you cannot conceal the grave crime of deliberately slaying numerous armored knights. I have heard whispers of your past as a confidential secretary in the papal court. serving his holiness in secrecy. Are you unaware of the painful price of killing soldiers? Let alone those of the highest rank. The officer emerged from the shadows, his rough voice rising in a furious roar, unleashing a cataclysmic sound wave towards the silent Nuwa. Is that so? A dull sound emanated from Nuwa. Whether through his gilded form or the mechanical voice of the phoenix, it was unclear. The voice bore no trace of emotion. A heavy growl that trampled upon the enemy's eardrums, penetrating their very essence. Since you have chosen to be an adversary, what crime can be spoken of? Perhaps you have cowered in the barracks for too long, forgetting the taste of battle? Humph. The officer scoffed, saying no more. With Nuwa having made his stance clear, there was no need to waste breath on the battlefield, disrupting his own focus. The officer turned away, issuing a stern command to the still-hidden armored knights. All units, advance. In the distance beyond the estate lay a vast expanse of wasteland, a fitting arena for the clash of armored warriors. Casting a glance back at the prison island estate, which had begun to feel somewhat like home, Nuwa charged forward across the barren land at a steady pace, signaling to the armored knights behind him that he was merely repositioning the battlefield. The officer clearly perceived this, casting a subtle glance towards the estate and gesturing to the commanding officer in the ranks, instructing the armored knights to follow. The wasteland at the edge of the prison island was neither small nor large. Curiously, even though few dared to tread here, a solitary oil lamp flickered at a distance, as if signifying that the true gates of hell would open should the light extinguish. Minutes later, Nuwa stood facing an army of hundreds of armored knights. This battalion had just returned from a patrol, and the officer had hastily reported the awakening of the remaining knights from their stupor, calling for reinforcements. Their current state was far from peak condition. As for Nuwa, although unexpectedly linked to the legendary primal armor, legends remained mere tales. The primal armor indeed possessed certain advantages over the next-generation armors, such as remarkably low consumption of mental and physical energy, even replenishing Nuwa's lost vigor. However, it was not as surreal as the rumors suggested, capable of defying the heavens and earth. For Nuwa, the most prided feature of the primal armor was its entire construction from gilded material, with the fiery red hue merely a result of some transformation method that did not affect its essence. Thus, as long as Nuwa's mental and physical energies did not deplete excessively, he could assure himself of a seemingly impossible victory in the eyes of outsiders. The officer did not recognize this as the legendary primal armor. He merely presumed Nuwa had acquired a second-generation armor through some means from the spirit domain. Confronting a single adept with an army of hundreds was child's play. The officer's rugged voice boomed once more. Form ranks, charge. The armored knights executed their roles with precision, functioning like a meticulously programmed machine. The knights wielding massive heavy shields were augmented with mechanical enhancements to boost their hand strength, forming an impenetrable wall with the hardest alloy shields that the papal state could produce. Yet, they faced but a single opponent, thus pairing up to interlock their shields as they advanced. Leading the charge from the sides were the swift soldiers, armed with short swords, whom Nuwa recognized. They possessed small turbine drives for accelerated dashes, their leg armor designed for agility, granting them an agile and nimble combat style, often serving as scouts to gather enemy intelligence. Behind them, seeking the opportune moment to strike, were knights wielding lances and armored warriors with heavy bows, serving as the main offensive force, often executing the final blows. As the pride of the papal state, the armored knights operated within a comprehensive battlefield system, their diverse units enabling them to adapt to various combat environments. The seamless cooperation among them enhanced their collective combat prowess, resembling a carefully orchestrated war game. Yet, this was the reality unfolding at present, with Nuwa standing alone against a fully equipped battalion of armored knights. The core power source of the Phoenix burned fiercely, providing Nuwa with a torrent of energy. Upon donning the Phoenix armor, it felt as though he instantly grasped its usage, as if it had become instinct, an indelible memory etched within his mind. Professor Florian, the question you once posed is one I can now partially answer through action. While the vapor transformation technology of the next-generation armor remains unknown, it directly inherits from the primal armor. Only, its transformation is far more potent. Nuwa did not remain passive. As the armored knights surged towards him, he responded immediately. The steam output, more than twice that of the next-generation armor, transformed his massive form into a fleeting shadow. Before the other armored knights could react, Nuwa had already reached the two leading shield bearers. Harnessing his momentum, he struck fiercely, shattering the shield of one knight, the metal bending under the immense force, perfectly accommodating the size of Nuwa's fist. Before the shield-bearer could comprehend what had transpired, his hand slipped from the shield, and Nua's heavy punch penetrated the shield's armor, causing a significant dent in his chest. The knight was sent flying as if caught in a violent gust, crashing beside the officer observing the battle, producing a thunderous sound as he plunged into the hard earth, sending a cloud of dust into the air. His anguished cries sliced through the air, gradually fading as he distanced himself from the main battlefield. Yet, the other armored warriors still sensed the profound sorrow embedded in his wails, until he succumbed to the earth, his voice abruptly silenced, as if the Grim Reaper had come to claim his life. The officer standing nearby, oblivious to the chaos around him, was assailed by dust and hastily spat out the sand that had entered his mouth, shouting, "A bunch of useless fools." However, the situation was beyond his control. After casting aside one soldier with a powerful blow, Nor swiftly delivered a left hook to the face of another shield-bearer, causing his head to snap back violently, blood gushing forth without a single scream escaping his lips. At the moment the shield-bearer lost his life, his shield tilted precariously, about to fall. But Nor seized it in time, channeling his strength to hurl the massive shield, which crashed into the ranks of armored warriors behind, cleaving through several unknown foes. From the very outset, the battlefield had transformed into Nor's personal slaughterhouse. The air was filled with a cacophony of howls and charges, as fear and frenzy intertwined among the armored warriors. The solid gold plating ensured Nor's safety as he darted across the battlefield, while the razor-sharp blades no longer merely cut. Each swing, whether straight or sideways, obliterated an enemy's weapon or extinguished a life. The armored warriors were momentarily struck with terror by Nor's brutal style of combat. Towering over them by a significant margin, he appeared to have lost all reason, leaving death in his wake for every foe he touched. Yet, they could not escape this slaughterhouse. To flee would only lead to a more tragic fate. The officer, who incessantly yelled about worthless cowards, would take note of every deserter's number, relentlessly pursuing them until death. For the armored warriors, fleeing was an act of cowardice, while Nor's retreat would be deemed a tactical withdrawal. The once resplendent papal state, which governed a small western territory, had succumbed to deep-rooted corruption from its highest echelons. Nor unleashed his power with abandon. The once near-saturated gold plating diminished rapidly, yet its heightened efficiency allowed each droplet to illuminate him with endless brilliance. The short-range steam turbine had become an extension of his will, dictating the rapid maneuvers across the battlefield, seemingly akin to the next-generation armor of the spirit realm. It appeared that Professor Florian's assertions regarding its design based on the primordial armor were indeed accurate. Moreover, the research into the primordial armor had evidently made significant advancements. However, there lingered a sense that the primordial armor was not so ordinary, and that there remained some hidden mysteries yet to be uncovered. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Nor's thoughts wandered, yet this momentary distraction led to an unexpected attack from an armored warrior wielding a massive sword. "Die!" the warrior shouted, striking at Nor with a frenzied barrage, devoid of any semblance of strategy, only pure madness. After enduring several thrusts, the armor finally yielded slightly, and Nor felt a sharp pain pierce his relaxed state, nearly eliciting a cry of anguish. Regaining his focus, Nor swung his blade, and the deranged armored warrior's head fell to the ground, severed from his body. Nor pressed on, shifting his aggression towards the remaining foes. As the number of armored warriors dwindled to less than 40 from the hundreds that had once stood, this was undoubtedly a grievous loss for the papal state. The vociferous officer had stealthily retreated to an unknown location, and Nor had no intention of pursuing him. He simply needed to eliminate the remaining armored warriors, after which he could swiftly escape the prison island with Tia. The remaining troops stationed at the camp would likely refrain from obstructing their departure, daunted by his prowess. Yet, unbeknownst to Nor, his reserves of gold had dwindled significantly, while the power output of the primordial armor showed no signs of diminishing. This oversight proved catastrophic. He had assumed, as with the previous generation of armor, that the power output would automatically taper off as the gold reserves waned, along with the physical and mental strain acting as a signal to the operator of impending exhaustion. However, as a first-time user of the primordial armor, Nor was oblivious to these truths and failed to acknowledge the dwindling reserves, instead relentlessly pushing the power source, squeezing out the last remnants of gold. Steam erupted violently from the armor's back, spilling into the dim sky. Finally, with a mere 10 armored warriors remaining, Nor sensed something was amiss. A frenzied, consuming fatigue. His heart raced wildly, and his mind began to blur. Chapter 25. crisis, a sudden wave of dizziness assaulted Noah's mind, forcing him to halt his advance. He bent over, clutching his head, attempting to quell the sensation. Is this a premonition of blood depletion? He muttered, his breathing becoming labored. The dizziness subsided, but the lingering palpitations continued to haunt him. Despite Noah's abrupt halt and apparent distress, the remaining armored warriors hesitated to attack. The desolate field was littered with corpses, the stench of dried blood and decaying flesh assailing their senses. The dozen or so warriors huddled together, the majority wielding heavy bows with specialized arrows capable of inflicting poison and burns. These were formidable weapons on the battlefield, capable of piercing ordinary armor. However, against Noah's gilded shell, they merely left superficial marks, proving less effective than close-quarters combat. After a period of composure, Noah regained his equilibrium. Noticing the warriors' reluctance to advance, he seized the opportunity to assess the remaining reserves of Aurum within the undying bird. As he suspected, the sudden episode was a result of his high-consumption offensive style, which had rapidly depleted the Aurum. Otherwise, he should have had ample reserves before the battle's conclusion. The impenetrable shell, effortless mobility, and razor-sharp weaponry of the primeval armor had driven Noah into a frenzy, clouding his judgment. He had grown arrogant, allowing himself to be caught off guard. A lapse that served as a stark warning. Primeval armor, Aurum, divine blood. Noah swiftly gathered his thoughts, concluding that the primeval armor would consume the wearer's blood as an energy source when Aurum reserves were low. The Aurum River. Could it truly be the blood of the gods from the primordial era? The incomprehensible notion flashed through Noah's mind, leaving him feeling somewhat unhinged. The Aurum River traversed nearly half the Papal States. If it were truly blood, what divine sacrifices had been made to create it? Noah shook his head, dismissing the far-fetched idea. He needed to deal with the remaining warriors, swiftly and efficiently. He rotated the swift blade in his hand, its polished surface reflecting the faint glow of the Aurum River, shimmering with orange-yellow brilliance. Noah quickened his pace, initiating his final charge. The crimson armor seemed to ignite with fervent flames, burning brightly in the darkness. He withstood another wave of dizziness, his heart pounding as if transformed into adrenaline, fueling his strength. Within the armor's dark interior, his arms bulged with veins, his hands trembling. Steam erupted like dry ice, enveloping the colossal crimson armor in a cloud of mist, a spectacle of grand proportions. But for the armored warriors, it was not a spectacle, but a harbinger of death. An armor-clad figure burst from the steam, delivering a devastating punch that pierced through armor and flesh, sending the warrior's mangled remains flying hundreds of meters away. His corpse would likely be devoured by carrion worms, entering through the gaping wound. The remaining warriors, witnessing the gruesome demise of their comrade, succumbed to fear and scattered in disarray. One, his psyche shattered, knelt, removed his helmet, and repeatedly slammed his forehead against the blood-soaked ground, ultimately taking his own life. Is this the battlefield? Noah wondered, covering his head, nausea rising within him. But I must persevere. He gripped the swift blade, the undying bird's acceleration drive propelling him forward, swiftly reaping the lives of his adversaries. The desolate landscape was eerily silent, punctuated by the occasional mournful cry, amplifying the sense of dread, as if it were a realm of death. The last armored warrior fell before Noah. He was now far from the initial battlefield, closer to his manor. Noah's body trembled, his vision blurred, and cold sweat drenched him. A black datura stood nearby, the only plant in the desolate area. Its presence seemed to contaminate the land, stifling the growth of other vegetation. The black datura, like a venomous serpent, exuded an aura of death. Noah felt utterly exhausted. He plunged the swift blade into the ground, kneeling to support himself. The blade sank halfway into the hard earth, even without Noah exerting much force. After several minutes, he felt somewhat recovered, his blood flow returning to normal. However, the weakness persisted, unlike before. This time, he was enduring the accumulated pain of sustained erosion. Noah knew he could not recklessly rely on the primeval armor's power. His blood was not inexhaustible, nor could he endure the soul-piercing agony each time. He took deep breaths, attempting to regain his strength, and slowly made his way toward the manor. He had achieved victory, fulfilling Tia's expectations. They could finally be free. Victory? No. One more lives. Noah quickened his pace, his breath growing ragged. He had deliberately shifted the battle to protect something, or someone, within the manor. The manor was not far, and the mechanized armor allowed him to cover several meters with each step. Despite his apparent slowness, he soon reached his destination. The unassuming manor stood before him. All was quiet, save for the occasional animal call from the shadows of the trees and the distant cawing of crows. Everything seemed peaceful. Noah felt a sense of relief. But as he approached the manor, his worst fears were realized. A hunched, gaunt man emerged from the shadows beneath the gate, exposed to the faint light. Noah Belial. Behold the delicate creature in my grasp. Why, if it isn't Princess Tia? How did you, a cur, become so intimate with the esteemed princess? Are you worthy of her? Is she just something you picked up from the streets? The officer's lips bore traces of blood, his eyes bulging wide. And a sinister grin reminiscent of a dying Shar-Pei dog twisted across his face. He hunched over, his teeth seemingly shattered, speaking with a raspy voice that carried an air of menace. This unfortunate officer, while attempting to flee, had the misfortune of being struck by the mechanized arm of a knight, broken by Nuwa. Heaven could attest that Nuwa had merely tossed it into the air without any intention of targeting him. He had lost all semblance of reason, devoid of logical thought. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, how would he dare to treat the Pope's daughter with such disdain, even if she were merely a bastard child? That old wretch was remarkably swift. Otherwise, I would have brought him here for you to see. Just look at this sleeping beauty, her golden locks, her porcelain complexion tinged with a hint of rosy hue. I would hesitate to mar such a divine creation. The officer's laughter was hoarse and grating, and as he spoke, he made a move to touch T's face with his filthy hands. Remove your vile hands, you repugnant old fool. Have you forgotten your honor as a commander? The mechanical voice emanating from Nuwa was devoid of sentiment, yet any discerning observer could perceive his fury. However, the officer's mind was too clouded to think rationally. He continued to boast. You, a mere foundling, are aware of my honor, yet you do not kneel and beg for forgiveness? If you do so, I might plead for you before His Holiness. Nuwa's anger reached its breaking point. The foolish officer believed that holding T in his grasp granted him license to act with impunity, unaware of the consequences. Ignoring the risks, Nuwa pushed the power of his propulsion to its maximum, steam pouring forth, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized directly before the officer. The officer, still dazed, realized too late that he had been seized by Nuwa, as easily as one might crush an ant. He could utter no further words. Villains often perish due to their verbosity, and he had spoken more than enough. Nuwa furiously channeled energy into his right hand, an overwhelming force gathering. The officer felt as though his body would burst, letting out a cry of terror. Nuwa showed no mercy, gritting his teeth, even amid the officer's screams. He sought to crush this loathsome figure. Accompanied by Nuwa's anguished wail, the officer's body was ruthlessly compressed in Nuwa's armored grasp, his blood erupting and staining Nuwa's form. Nuwa gasped for breath, desperately trying to calm his raging heart, yet he could not suppress his fury. Once more, he channeled his strength into his fist, and, as if in a fit of rage, struck a nearby tree with all his might. The base of the tree was pierced, and it fell with a crash, stirring a cacophony of cries. Nuwa, panting, collapsed as if drained of strength, trembling hands carefully cradling T and resting her against his relatively unblemished left breast. At last, we may depart, T. I promise that when you next awaken, you shall behold the rising sun. I shall fulfill my vow, Nuwa murmured, a heartfelt smile gracing his face as he found himself enveloped in the darkness, alone, in a forsaken world, amidst a populace consigned to oblivion. The indomitable spirit of those yearning for hope's radiant embrace perseveres. Even when confronted by formidable trials and a path strewn with thorns, they possess the fortitude to forge a route toward redemption, such as the path upon which Noah now treads. Their ultimate destination is a derelict harbor on the Isle of Imprisonment. In bygone epochs, predating its use as a confinement for convicts and dignitaries, this harbor served as the sole conduit between the Papal States and the Isle of Imprisonment. However, owing to the isle's perceived insignificance to the Papal States, the harbor's construction was modest, intended merely as a contingency. Consequently, after many years of disuse, it has fallen into a state of disrepair. Nonetheless, despite its decrepit condition, the harbor once played a pivotal role in the transportation of personnel and essential supplies to the Isle of Imprisonment. As a result, it underwent reinforcement and refurbishment, rendering it still serviceable. Fortunately, the Papal States had recently sanctioned the harbor's renovation, and an oil tanker had already arrived to commence construction. The tanker's cargo capacity was ample enough to accommodate the weight of a mobile armor. By reaching the harbor promptly and compelling the crew to transport them away, they could potentially escape the wretched Isle of Imprisonment. The undertaking is not insurmountable, provided they encounter no impediments along the way. Noah's condition is far from optimal, as he lacks the means to replenish his auric reserves. Moreover, after repeated bloodletting for fuel conversion, Noah has become acutely aware of his fluctuating mental state, oscillating between expansion and contraction. This sensation is akin to inflating a balloon to its limit, only to puncture it with a small hole, causing a simultaneous inflation and deflation. Noah is acutely aware that he possesses no surplus combat capabilities and must safeguard the unconscious and defenseless Tia during their escape. Noah is familiar with the route to the derelict harbor. Long ago, Tia, while gathering intelligence, provided Noah with details of the harbor's origins, route, and purpose. She astutely foresaw its potential as their final escape route and marked it with emphasis on the note she gave to Noah. Noah, of course, committed it to memory verbatim, and the simplified route map gradually unfolds in his mind. However, their respite is short-lived. As Noah reaches a fork in the road, a small squadron of armored warriors materializes. The fork presents 4 paths, 2 of which lead to the old and new harbors, respectively. The Papal States Armored Warrior Garrison is stationed near the new harbor, facilitating task force deployments and emergency responses. The armored warriors, evidently dispatched as a reconnaissance detachment due to the prolonged absence of the hundreds of warriors ahead, are eager to gather intelligence. The squad consists of over a dozen individuals, each equipped with a short sword and possessing remarkable agility. They excel at both intelligence gathering and swift retreats, occasionally resorting to surprise attacks from the rear, making them the most conspicuous armored warriors. Noah is compelled to halt, his piercing gaze fixed upon them as he seizes the opportunity to recuperate. The leading figures exchange glances before one steps forward, proclaiming, "Halt! Who are you? And why are you clad in the Spirit Locust's next-generation armor? Are the Spirit Locust's adapters now so presumptuous that they dare to manipulate armor outside the Spirit Locust's domain without the Papal States' authorization? Our cooperation treaty does not stipulate such conduct. Or does the Spirit Locust harbor ulterior motives?" If the speaker, seizing the moral high ground, unleashes a torrent of accusations upon Noah, leaving him no opportunity to interject. Noah, of course, has nothing to add. While being mistaken for an agent of the Spirit Locust by these armored warriors may pose complications for the Spirit Locust, it is undoubtedly advantageous to Noah, potentially mitigating risks. However, the notion of deceiving them in this manner is untenable. While these unqualified soldiers may be ignorant of the Papal States' dealings with the Spirit Locust, the upper echelons are undoubtedly aware. They could easily deduce the truth. Nevertheless, this situation is not devoid of potential benefits. Given the prevailing atmosphere of power struggles and factionalism among the upper echelons, the misconstrued circumstances surrounding his departure and identity could potentially benefit a particular faction. They could twist the narrative to their advantage, perhaps even prolonging the concealment of his true identity, allowing him more time to recuperate. If the escape proves successful, it will undoubtedly necessitate an extended period of recuperation. Ignoring the incessant pronouncements of the armored warrior, Noah nonchalantly hurls an object he has been carrying in his right hand. The object is enveloped in several layers of tattered white cloth, predominantly spherical but with a flattened section. Despite the multiple layers of cloth, a faint crimson hue is faintly discernible through the white fabric in the dim light. Noah hurls it directly at the armored warrior, striking his helmet with a resounding clang. The spherical object ricochets backward upon impact with the metal, rolling onto the ground. However, as the individual stands atop a small embankment, the edge is partially obstructed by several layers of soil. The sphere rolls to the edge before returning toward the individual's feet. In the course of its rolling, 2 layers of the dilapidated cloth unravel, revealing an increasingly conspicuous crimson color. The armored warrior, struck lightly on the head by Noah, initially intends to retaliate. However, upon noticing the object rolling towards him, he casts a resentful glance at Noah before curiosity overwhelms him. He retrieves the semi-spherical object from the ground. Several armored warriors standing behind him are infected by the same curiosity, eagerly crowding around, their heads protruding from behind. The armored warrior, observing the ever-increasing crimson stain on the sphere, experiences a sudden premonition. He tremulously unwraps the cloth from the sphere. As he removes the first 2 layers, the crimson fluid abruptly seeps out, staining his armor. Startled, the individual flinches, causing the sphere to fall to the ground. The final layer of red cloth unravels mid-flight, revealing a dark, matted head of hair. It is a head. The leading armored warrior and those who had gathered to observe the spectacle instantly comprehend the nature of the object. They have all witnessed countless heads that have been severed in battle. The head falls onto the muddy ground, turning over to reveal its face to the assembled armored warriors. It is a dark-skinned man with a wrinkled forehead, eyes bulging from their sockets, and a wide-open mouth revealing rows of deep yellow teeth clenched together as if locked in mortal combat. The facial muscles are contorted into an unnatural, grotesque expression, conveying the profound fear within. With the exception of Noah, who remains composed, everyone is horrified by the visage. In particular, the armored warriors at the front recoil in terror as their eyes meet the vacant stare of the officer's protruding eyeballs. However, the armored warriors' mental fortitude proves formidable, and they quickly regain their composure. The leader, lacking confidence, utters, "Who are you? Did you murder our commander?" Noah refrains from directly answering the question. Instead, he turns his head, which had been facing forward, and glances at them, asking, "Do you still intend to impede me?" The leading armored warrior retreats, exchanging glances with his comrades, and stammers incoherently. The terror has permeated their minds, and they lack the courage to confront the next-generation armor adapter before them. Although they suspect that the adapter may have expended considerable effort in killing their officer, no one dares to gamble with their lives in the face of such a threat. Moore had grown increasingly impatient. He needed to quicken his pace. The dawn was fast approaching, and if he wished to witness the sun's first light, he must embark without delay. He no longer wished to engage in trivial games with the timid armored warriors who surrounded him. With resolute determination, he resumed his stride, the heavy footsteps of his mechanized armor resonating in the hearts of the onlooking knights, who remained frozen in place, terrified that this looming behemoth might unleash its wrath upon them. Only when Noir's figure dissolved into the darkness did they dare to stretch their limbs. "What shall we do? Should we return to report?" One voice whispered, barely audible. Of course, such a significant matter must be relayed to the captain. The Holy See might erupt in turmoil over this, another replied, his voice equally constricted. "That is not for us to deliberate. We must first retrieve the commander's head." "Who will take it?" the leader inquired, leaning closer. All eyes turned to him in unison. His expression faltered. Yet he reluctantly bent down to gather the tattered cloth scattered on the ground, carefully rewrapping the officer's severed head before finally departing. Meanwhile, Noir, having pressed forward, caught sight of the cargo ship, still emitting plumes of steam. It represented over a decade of hope shared with T, a chance to break free from anyone's control, to soar like a bird, unfettered and expansive in its flight. At last, that dream was about to be realized. Beneath layers of obscurity, following the faint golden glimmer on the horizon, Noah perceived the radiant edge, the very light cast by the sun god, a beacon of hope for all living things. Yet, for Noah, his path diverged significantly from that of ordinary mortals. While others basked in the sun's life-giving rays, perceiving it as divine grace, Noah's inner light stemmed from unwavering resolve and the hard-won spoils of relentless battles amidst a sea of blood. All aspirations necessitate action. Noah had surmounted the most formidable challenges. The comparatively simple act of boarding the ship, though seemingly less daunting than previous encounters, demanded vigilance. Despite a minor incident, their journey had been relatively smooth. This tranquility stood in stark contrast to the preceding chaos. Were one to chronicle their experiences, the narrative might be deemed deficient in dramatic tension, a tale of strife followed by placid resolution, a conventional script. Noah shared this sentiment, yet he reveled in the serenity. It was the most peaceful period he had known in over a decade, free from concerns about survival, life, the future, or destiny. The grandeur of life is, after all, shaped by human endeavor. One may embellish the tale, but Noah now held the reins of his own narrative. He believed in the principle of eventual reward after enduring trials beyond the comprehension of most, the solitude, the pain, the fragmentation. Having weathered the storm, why not cherish this rare tranquility? The future would bring its own burdens, but for now, treading this path of ease, Noah could have exulted. Had his heavy armor not muffled his expression. Regardless, his spirit soared. His left arm remained steadfastly cradling the slumbering T in the crook of his shoulder as he strode boldly toward the light. Distant rumbles echoed faintly, the sounds of a ship either docking or preparing to depart. The vessel was shrouded in mist, yet Noah discerned the vague outlines of construction underway. Cranes hoisted the dwindling supply of timber from below, while scattered workers scurried about, seemingly completing the final tasks. The laborers of the papal state toiled relentlessly, day and night, for their numbers were vast. Few cities flourished, and even those were beset by ubiquitous armed factions. The outlying regions suffered from poor soil, meager harvests, and exorbitant taxes, leading to widespread exploitation. Countless peasants migrated to the major cities in search of sustenance, only to be deemed unfit by the large armed groups. The papal state employed them as laborers, providing meager rations and meager compensation. As dawn approached, these laborers were nearing the end of their first shift. They would board steamships for a 5 or 6 hour journey to their next work site, where they would receive minimal sustenance and a brief respite. However, their slumber was invariably interrupted by the callous overseers, who roused them for their second shift, perpetuating the cycle. Noah drew closer, his heavy armor resonating on the earth. "Hey, does the ground feel like it's swaying? Or am I daft?" A worker carrying planks inquired, his face etched with fatigue. His companion, lugging a water bucket, paused, seemingly unaccustomed to conversation. After a moment, he replied haltingly, "Maybe? What does it matter? Let's finish and get some sleep." His voice rose as he hurried away. The first worker, momentarily distracted, realized he still had work to do. Ignoring the tremors, he followed. No one paid heed to Noah's arrival. Even the sight of a towering mechanical figure failed to elicit a response. These wretched laborers were consumed by their tasks. They knew that failure to meet their quotas meant no food, no sleep, no chance of advancement. They would starve, be cast into the sea, or be subjected to the whims of the elite. Survival demanded complete submission. Noah halted, observing their robotic efficiency. He witnessed a dark-skinned man collapse, his fall marked only by the sound of his materials hitting the ground. He lay motionless, either too weak to cry out or already deceased. The others continued without pause, stepping over him, retrieving his materials, and resuming their tasks. No one wished to share the fate of the fallen man, to perish in a foreign land. His body consigned to the incinerator, his ashes scattered at sea. His family would be left to subsist on meager rations, yearning for his return. The atmosphere was thick with despair. Noah felt profound empathy for their plight. Had he not possessed his unique talents, he might have been one of them, toiling in obscurity. But he was powerless to intervene, at least for now. He clenched his fist. Tea stirred against his shoulder, her brow furrowed. After 5 minutes, Noah moved on, boarding the empty transport ship. This suited him, as it spared him the task of offloading cargo to accommodate his armor. He proceeded to the bow, where a figure reclined in a chair, sipping warmed wine. The rich aroma mingled with the scent of insect repellent, warding off the swarming insects. Attendants stood ready to dispatch any strays. The man reclined in the chair, his hair matted with grease, resembling a tangled mass. The aroma of alcohol wafted from his being, suggesting he was comfortably dozing after indulging in drink. Adorning his neck was a hefty gold chain, while emerald trinkets adorned his wrists. His lavish attire, carelessly draped, revealed a pair of white shorts underneath, presenting an altogether disheveled appearance. At a glance, Noah's attention was captured by this capitalist figure, and without any desire for unnecessary discourse, he approached the vessel and waved his hand. A diminutive figure seemed to emerge from Noah's fist, hanging limply. Noticing the man remained unconscious, Noah gestured again in the air, twisting his fist a few times, inadvertently striking the head of the man against a nearby small branch. The impact elicited a loud groan. Ouch. As if instinctively reaching to touch his head, the man, ensnared by Noah's grip, made a slight struggle, his eyes still shut. A faint sound of confusion escaped his throat. And eventually, he could no longer resist the urge to open his eyes. The man, adorned in gold and silver, gazed vacantly at Noah's chest armor, where a fiery red phoenix seemed poised for flight. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, he jolted awake. "Why am I here? Who are you? What do you want?" A mechanical voice emanated from Noah's mask. "I shall say this only once. Take me away." Upon speaking, Noah waved his right hand again, until a ringing filled the man's ears, at which point he was released onto the deck. The moment his feet touched the deck, he crumpled to his knees, clutching the wooden planks as he retched violently, expelling a torrent of undigested food and gastric juices onto his lavish garments, staining them with repulsive remnants. After nearly 5 minutes, he steadied himself and, trembling, attempted to rise. The previously dazed guards finally snapped to attention, hastily assisting him back into the chair. Noah did not rush him, however. His deep blue eyes pierced through the armor like blades, imposing considerable psychological pressure on the man. Observing the capitalist regain his composure, Noah nodded and departed from the bow, seeking a suitable place aboard. As he left, a muffled mechanical voice drifted to the ears of the capitalist and his guards, immediately summoned the people on shore back, then set sail without prompting me a second time. The voice was soft, yet undeniably authoritative. The capitalist, feeling compelled, barked at his guards. "Did you not hear that? You useless lot. Quickly, get those scoundrels back from the shore and inform the captain to prepare for departure. And someone, fetch me some medicinal liquor. As he spoke, a wave of anxiety struck him, and he hastily adjusted his words, pressing his hand firmly against his right cheek, where blood was faintly oozing. Under the capitalist's frenzied tirade, the previously languid sailors quickly hastened their pace, racing back with the laborers who were still at work, their faces reflecting disbelief. Soon, steam erupted, and the vessel, with a resounding whistle, departed the harbor, trailing wisps of smoke. Nuwa procured a reclining chair, placing tea upon it to rest. The ship sailed toward the Golden River, where the distant light grew ever more radiant, and the celestial glow appeared poised to pierce the thin veil of darkness above. T, do you see? That is light. Nuwa sat beside T, guarding her just as she had once protected his unconscious form. The brilliance intensified, and the recliner emitted a few soft murmurs. Chapter 28. The Path of Hope. The girl reclined on the lounge chair, swaying slightly as one hand slowly emerged from her side to rest against her forehead. The other hand supported her on the wooden chair as she struggled to lift her weary body. Perhaps due to an extended slumber, she found herself devoid of strength. Her feeble hand, having barely propped itself up, was soon overwhelmed by the weight of her own limbs. Noah watched anxiously, his heart racing as he observed Tia's futile attempts to rise. His instinct was to reach out and assist her, but he was abruptly reminded that he was still encased in his formidable armor, the mechanical hand nearly capable of enveloping her delicate figure completely. Thus, despite his urgency, he could do nothing but wait in silence, bathed in the increasingly radiant light, hoping for Tia to gradually regain her vitality and return to her spirited self. After several more attempts, Tia surrendered to her exhaustion. Though her consciousness flickered back to life, she remained profoundly fatigued, her body heavy and her eyelids weighted down. Unable to part, her throat emitted no sound. Sensing the presence of her closest companion beside her, she felt no apprehension and drifted back into slumber. The vessel glided gently along the flowing waters towards the golden light, and as Noah gazed toward the distant horizon, the sea shimmered with glistening waves, sparkling like jelly studded with golden pearls. In this tranquil and silent world, the passage of time eluded perception, slipping away like a mischievous child. Yet, when one concentrated, it moved slowly and obediently. Though it appeared to be a moment of beauty, Noah's heart was not at peace. He continued to fend off the silent onslaught of pain that lingered from previous battles, the hidden wounds resurfacing and stirring turmoil within him, disrupting his very essence. No matter how exquisite the scenery, he could not find the composure to appreciate it. Moreover, he was burdened not only by the agony of his scars, but also by the weight of future considerations. The bright aspirations he had once shared with Tio were now but fleeting illusions. Having nearly vanquished the armored warriors, the prospect of a tranquil and harmonious existence seemed unattainable. The imminent threats beckoned to him, and Noah was not one to await his fate passively, even if the price of freedom entailed relentless struggle. He felt no remorse for his actions today. Deep within, he harbored a profound loathing for those who had cast their lives into the abyss. Such sentiments could not be dulled by serene living or the passage of time. They were demons that must be vanquished. To wield power, one must first allow power to grasp you. Yet, Father, I possess sufficient strength to forge my own dominion. Those who once wielded authority over me shall ultimately face their reckoning. Noah's thoughts ebbed and flowed with the ship's gentle rise and fall until a beam of light pierced through. In that moment, his once turbulent emotions transformed, settling into a serene stillness. It was a light unlike any other. How does one describe it? It was pure, natural, unadorned by flamboyant embellishments. It was ordinary, tranquil, devoid of ostentatious allure, a simple beam of white light, not as resplendent as the golden radiance below, yet it was this simplicity that illuminated the depths of the heart. Noah felt as though the weighty armor upon his chest had been penetrated by this light, his deep blue eyes reflecting a shift in hue as they mingled with the rainbow of colors within the white glow. The unremarkable white light gently moved aside, illuminating the sleeping girl upon the lounge chair. The light, akin to a visitor, softly tapped against her eyelids, beckoning her dormant consciousness. Deep within, Tia seemed to hear a knock at the door. A warmth enveloped her heart, soothing her amidst the slightly chilly sea surface. At last, she opened her eyes. Adjusting to the long-absent brightness, she squinted slightly, summoning the strength to sit up and bask in the expanding circle of light. Noah, is that you? Tia tilted her head, catching sight of the unfamiliar crimson armor beside her. Though she had never encountered this armor before, an instinctive familiarity surged within her. and images of Noah merging with the fiery suit flooded her mind. Despite her voice being barely audible, it was as if Noah had captured her words instantly. He remained silent, instead gently placing his expansive mechanical hand beside her, exuding a warmth that belied its lifeless nature. Tia beamed, akin to flowers emerging from the snow after a fierce winter, stretching toward the gentle breeze and embracing her own beauty. She gazed at the distinctive crimson armor Noah wore, her eyes drawn to the depiction of a soaring phoenix etched upon its chest, flames cascading around its wings, brimming with vibrant life. A fleeting moment of disorientation washed over her, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of déjà vu, as the vivid image of the mythical bird danced before her, soaring freely with its golden-edged wings. Yet, as she refocused her gaze, that sensation vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, a mere wisp of a dream. Tia dismissed it as the result of her prolonged slumber, momentarily distracted by her scattered thoughts. Noah, is this the legendary armor? He nodded, his synthesized voice resonating. Yes, this is the fabled primordial armor. Tia yearned to inquire further, but her astuteness told her it was not the right moment. As she sat aboard the grand vessel, surveying their surroundings, she realized their plan had indeed succeeded. They had achieved the seemingly impossible escape. However, such liberation could not come without a cost. From Noah's former silver armor belonging to the spirit realm to the phoenix they had commandeered, and finally, their departure. They must have endured unimaginable tribulations. Noah's demeanor surely belied the true state of his being. Being a perceptive woman, Tia refrained from addressing Noah's current condition. Discussing such matters aboard a cargo ship bearing the emblem of the papal state, adorned with thorny flowers, was far too sensitive. Even with no crew members approaching the stern deck, she gently placed her small hand atop Noah's mechanical palm, and together they gazed skyward. Above the horizon, the splendid dawn emerged, the sun ascending majestically from the shimmering sea, casting rays that danced like golden threads across the sky. The long-awaited orange sun broke free, its gentle light reflecting off the water, merging the hues of sky and sea into one. This marked the first sunrise Noah and Tia had witnessed together. And the dawn's glow was exquisite, enveloping them in warmth and dispelling the chill of night. The ship sailed toward the golden wheel, toward the light, where hope awaited them both. Chapter 29. The dense forest. The ship's horn echoed, its mournful sound summoning those at the harbor to come forth. The sun had risen high, illuminating the sky with not a single cloud in sight, casting a dazzling light upon the world around. A short distance away, several individuals clad in coarse linen garments either shielded their eyes from the sun to gaze into the distance, or huddled beneath the eaves of nearby buildings, engaging in idle chatter with acquaintances, while strangers silently assessed one another. T was jolted awake by the ship's blaring horn and the scattered sounds of the land. After sharing a breathtaking moment of sunrise with Noah, she succumbed once more to the sweet embrace of slumber. Noah, though only recently reintroduced to the outside world, barely a month or two, found himself overwhelmed with joy upon basking in the long mist sunlight. It was a feeling akin to that of a prisoner stepping into the warmth of home after years of confinement, filled with nostalgia and delight. Ti's reaction was even more pronounced than Noah's, who remained concealed within his mechanized armor. Their reunion with the sun, though brief, ignited a fervor within her. She playfully tapped Noah, producing a dull metallic sound, but with little force, leaving her hand slightly tinged with redness. Stealing a shy glance at Noah, who appeared oblivious to her antics, she brightened her smile, ready to disembark and return to the long-absent mainland. Noah, of course, had noticed Ti's playful gestures but chose not to confront her, allowing her to bounce with youthful exuberance. This was the essence of her age, a manifestation of relief and joy that accompanied newfound freedom. Even the mundane sunlight, often taken for granted, was enough to elate them. As T waved to him from the ship's gangway, Noah snapped back to reality and rose. In an instant, his towering mechanized armor seemed to erupt from the ship, revealing him to the world. The ship, equipped with high railings to secure cargo against the tumultuous sea, momentarily concealed his formidable stature. However, as he stood, the vessel tilted slightly, as if groaning under the weight of his presence, drawing the attention of many onlookers waiting to board or working on the ground. Noah's armor absorbed the myriad gazes directed at him. Without waiting for the crew to lower the protective railing, he gracefully leapt from the ship, landing with one hand on the ground. The impact reverberated through the earth, causing vibrations that startled those nearby, some losing their footing and tumbling in the dirt. The blinding light illuminated Noah's majestic crimson armor, making it gleam brilliantly, its fiery exterior resembling a blazing inferno. The crowd stood transfixed, momentarily halting their conversations and actions, captivated by the sight of this imposing figure in mechanized armor, perhaps a spectacle they would witness only once in their lives. Nuo paid little heed to the stares, waiting for T to swiftly exit the passage before surveying his surroundings, ready to depart. The port's chief, startled by the thunderous sound that rattled his teacup, hastily abandoned his newspaper and rushed outside, only to be met with Nuo's commanding gaze. The chief felt a surge of anxiety. This was the first time in his decades of service that he encountered such mechanized armor, far beyond mere exoskeletons. To him, it represented a mysterious next-generation armor from the Central Army, capable of altering the course of battle single-handedly. Fear gripped him, for he had received no prior notification from the Central Army regarding the arrival of this imposing figure aboard a cargo ship belonging to the Papal Hall. He quickly summoned a nearby officer, still in shock, instructing them to approach and ascertain whether Nuo was a temporary operative from the Central Army or had ulterior motives. As if anticipating the unfolding scene, a short man clad in opulent attire hurried towards them, flanked by two burly men bearing scars. This man was the capitalist whom Nuo had apprehended prior to boarding. Though not the captain, he wielded more authority than the ship's master. His presence was merely a formality, a perfunctory duty assigned by the Papal Hall, given that the cargo originated from various wealthy landowners. The diminutive man realized that, despite his uncertainty about Nuo's affiliation with the military or his right to don such secretive next-generation armor, this weapon of war posed a threat to any civilian when not employed in combat. He understood that angering someone capable of wearing such armor could spell disaster for them all. Thus, he exerted all his effort to warn the chief against rash actions. Director Sile, please remain calm. This individual in the mechanized armor does not abide by reason. Earlier today, he seized me by the arm and tossed me about, causing my face to scrape against tree bark. The short man gasped, pointing to the bandaged wound on his cheek. Director Sile, upon hearing this account, refrained from making any hasty moves, dismissing the officers he had just summoned. After all, in this port, he had long been indifferent to his duties. It was best to act as though he had seen nothing. He frantically assured the diminutive man, shaking his hand vigorously before retreating hastily to his comfortable quarters. Seeing the director scurry away, the short man's forced smile froze, and he discreetly slipped back, striving to avoid drawing Nuo's attention. In truth, Nuo was not inclined to acknowledge him. After making such a bold entrance from the ship, he had expected some form of intervention from the port authorities, prepared to offer a brief explanation or even fabricate an identity. Yet, to his surprise, no one obstructed his path. Perplexed, but relieved to avoid such trivialities, Nuo feigned calm as he ventured into the dense forest at the side of the port. This grove was remarkably well preserved, and as he moved, various small creatures and insects were startled into motion, creating a cacophony of delicate sounds. Upon reaching a broad, flat clearing marked by signs of fire, they had little time to ponder its significance before Nuo leaned against a towering tree and sat down. Though their journey had not been lengthy, T, ever observant, sensed something amiss. Nuo walked with deliberate slowness. Despite his long strides, she easily kept pace with him, noting the increasing lethargy in his movements. Concerned for his well-being, she contemplated urging him to rest, but Nuo merely turned his head and waved her off dismissively. As anticipated, he soon found himself struggling to continue. Upon taking a seat, Nuo immediately severed his fusion with the primordial armor, the Phoenix of Immortality. This process had persisted for nearly half a day, an endeavor that would be inconceivable for an ordinary adapter controlling next-generation armor. Nuo's body almost slid out from within the Phoenix, appearing utterly fatigued, his complexion pale, and his forehead slightly feverish. T, filled with anxiety, observed Nuo's frail state, her eyes darting around, searching for a water source in this unfamiliar wilderness. How do you feel, Nuo? Ti's voice rang out with urgency. I'm fine, T. Just need to rest for a while. We must find a safe place with this gathering, Nuo murmured weakly, his eyes closed. T adjusted Nuo's position, leaning him against the armor, and scoured the area for some large leaves to create a more comfortable resting spot for him. Nuo, I will fetch some water for you. Please do not move. Just rest well, T declared, rising swiftly to search the vicinity. Perhaps fortune smiled upon her, for she soon spotted a clear stream not far away. T ingeniously fashioned a simple water container from a few large leaves, filled it with pristine stream water, and hurried back to the grassy patch, safeguarding the precious liquid. Nuo was quietly resting against the armor, showing no signs of distress. T hurriedly poured the water into his mouth, though Nuwa seemed to have fainted. A flicker of consciousness allowed him to sense the refreshing water. His parched lips, pale and tightly shut, parted slightly to receive the nourishing liquid. Watching Nuwa gradually drink, T felt a weight lift from her heart. She wandered around a bit more. Yet her lack of wilderness knowledge left her unable to ascertain if any threatening creatures lurked nearby. However, given the dense population of the area near the port, it was likely that no dangerous species resided here. After nearly an hour of exhausting exertion, Nuwa's already fatigued body succumbed once more to weariness. The control of the armor was indeed a tremendous drain on energy, especially since T had exhausted herself in the process, significantly depleting her mental fortitude. Had it not been for her commendable physical condition, she might have remained oblivious to the surrounding sounds. T could only hold her breath in suspense, leaning beside Nuwa. Entering a light slumber, time passed unmeasured until a rustling sound from the nearby woods abruptly roused her from her shallow sleep. She opened her eyes wide and stood, partially shielding the still, slumbering Nuwa behind her. The sounds grew clearer, revealing several shadowy figures materializing before her eyes. They were individuals clad in retro knightly armor, both male and female, moving in disciplined formation, weapons in hand, their expressions vigilant. As T caught sight of them, they noticed her as well. But what particularly drew their attention was the striking crimson armor resting against the tree. The sun was setting, casting a fiery glow upon it, rendering the primordial armor resplendent. "Who goes there?" T and the leader of the approaching team, a woman, spoke in unison. The woman scrutinized the phoenix with keen interest before shifting her gaze to T, assessing her attire while processing her thoughts. The moment hung in stillness for several minutes, T.I.'s heart racing intensely at the prospect of facing possible malice from these newcomers, which could pose a grave threat to her and Nuwa. Yet, contrary to T.I.'s expectations, after a few minutes of tense silence, the leader voluntarily introduced herself. "I am Anna Vale, captain of a small squad under the Dusk Knights." "And you are?" Her melodic voice startled T. "The Dusk Knights," T murmured softly. "This is Hessa." Chapter 30. The twilight nights. The winter nights descend with remarkable swiftness, cloaking the day in a shroud of darkness that replaces the light. Yet in T.I.'s eyes, a cascade of radiance persists, as a silver moon hangs in the sky, casting its luminous glow upon the earth, imbuing it with an enchanting and mysterious allure. This moon had been long absent. The interwoven leaves, the horizontal and vertical streams, danced together with the brilliant starlight, blurring the boundaries between heaven and earth. Nor and T remain on the expansive plain, albeit with a slight change from their arrival. Nor's slumbering form is now draped in a thin layer of fur, shielding him from the sudden chill of the night breeze. Their resting place has shifted to a makeshift tent, its floor covered in hay, while T vigilantly watches over Nor's peaceful slumber from outside the small shelter. The phoenix, too, remains unscathed, quietly maintaining its post beneath a towering tree, appearing as though it is merely resting. Before T lies a crackling fire, periodically replenished with logs to sustain the vibrant flames that emanate warmth and fend off the cold. Accompanying her are the group of individuals she had encountered earlier in the day, led by a woman who introduces herself as Anna Vale. Now seated beside T, she displays a dual nature of concern and a hint of surveillance. Gradually, several members of the Twilight Knight Squadron gather around the campfire, seemingly having just concluded their labors. Some return with edible wild fruits, while others bear firewood and hay. T quietly counts in her mind, believing the group to be complete. Since Anna had revealed their identity that afternoon, T adopted a stance of cautious skepticism, fabricating a tale about being the son of a high-ranking commander of the Holy Sea's Central Army, who had fled with his sister during an experimental adaptation of next-generation armor, weaving together a narrative that lacked logical coherence and left the reasons for their escape unaddressed, her sole aim being to muddle through the encounter. Even T herself found her story utterly absurd, fit only for a dramatic fairy tale, far too fantastical for a novel. As literary sensibilities in the Holy See universally reject absurd narratives devoid of factual basis. Only children's literature permits a modicum of whimsy, but after her vague recounting, T observed Anna in deep thought. T braced herself for a desperate struggle, despite being merely an unarmed young girl. Anna refrained from probing further, seemingly taking T.I.'s nonsensical tale at face value, beckoning her squad members to disperse and gather materials necessary for their overnight stay in the wilderness. In T.I.'s eyes, the poised leader Anna resembled an innocent princess, and she felt bewildered by the extent of Anna's trust in her. Did such superficial judgments truly exist in this world? T found herself perplexed, yet powerless to alter the circumstances. As long as this group posed no immediate threat to her and Nor, and given her inability to thwart them, she resolved to proceed with caution. However, Anna was far from naive. Anyone could discern the illogic in Ti's fabricated story, even a 3-year-old child. Yet, regardless of the tale spun, the crimson armor adorning the girl was no mere illusion. In Anna's eyes, it represented the advanced battlefield weaponry of next-generation armor, one of the Holy Sea's most guarded secrets and technologies. It was during this routine excursion for supplies that they encountered horrors seldom witnessed in a lifetime, prompting Anna to tread carefully and feign belief in Ti's account. For Anna, the terror of next-generation armor stemmed from a past skirmish between the Armed Alliance and the Holy Sea's forces, during which a piece of this formidable armor had unexpectedly appeared. Conflicts between armed factions and the Holy See frequently erupted, often culminating in brief exchanges of fire before negotiations ensued. Occasionally, alliances among armed organizations would challenge the Holy See, warranting greater attention. Yet, most conflicts remained small to medium in scale, characterized by rudimentary preparations, typically involving armored soldiers or a few squads of armored warriors engaging in surprise attacks. Such disruptive entities as next-generation armor were rarely encountered until that fateful instance. The next-generation armor's presence was fleeting, merely passing through for about 15 minutes, yet it wreaked havoc on the Armed Alliance's tactical formations, claiming countless lives with its fearsome blade. Anna had participated in that battle, taking part in the effort to encircle the armor. She sustained severe shoulder injuries, narrowly escaping death, and spent a month recuperating. It was through her valor in that engagement that Anna earned recognition and ascended to the rank of squad leader within the Twilight Knights, even after a year had elapsed. The haunting image of that brief encounter lingered vividly in Anna's mind. At times, she would awaken in cold sweats from nightmares, replaying the horror of watching comrades fall like ripe melons beneath the mechanical monster's blade. Both parties harbored their own thoughts, refraining from unnecessary conversation as the squad members commenced their tasks, the night deepening around them. Anna retrieved a leather bag from her back, extracting 2 iron containers, rising to leave T's side, leaving the bag unfastened. T, taking advantage of the moonlight, glanced around to ensure she was unobserved and cautiously peered into the open bag, catching sight of several sealed blades, medical supplies, a length of white cloth, and some coarse rope among the assorted items, many of which were invaluable for survival in the wild. After a brief inspection of the bag, T surveyed her surroundings and deduced that this squad likely undertook frequent field missions, necessitating outdoor survival skills. The male team members demonstrated adeptness in erecting tents, reminiscent of soldiers she had encountered in the military, seasoned in wilderness combat. She felt confident that both parties possessed comparable survival capabilities. Anna soon returned, having filled one of the iron containers with steaming water, which still emitted wisps of vapor. She gently placed one of the containers before T, softly urging her to drink some warm water to ward off the chill, lest she fall ill before Nor awakens. Initially hesitant to accept such kindness, T pondered Anna's words and deemed them sensible, expressing her gratitude in a soft voice as she delicately lifted the iron container, blowing away the steam before taking small sips. After finishing the warm water, T felt an immediate warmth envelop her, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Anna produced a clean white cloth from her bag and offered it to T. After a moment's hesitation, T accepted it, using it to dab the sweat from her forehead, again expressing her thanks to Anna. The two sat together in silence for a few minutes, but T felt a sense of discomfort and decided to initiate conversation. Anna, may I call you that? Do you truly believe the story I told earlier? It hardly seems like a logical reflection of reality. Ti's voice wavered slightly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. This was her first experience with deception. In the heat of the moment, it had felt inconsequential, but now, as she revisited the topic, she felt a twinge of shame. Anna simply shook her head with a smile. In this world, there are countless perplexing matters. Even fictitious tales lack the coincidences found in reality. While what you say may seem somewhat unreasonable, upon deeper inspection, it can still be understood. Of course, I do not choose to believe you merely because of your story. Anna was candid, speaking her mind. Curiosity flickered across T's face, lacking social experience. She had yet to grasp what it truly meant to be an adult. So what makes you believe me? Anna turned her head, catching a glimpse of T's slightly flushed cheeks and unabashed curiosity in the dim moonlight. She burst into laughter, saying, "Girls shouldn't display such overt emotions in public." After that, she playfully pinched T's tender face, embodying the demeanor of a close friend. T.'s face turned completely crimson as she hurriedly covered her cheeks. Yet Anna's tone grew serious. Although we are mere acquaintances, and there is little room for trust between us, my previous words were sincere. It is precisely girls like you, beautiful, charming, yet somewhat naive, who are most susceptible to deception. If I harbored even a hint of malice, you could be in serious trouble. Anna's stern voice rendered T momentarily speechless, prompting her to lower her hands and nod thoughtfully. Observing that T was taking her words to heart, Anna shifted her expression to one of ease, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Of course, I am not a bad person, or rather, I have yet to reach the point of causing you harm. Members of the Twilight Knights uphold noble honor. For many who adhere to it, spiritual belief undeniably alters the course of one's life. Invariably, individuals will follow the tenets of this belief throughout their existence. The Twilight Knights, as the third prominent armed organization, may not possess supreme strength, yet the very title of knight reveals the spirit of this organization. All members undergo stringent scrutiny. Only those who steadfastly believe in the chivalric ideals that have existed since the dawn of time are permitted entry into the Twilight Knights. This is a retrogressive and honorable collective. The Knights have become an armed organization solely due to the corrupt actions of the Papal State, which have left the populace in despair. Hermann, the founder of the Twilight Knights, believed it necessary to revive the age of glorious knighthood, enabling everyone to lead a happy life. He serves as the spiritual leader for all members, his chivalric demeanor earning him the respect of even the commanders of the Central Army. Yet, those with differing paths cannot collaborate. Anna redirected the conversation back to T.'s curiosity. A hastily concocted fictional tale generally has a real-life counterpart, unless the storyteller is exceptionally seasoned, which you clearly are not. Your described experiences, though absurd, must relate to your background. You mentioned that the boy sleeping in the tent had deserted the army, even possessing classified next-generation armor. This suggests that your social standing within the Papal Hall is quite considerable, endowing you with immense potential for growth. Yet you chose not to become a war machine under the Pope's command, prompting your escape. Escaping from the heavily fortified central military is no small feat. Even the adapters of next-generation armor face significant challenges. While I have witnessed the power of next-generation armor, I am also aware of its limitations. It may rain freely on ordinary battlefields, but in the face of elite armored knight troops, escaping would require someone working quietly behind the scenes to clear obstacles, allowing you to seize a glimmer of hope amidst apparent coincidences. However, you ultimately found yourselves in this predicament, which implies you must have been used as pawns. Anna, reflecting on her knowledge and observations, sighed at the conclusion of her deductions. Though she had not personally experienced the feeling of being deprived of freedom, she could empathize. Upon hearing Anna's words, T felt a chill run through her. Although Anna's speculation indicated they had fled the military, the general trajectory bore little resemblance to her and Noah's escape from the prison island. Could it be that even their desperate flight was manipulated by someone else's hands? T clenched her fists, lowering her gaze and biting her lip, her sapphire eyes appearing to lose their luster. Seeing T's reaction, Anna realized her conjectures had struck a chord with some underlying truth, and she felt a deep sympathy for this girl who should have been carefree. Gently, she reached out to smooth T's silky golden hair. After a considerable time, T finally regained her composure, murmuring to herself, "So what? Noah and I will break free from fate together." Her resolute tone astonished Anna. Though still somewhat immature, T possessed a remarkable inner strength at her age, indicative of a resolute spirit. After deliberation, Anna extended a formal invitation to T. "Though I do not yet know your name, I, as the captain of a division within the Twilight Knights, invite you to join us. As you and that boy have nowhere else to turn, why not come to our order? We can provide shelter for you both. And I believe you, and the boy capable of wielding next-generation armor will easily pass our admission tests." T regarded Anna's proposition with surprise, casting a subtle glance at the tent. After careful consideration, she replied, "I would like to wait until my brother awakens to discuss it with him before making a decision." Anna smiled gently. "Of course, that is only right." Upon hearing this, T extended her hand. "T. Burial, it is a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 31. Confession of Identity. Anna paused, her outstretched hand hovering in midair. She felt an unsettling familiarity with the surname, as if it belonged to a prominent family. Yet her mind struggled to connect the dots. Beryl, Central Military Headquarters, Papal Court. As Anna pieced together these keywords, the sensation of recognition intensified. T, tilting her head in curiosity, observed Anna, who had suddenly fallen into deep thought. unaware of the profound shock her surname could elicit from outsiders, particularly members of armed groups opposed to the papal state. Realizing her moment of contemplation might be impolite, Anna quickly reached out to grasp TT's hand, redirecting her gaze to her companion. Yet, in this very action, she noticed the thorn flower embroidered on TT's left shoulder. The flower's subtle hue had gone unnoticed during the day, and with evening's dim light, it was only now, in close proximity, that Anna recognized it as the national flower of the papal state, an emblem reserved solely for members of the Beryl family. Core family members would also possess insignias, rings, and other tokens of their noble lineage. The sight of the thorn flower jolted Anna's mind into clarity. Encountering a member of the Beryl family in such a remote wilderness was nothing short of astonishing. Are you a member of that Beryl family? Anna gently squeezed TT's hand before releasing it, her demeanor now tinged with caution. TT blinked in confusion. That Beryl family? Isn't there only one Beryl family in this world? Do you perhaps know of a branch of my family that I have lost touch with? Anna hastily shook her head, her movements reminiscent of a bobblehead. No, I simply find it hard to believe. But reflecting on the story you concocted earlier, the absurdity of your true identity has somewhat diminished. Anna forced a smile, and TT sensed the unease that lingered in Anna's heart regarding her identity. After all, from the nation's perspective, as a descendant of the Pope, she inherently held an adversarial position against the insurgent armed groups. It was entirely natural for Anna to harbor concerns about her identity. If TT were to accept it nonchalantly, it would raise suspicions in Anna's mind. With matters reaching this juncture, TT resolved to reveal her true identity. Although she had spent less than half a day with Anna, she was willing to trust Anna's character. She had some understanding of the Dusk Knights and had been deeply impressed by the ideals of chivalry upon first hearing of them. Moreover, while she had mentioned discussing matters with Nual, in her heart, she had already accepted the decision to temporarily join the Dusk Knights. Concealing this truth any longer would not be prudent. Collecting her thoughts, TT candidly confessed to the wary Anna, I am the daughter of the current Pope, Jean Beryl. Though merely a bastardy, lacking significant status, the boy accompanying me is named Nual, also a child of lesser birth. We escaped from the prison island and arrived in Hessa aboard a cargo ship. I apologize for the lies I told you earlier. TT performed a standard act of contrition, as her upbringing had instilled in her the utmost respect for honesty. Even though she had fled the grip of the Beryl family in desperation, she still valued honesty as a fundamental virtue. Anna hesitated to accept this gesture of repentance, as she was a legitimate resident of the papal state, and TT's status could be likened to that of a minor princess. The disparity in their social standings prompted Anna to swiftly assist TT to her feet. TT, I understand that your choice to escape from the prison island was driven by necessity. You need not explain further. I was merely taken aback by your identity. After all, encountering a princess in the wild is something one could boast about for a lifetime. With a hearty laugh, Anna continued, you need not worry that I will harbor any resentment regarding your identities, since you have successfully fled the legendary dark prison island. It is a testament to your desire to live a life that should be filled with adventure rather than endless confinement. I believe the Dusk Knights will offer you both a vibrant experience. TT listened intently to Anna's words, deeply touched by the sincerity conveyed within them, and she found herself drawn to Anna's candor. As their conversation came to a close, Anna offered TT some sweet wild fruits that had been gathered by their companions during the day, sharing a portion of the prepared rations. For TT had not eaten for an entire day. After a long period filled with tension and worries, her empty stomach began to make itself known. Having resolved their hunger, TT, at Anna's insistence, entered the tent where Nual lay sleeping, while the task of keeping watch was entrusted to the other members of the Knights. According to Anna, this dense forest still harbored some wild beasts, and certain creatures that posed a threat to life became particularly active at night, tasks best suited for the experienced members of the Dusk Knights. The night passed in silence. On the following day, as the sun quietly climbed above the treetops, TT awoke from her slumber. She was still unaccustomed to sleeping in such an environment. With her ears attuned to the distant sounds transmitted through the ground, and her back feeling somewhat stiff from lying on the rough ground. Her hair lay in disarray behind her. TT rose and stretched her body, her elegant silhouette cutting through the air, and she twisted her neck, giving her cheeks a gentle pat to loosen up. Just as she was about to check whether Nual had awakened after his long rest, she noticed that he was already awake, his eyes fixed intently upon her. Caught off guard, TT blinked in surprise before realizing that Nual appeared to have been awake for some time. She quickly set aside her thoughts and cheerfully asked, "You're awake, little Nual? How do you feel?" A soft smile blossomed on Nual's lips, And he replied, his voice hoarse from thirst, "I'm fine now. After sleeping for so long, I should have recovered. Thank you for your care." Hearing Nua's raspy voice, TT realized he hadn't had water for a long while. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed outside the tent to fetch some water. Moments later, she returned, lifting the tent flap to reveal a steaming iron pot. The rising steam filling the small space and raising the temperature slightly. "Here, drink some water, but be careful, it's hot." TT carefully handed the iron pot to Nua, who took it gently, sipping cautiously. While Nua drank the hot water, TT seized the opportunity to recount the essence of her conversation with Anna the previous day, particularly highlighting Anna's invitation for them to join the Dusk Knights and sharing her thoughts on the matter. "I believe that since Anna is willing to invite us to join the Dusk Knights, we should consider accepting. Now that we have escaped from the prison island and are without a home, carrying such conspicuous source armor, having a faction to rely on is certainly a wise choice." Nua pondered TT's suggestion, reflecting on it. "I have come across many documents and reports submitted to the Holy See regarding the Dusk Knights. As the third largest armed organization, it holds considerable power in Hessa, especially with their leader, Hermann, being a notable figure. Among various armed groups, the Dusk Knights enjoy a commendable reputation among the populace, and the spirit of chivalry they embody has always commanded my respect." Nua's words subtly conveyed his acknowledgement of the Dusk Knights. Tia was immensely pleased. She found herself in perfect harmony with Anna. Although Anna was Nor's elder sister, 2 years her senior, her years spent within the confines of the courtyard and the papal chamber had rendered her a somewhat innocent girl. Furthermore, deprived of a mother's affection throughout her childhood, Tia's heart brimmed with a longing for maternal love, and she relished Anna's meticulous care, akin to that of a mother. Still, she often wished to muster the courage to care for her younger brother, Nor. However, Tia recalled Anna's conjecture and furrowed her brow as she turned to Nor. "Anna speculates that our escape from Prison Island is also under the control of certain individuals. Nor, do you think there is any truth to this?" Nor inhaled deeply, his clenched fist tightening involuntarily. Reluctantly, he had to concede that the plan and execution of their escape appeared too coincidental and haphazard. Everything seemed to be arranged with precision, as if everyone existed solely to facilitate their escape. It felt as though each step had been calculated, and both of them had only managed to flee after reaching the brink of their limits. Nor angrily swung his fist. The source of the transaction, the inexplicable festival procession, the ongoing renovations of the ancient dock, and the departing cargo ship, all of it resembled a meticulously crafted script, waiting for them to enact it flawlessly. Nor's frustration mounted. In his eyes, even though he and Tia had escaped Prison Island, their fates remained firmly in the hands of the powers that be. Observing Nor's fury, which he struggled to contain, Tia tenderly grasped his hand. His hands, though not particularly clean, bore the marks of toil, pale skin riddled with calluses and wrinkles, reminiscent of a laborer's hands. Yet, Nor soon regained his composure. Their eyes locked, his deep blue irises radiated clarity as he earnestly stated, "Even so, we have already taken the first step in breaking free from the shackles of fate. We can still crush our destiny." Tia responded with a resolute gaze. "We will surely succeed." Nur nodded and emerged from the tent. "Let us go and discuss our joining the team with Captain Anna." Chapter 32. Perilous depths of the forest. It was yet another sunlit day, with the fierce crimson sun hanging in the sky, casting waves of warmth that enveloped the earthly creatures in a protective barrier against the biting cold. No raised his right hand to shield his forehead. Squinting slightly as he gazed upward, Tia emerged from behind him, following his line of sight to the cloudless expanse, where only the blazing sun burned brightly. No did not linger in place for long. After a brief moment of observation, he gestured for Tia to approach, uncertain of the whereabouts of Captain Anna. As mentioned by Tia, the landscape strewn with numerous small tents did not align with his memories of the wide open spaces, prompting his prudent nature to refrain from rash actions. In truth, No had awakened at dawn, startled to find himself in an unfamiliar tent. However, upon noticing the familiar figure lying beside him, he observed that Tia was merely in a deep slumber, and his initial panic subsided slightly. Still, a lingering tension remained within him. Quietly, he slipped past Tia and opened a small gap in the tent flap to survey the surroundings. Aside from the multitude of identical tents, nothing seemed amiss. So he returned to his place, lying still and waiting for Tia to awaken. When confronted with unfamiliar situations, No endeavored to act with utmost caution. While this approach sometimes hampered efficiency, it safeguarded him from unforeseen mishaps, a habit cultivated from his childhood experiences. where he learned to navigate the unpredictable temperament of the headmaster and the sadistic tendencies of the staff, always seeking to minimize his vulnerabilities. Tia, understanding No's discomfort, took the initiative to search for Anna. The tents on the grassy field were arranged in an orderly manner, yet not a single figure was in sight, suggesting that the knights had departed from this location. At the center lay a campfire, reduced to smoldering ashes. No extended his hand to sift through the remnants, gauging the residual warmth, and concluded that the knights had likely left only recently. Returning to the center of the clearing, Tia shared her thoughts with No. Little No. There are no signs of life around the tents. The knights must have gone out. Anna mentioned to me last night that they had come here for a mission. No nodded in agreement, pointing at the fire. Indeed, I just checked the ashes. They are still warm. The temperature in the forest is quite low. They may have just left. Let us first explore the area for something to eat, and we can assess the situation once the knights return. Tia expressed her agreement, her stomach having awakened her with hunger. The previous day's meager rations had barely sufficed, and given her rigorous training to master the next-generation armor, her appetite was considerable. Though she hesitated to voice her needs out of modesty, no suggestion made her nod eagerly like a curious kitten. The two gradually ventured deeper into the forest. The area bore the essence of a primeval woodland, as Hesse was among the least controlled regions within the Papal States. The influence of the papal authority here was negligible, lacking even the power to develop the forest. The local governor was akin to a mere figurehead, with many aligning themselves with various armed factions or secretly belonging to them. Thus, the significant powers of the papal hall found their reach severely limited. Hesse had become a frontline for rebels, who had no interest in developing the forest but preferred to preserve it for its practical resources. Centrally located within the Papal States, Hesse lay southeast of the armor manufacturing hub of Constantinople and across from the westernmost freshwater lake, rich in resources and minerals. Before being overtaken by armed groups, it was the primary source of steel alloys for armor production, with nearby towns serving as agricultural hubs. Historically, merchants utilized Hesse as a transit point, leading to the emergence of bustling commercial streets and a nascent service industry. However, after the armed factions took control, commercial services dwindled, as most small armed groups resorted to pillaging, resembling bandits in a chaotic era, resulting in fewer merchants willing to trade, thus causing a ripple effect throughout the economy. Returning to the narrative, No and Tia walked upon the muddy ground, where their wooden shoes crunched with every step, occasionally creaking as though they trod upon some hidden creature. The withered leaves provided numerous hiding spots for insects, and despite the yellowed foliage, many creatures of similar hues scurried about. Along the winding paths, the towering trees occasionally rustled. Yet No remained vigilant, though he saw nothing amiss, attributing the sounds to the wind stirring the leaves. Tia, be cautious. This forest likely harbors many dangerous creatures, and the winding paths could easily lead us astray. If we find nothing to eat, we should return quickly. Getting lost here poses significant risks, No advised, a sense of unease gnawing at him from his long-standing awareness of danger. Tia nodded in understanding. Despite the bright, sunny weather, the forest canopy obstructed much of the sunlight, allowing only slender beams to penetrate the layers, creating a somber atmosphere that suggested impending misfortune. The two maintained proximity, their gazes scanning their surroundings, with No frequently glancing back, carefully observing their path. Though the area was spacious enough for movement, they felt as if they were navigating a tight corridor. After a brief period, just as they contemplated returning without having found food, they spotted, through a patch of sparse underbrush, a small orchard that seemed to be isolated from the rest. Even in the colder winter season, it bore fruit, albeit small in size. Tia stepped forward, narrowing her eyes for a better look, and remarked to No, last night. The knights brought back some wild fruits. This must be the same type. I tried a few, though they were not particularly sweet and had little flesh. They were perfectly edible, and my comrades also consumed them. They serve well enough to fill our stomachs. With the assurance that the knights had already tested the fruits, No felt a sense of relief. They had been out long enough that even the way back was fading from memory, but at least they would not return empty-handed. No followed Tia's lead, ready to traverse the small thicket before them. They stepped through together. However, as they did, Tia inadvertently stepped on a hard object, causing her balance to falter. No, noticing her predicament, quickly stepped back to support her. In that split second, a slender green snake, about the length of an arm, shot forth from the shadows behind the leaves, narrowly missing No as he recoiled. For a moment, No did not fully comprehend the situation, catching only a glimpse of the swift green shadow darting past him. Yet, Even without a clear view, the instinctive alertness surged within him. Tightening his muscles with an overwhelming sense of danger, he instinctively tightened his grip on Tia, lifting her slightly as he leaped away from the direction the shadow had come from. Tia, still bewildered, was suddenly swept into No's embrace. She turned to ask what was happening, but her gaze fell upon the hard object she had stepped on. "Ah!" Tia exclaimed, her voice rising in terror as her face turned pale. It was a human skull. The shape of the skull remains remarkably intact, suggesting that its owner met their demise not long ago. Furthermore, the cold and dry conditions of winter contribute to a slower decomposition rate. Consequently, T immediately recognized it as a human skull. Upon following Ti's gaze, Nua was taken aback. Had they not moved away just in time, they might have fallen victim to the creature that had flown by, and T might not have survived either. The presence of the skull hinted that there could have been more than one life lost in this place. Nua's attention sharpened instantaneously, and their gaze swept across various areas. Yet still, no anomalies were detected. Chapter 33. The accumulation of adventurous knowledge is that you, T? A valiant woman clad in heavy armor emerged from the dense thicket. A hint of unexpected surprise etched on her face. Nor furrowed his brow, his hand remaining motionless, yet his body began to relax. He turned his gaze toward T, seemingly seeking confirmation. T caught sight of the woman's silhouette, the tension that had recently enveloped her gradually dissipating. Aware of Nor's gaze, she turned to meet his eyes, slowly nodding as if to convey, "This is Captain Anna." With Ti's affirmation, Nor lowered his hand, casting aside a branch in a gesture of relief. He adjusted his attire, disheveled from the earlier confrontation with the green serpent, and together with T, they strode toward Anna. Upon seeing T, Anna also noticed Nor standing defensively beside her, the surprise on her face subsiding. She gestured to the members of the Twilight Knights who followed, and they all stepped forth from the underbrush. Nor approached Anna, maintaining an appropriate distance as they faced each other. Noting that no further knights emerged from the thicket, Nor took the initiative to perform a standard knightly salute before Anna, conveying his sincere greetings. Although he was not adorned in knightly garb, nor did he bear a sword emblematic of solemnity, Nor's salute was impeccable, leaving no room for doubt regarding his knighthood. After Nor's salute, T followed suit, executing her own flawless knightly gesture, equally pleasing to behold. Even as a youthful girl, she embodied the dignity and nobility of a knight. Anna observed the perfect knightly etiquette displayed by Nor and T, her eyes crinkling with a smile, a reflection of her admiration for fellow believers. However, as she returned the salute, she immediately reined in her smile, restoring her serious demeanor out of respect for the saluters. The other members of the knightly order, following Captain Anna, reciprocated with salutes, expressing the warmest greetings among knights. This ritual has been upheld since the dawn of the knightly age, steeped in a long history. When knights meet, they greet each other with a salute, while the recipient returns the gesture as a sign of mutual respect, a tradition that endures, with its profound significance intact and even more deeply resonant. Such impeccable royal knightly etiquette would be difficult for even Commander Hermann to replicate, and he would surely be delighted to witness such standards. Those devoid of knightly spirit would hardly delve into the nuances of such formalities. Captain Anna was thoroughly pleased, lavishing praise upon Nor and T. Nor, steadfast as a mountain, displayed no signs of embarrassment, calmly expressing his gratitude. "You flatter me, Captain Anna. The knightly etiquette is merely the most fundamental decorum a knight ought to master. If one cannot execute it well, or even forgets it, how can they bear the weight of the title knight?" Anna's satisfaction with Nor deepened. His words resonated with her. Indeed, if one cannot perform even the simplest and most basic knightly salute, how can they aspire to be a competent knight? Anna reflected on this sentiment with great emotion. "I genuinely thank you. Your words have provided significant inspiration on my path of growth. It is my honor to invite you and T to join the Twilight Knights." T quickly waved her hands, aware that they were currently vulnerable and in need of the Twilight Knight's support. Anna smiled gently at T. "There is no need for modesty. Even Commander Hermann would say the same. You must believe in the efforts and perseverance you have devoted over the years." After a mutual exchange of commendations, Anna called a few members to gather small bags and collect wild fruits. The group found a suitable place to rest amidst the wide expanse between the fruit grove and the dense forest. Nor began by introducing himself to Anna. "Captain Anna, I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. I am Nobellier, the illegitimate son of the current pope. However, please rest assured about our intentions. Having chosen to escape from Prison Island, I no longer harbor foolish loyalty to the Burial family." Anna offered a friendly smile. I certainly believe you. T confided in me yesterday. I can truly sense your resolve. Observing the dust that clung to Nor and Ti's garments, Anna recalled the earlier events and inquired curiously, what brings you here? Did something happen at the camp? T shook her head. Nothing significant occurred. When Nor and I woke up, we noticed you were all gone. Nor felt a bit hungry, so we ventured out together in search of wild fruits. We had walked quite a distance and were about to turn back when we unexpectedly discovered this grove. However, on our way here, we were ambushed by a small green serpent. Nor scratched his nose, glancing at T, who spoke with such conviction, thinking to himself, when did I say I was hungry? It was clearly her who was famished. What a prideful little girl she is. Lost in her excitement, T failed to notice Nor's subtle gesture until she suddenly recalled, oh, that green serpent. Nor threw it onto a branch in your direction. Nothing happened, right? Anna chuckled at Ti's concerned expression, unable to resist teasing her. After we collected our materials, we planned to gather some seasonal fruits here as well. However, upon nearing, we heard a scream and hastened our pace. Speaking of the scream, Anna deliberately elongated the last word, a peculiar smile forming on her face as she looked at T. Could it have been yours? Haha. T bowed her head, too shy to speak, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The rosy hue spread rapidly, enveloping her ears and creeping up to her forehead, resembling a steaming bun, utterly adorable. Anna stifled a laugh, and as the two grew more familiar, they began to engage in playful banter. Nor, suppressing a smile, watched T, who incessantly referred to herself as the elder sister, yet appeared more like an innocent child. Unconsciously, he reached out to pat her head, prompting a flustered T to turn and shoot him a glare, leading Nor to obediently lower his hand and sit quietly like a model student. Anna chuckled inwardly at the playful exchange between the siblings and returned to the topic at hand. All right, enough joking. When that branch entangled with the arrow snake was thrown at us, John instinctively drew his sword and sliced it in half. Blood splattered all over him, but fortunately, it didn't land on any exposed skin. She gestured for them to look at a tall knight who was cleaning his armor with a water jug. John was scrubbing the blood from the arrow snake off his chest plate, which had been stained and discolored. As he continued washing, he seemed to notice the three watching him and flashed a broad grin, giving a thumbs up. The three exchanged glances and turned away. Anna defended John. John is a jovial and optimistic young man. No matter the peril, he encourages his comrades to persevere. Even in unexpected situations, he remains calm and composed, earning Commander Hermann's admiration. T commended, that is indeed an admirable quality. Nor then continued the conversation, seizing on Anna's words. So, seasonal fruit is the name for those wild fruits? And that green serpent is called an arrow snake. How apartment Anna nodded. The reason those fruits are called seasonal fruits is that they bear fruit throughout the 4 seasons, requiring minimal growing conditions. Thus, many ordinary households plant a few in their gardens, though the sweetest seasonal fruits are those that ripen in spring. The name arrow snake is indeed indicative of its nature, especially as you have personally encountered its ferocious attacks. Its slender, green form allows it to blend seamlessly with the foliage, rendering it nearly invisible. The speed of its assault is astonishingly swift. An ordinary individual who falls victim to its bite may find their life extinguished in mere moments, their flesh becoming sustenance for the arrow snakes. Thus, one can frequently discover human bones amidst the nearby thickets and along the paths strewn with dead leaves, the remains of those who perished at the hands of these serpents. Yet, T expressed her bewilderment. But aren't snakes unable to survive in the frigid winter? She added, moreover, the temperature in this dense forest is not particularly high, ordinarily. Snakes cannot endure such conditions. Anna regarded T with approval, acknowledging her extensive knowledge. Common venomous snakes cannot, but the arrow snake is an exception. They can indeed endure the cold of winter. However, this is precisely why the lifespan of each arrow snake is typically limited to 1 year. They complete all reproductive processes by late autumn, culminating in a massacre during the winter months. Fortunately, these creatures persist only within this primordial forest, remaining unseen by the outside world. T shook her head in enlightenment, having acquired new knowledge that is often known only to those engaged in wilderness exploration, while most others remain oblivious. After their discussion, the gathering of seasonal fruits was completed. The sun now hung high in the sky. Anna glanced upward, quickly assessing the time, and called upon the other team members, who were resting in small clusters, before informing Nor and T, preparing to embark back to the camp. Chapter 34. A midday conversation on the return journey. Tranquility prevailed as Anna led the way, with Nuwa and T closely following. Behind them were the members of the nightly order, vigilant and observant, ever watchful for unforeseen dangers lurking within the dense forest, where peril was omnipresent, necessitating prudent preparation, a matter in which they were quite adept. Anna skillfully guided the group through a series of winding paths. T gazed in wonder at the kaleidoscopic array of flora, many of which she encountered for the very first time in her life. The explorations of that morning alone inspired T to contemplate writing a short story titled T.I.'s Adventures in the Primitive Jungle. As she attempted to sift through the myriad curiosities swirling in her mind, she redirected her focus to Anna, whose pace remained unceasing, no matter the divergence of paths. A mere glance was sufficient for her to discern the right direction. Her familiarity with the forest was unmistakable. Driven by curiosity, T quickened her pace to walk alongside Anna. Voicing her bewilderment, "Anna, you seem remarkably familiar with this place, as if it were your home." Anna chuckled softly. "You are not mistaken. I grew up in a small village on the outskirts of this very forest, known as Xiangling. Its name was bestowed by my grandfather in memory of my grandmother, Xiang. At that time, my grandfather served as the village chief, overseeing agricultural activities and hunting for sustenance. However, one fateful day, he ventured into the woods with my grandmother to hunt for small game, but only he emerged, bloodied and battered. They had been ambushed by a fierce tiger. My grandmother suffered grievous injuries, her thigh torn asunder, and in a selfless act, she drew the tiger's attention away from my grandfather, limping in the opposite direction. The outcome was all too predictable. As Anna recounted her tale, her voice gradually diminished, and her once steady steps faltered upon the uneven ground. Unseen tears welled in her eyes, but the resilient Anna managed to hold them back. Despite being a valiant Valkyrie, the misfortunes of her kin evoked an undeniable emotional response. It was precisely this vulnerability that rendered her more authentic, more endearing, and more deserving of love. T, sensing Anna's sorrow, gently clasped her hand, wishing to convey warmth to alleviate the immense grief within her heart. "Anna, I apologize for broaching this topic." Anna, managing a smile through her tears, replied, "This is not your fault. It merely evokes memories." She continued, "As I matured, I accompanied my parents into the forest, learning the arts of hunting, survival, and the subtleties of nature. Through many trials, I acquired the skills to navigate the potential dangers of the jungle. My proficiency stems from familiarity and experience." T, enlightened by her words, realized that even in perilous environments, finding safety required relentless practice and the accumulation of wisdom. Anna soon regained her composure, leading the group with renewed confidence, occasionally plucking flowers and roots along the way to stow in her leather satchel. T, however, slowed her pace, returning to Nua's side. Observing Ti's return, Nua discreetly inquired, "What did you discuss with Captain Anna?" She appeared emotionally unsettled. T rolled her eyes. "I never knew you had a curious side." Little Nua, with utmost seriousness, replied, "It is essential to remain attuned to everyone's emotional state for timely and informed decisions." "After all," he murmured, "having witnessed this vibrant world, I too wish to embrace change. Humanity must strive for progress to grow." T understood this sentiment profoundly. Her months spent within the confines of the prison island, while simultaneously managing the demanding duties of its governor, had left her struggling to adapt. Now, having left the prison behind and entered the realm of the mundane, she felt as though she had transformed entirely. Previously, in the halls of the papacy, at family gatherings, and during ceremonial rites, she wore a perpetually cold smile. Now, she could laugh freely, making it hard for others to discern that she was the daughter of the current pope, a princess of the papal states. Yet, T welcomed this change with open arms. Regardless of whether Anna's suspicions were accurate, that she was under the influence of a powerful entity, this newfound freedom resonated with her innermost desires, as if a voice within her had longed for her to live as she now did. When did this yearning begin? T pondered. Perhaps during the experimental adaptation of the next generation armor, though the feeling had not been particularly intense. Shortly thereafter, after winding through the forest, they returned to camp, having spent roughly 2/3 of the time it took to arrive. Several teammates swiftly gathered the firewood prepared the night before, arranging it neatly in a pile, while extracting some finely ground sulfur to sprinkle atop. They then retrieved some ignition cotton and flint. Soon, the fire blazed vigorously, radiating warmth that spread around the campsite. T held her tiny hands close to the flames, thawing her fingers, while Nua, accustomed to the cold since childhood, remained indifferent to the chill. Seeing Anna and a few comrades tending to the game they had brought back, Nua stepped forward to lend a hand. Although he lacked culinary skills and was unfamiliar with butchering, his newfound strength proved quite helpful. As they built additional fires, the group scattered, each roasting a portion of the game for lunch. Seasonal fruits were divided among them, laid on a clean white cloth, and a variety of seasonings were gradually produced from leather bags. The scene resembled that of ordinary villagers embarking on a picnic, albeit most of them donned armor, making their actions somewhat peculiar while eating. During the hearty meal, Nuwa formally approached Anna to express his desire to join the Dusk Knights. Though Anna had previously extended an invitation to T, it was evident that Nuwa and T sought something from her, particularly a means to safely carry the forgotten phoenix of the primordial armor. Captain Anna, I hope T and I can join the Dusk Knights. This is not solely a quest for shelter. It is also a genuine acknowledgement of the knightly spirit, Nuwa stated earnestly. Anna smiled warmly. Of course. Your performance has truly won my heart. I have no objections. Our team plans to depart this afternoon, so you may accompany us back then. As for that formidable armor. Anna pondered, addressing Nuwa. Very well, you shall pilot that mechanized armor alongside us. Apart from the port, no one from the Papal States patrols the surrounding wilderness. But there are many eyes from various armed organizations watching. They will certainly notice you, yet they will hesitate to act. Even the Resistance Alliance, on the surface, lacks the next-generation armor to challenge us. They have no reason to act against the Dusk Knights. Anna lifted her head high, her heart brimming with pride. Would Commander Herman be so astonished as to drop his jaw upon seeing you? No, he would not. Commander Herman is remarkably composed and dignified. As Anna spoke, she couldn't help but murmur to herself. Noticing Anna's distraction, Nuwa cleared his throat and replied, In that case, I shall be direct. You will need to explain matters to the officers of the Twilight Knights at that time. Regaining her focus, Anna responded, Of course, rest assured. Commander Herman will never miss the initiation test for any member, no matter how busy he is. His judgment is consistently astute, especially since you are the chosen one for the next-generation armor. As long as you are sincere, you undoubtedly possess the requisite qualities to join the order. T sat nearby, gnawing on meat with her left hand while holding seasonal fruits in her right, her mouth never ceasing its movement as she attentively listened to the serious exchange between Nuwa and Anna. She was well versed in the protocols, understanding when to refrain from interjecting and when to indulge in light-hearted banter. This knowledge was undoubtedly acquired from her experiences in the Papal Hall, even though T wished she did not have to grasp such intricate rules. After relishing a delightful lunch, the group gathered to chat for a while. Anna's team members, upon learning that Nuwa and T were set to join the Twilight Knights and become comrades, greeted them with great enthusiasm. They animatedly shared amusing anecdotes from their daily lives and playfully revealed each other's secrets, resulting in a rather chaotic scene, reminiscent of carefree children laughing and frolicking together. What a splendid atmosphere! If only they could live joyfully like this every day, devoid of the looming threats of war and death. Many individuals in the Order are of similar age to you, yet they have been compelled to join armed factions due to the ravages of conflict. They deserved a more stable existence. Anna sighed, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. T, sitting beside her, offered words of comfort. That day will surely arrive soon. Anna nodded and smiled softly, replying, I hope so. Chapter 35. Departure from the dense forest after patiently waiting for several young men to revel in their merriment. Everyone rose to collectively tidy up the campsite. They carefully packed the portable tents into large bundles, then scooped up mounds of earth to pour over the ashes of the extinguished fire, thereby preventing any potential rekindling that could lead to disaster. The most boisterous of the young men proved to be the most diligent in their cleanup efforts, after a period of release from the stringent pressures of the Dusk Knights. Their work efficiency and enthusiasm surged significantly. This was a rule established by Captain Herman, observed with meticulous attention since the inception of the Order. The Dusk Knights employed a hierarchical military structure, ultimately assigning members to small teams that executed missions tailored to their specific characteristics. Following the successful completion of each task, participating members were granted a day of leisure to recuperate. Some opted to indulge in local taverns or underground brothels to satiate their desires, while others preferred the simple pleasure of a deep slumber in an inn. Yet, there were also those under Anna's command, predominantly youthful forest dwellers entrusted with gathering materials and medicinal herbs from the dense woods, who found joy in their innocent revelry. Captain Herman believed it imperative to provide every knight the opportunity to unburden their inner turmoil, lest the darkness within accumulate and tarnish their internal beauty, thereby preserving the purity of their faith. His rugged exterior, seemingly coarse and unrefined, belied a keen ability to observe and connect with others. He was approachable, disregarding origins and fostering a spirit of camaraderie among all members. This ethos nurtured a harmonious atmosphere within the order, resulting in a majority of the knights treating one another with kindness. Hermann's leadership was not merely a consequence of founding the Dusk Knights. Rather, it stemmed from the collective support of its members. When Nor was dispatched back to Kongjin City to serve as the chief secretary to Jiang, he learned through confidential reports of Captain Hermann's magnetic leadership. He had encountered an instance wherein several spies, meticulously chosen by the Papal State's central military, infiltrated various large, armed organizations. Among them, most ascended to the ranks of team leaders or higher. However, the spy embedded within the Dusk Knights, after a mere month, chose to rebel against the Papal State, boldly penning a farewell letter in which he proclaimed his admiration for Captain Hermann and his commitment to the knightly spirit, vowing to fight for the impoverished citizens of the Papal State. At that time, he had even participated in 2 minor skirmishes against the Papal forces, achieving notable accolades. Nor was astounded, having once presumed the Dusk Knights to be a missionary organization, luring the desperate into rebellion under the guise of knightly virtue, only to exploit them for profit, a common tactic among many groups masquerading as saviors of faith. Yet, the Dusk Knights were indeed distinct, driven by curiosity. Nor perused the copious classified documents concerning the Dusk Knights, gradually refining his understanding through the myriad of information. However, these accounts primarily reflected surface-level observations, as the carefully selected spies seeking to infiltrate had already been subverted, leaving no room for further intelligence gathering from the ruling powers. Nevertheless, Nor inferred from the management style, spiritual beliefs, and welfare provisions of the Dusk Knights that Captain Hermann must have either defected from the central military of the Papal State or hailed from a family with military ties. Otherwise, his familiarity with military regulations would be unfathomable. Their management system bore the closest resemblance to that of the central military, albeit with adjustments tailored to the Order's specific circumstances. The aforementioned small team dispatch model arose from the Dusk Knights members being far more cohesive and obedient than the mixed ranks of the Papal forces, thus enabling optimal overall training through systematic deployment. Conversely, the Papal military, despite its vast size, grappled with the challenge of cultivating elite soldiers anew, only to find that many of these recruits had become accustomed to a chaotic lifestyle, often resisting rigorous training. After absorbing this information, Nor developed a profound interest in the Dusk Knights, which had swiftly emerged as the 3rd largest armed organization within a mere 2 years, particularly regarding Captain Hermann. Though Nor was still a somewhat immature youth at the time, he possessed an inner maturity that ignited a fervent desire to meet the resolute man who inspired such admiration among his comrades and embodied the very essence of knightly spirit. Years later, he found himself on the precipice of fulfilling that youthful aspiration, reflecting on the passage of time with a sense of nostalgia. At that moment, T quietly approached Nor, tapping him on the shoulder. Startled from his reverie, Nor turned and playfully pinched Ti's fair, supple cheek before dashing away, drawn by Anna's beckoning. T puffed up her cheeks, feigning anger as she stomped after him. Meanwhile, Anna stood at the crossroads where they had first arrived, leading her team members as Nor engaged her in final discussions. "Are you certain that I can exit the dense forest clad in this mechanized armor without other armed factions mistaking me for a target to practice their archery?" Nor voiced his lingering doubts, not from fear, but from concern that their ostentatious display might attract unnecessary trouble. Ideally, he wished to transport the Phoenix armor back in a cart, as he had obtained it. "Rest assured," Anna replied with a reassuring smile, "those who are tasked with surveillance are well acquainted with us. After all, we frequently traverse these woods and have agreements with other armed factions to refrain from interference." That said, Nor interjected, "there will always be those who abandon such protocols for the sake of profit." "Indeed," Anna replied with a hint of frustration, "such individuals are all too common, especially among certain bandits. They sign with flourish yet act with utter arrogance, inciting a desire within us to eliminate them. However, given the potential for chaos should unrest arise within Hesse City, we have refrained from taking action to educate them." Anna's tone was laced with regret. "Thus, if we depart first, transporting this cumbersome armor with a cart and requiring numerous hands to assist in its movement, many factions will undoubtedly perceive us as having uncovered something valuable. Even the rebel alliance might tear up the agreements and resort to coercion. If they conspire against us to seize your armor, the situation could become perilous. Certainly, this is one of the primary reasons. Additionally, Showcasing your image as a adapter within our team will bolster the influence of our Knights Order, attracting more talent to join us and thus expanding our strength. This is a modest personal desire of mine. However, considering you will be joining us in the future, it is mutually beneficial, is it not? Anna articulated her thoughts candidly. No nodded, recognizing the merit in Anna's words. He would not be so petty as to feel betrayed by a slight advantage that benefits both parties. That would indeed be an exaggeration. Upon reflection, employing such a straightforward approach might yield even better results, saving him the effort of overthinking. Since Anna had expressed her thoughts so clearly, No decided to follow her lead without hesitation. However, the fuel for this armor was running low, and we needed to hasten to the base of the Dusk Knights. No advised before departing, to which Anna nodded in acknowledgement. The Phoenix rested beneath the shade of a great tree, and No approached it with swift steps. He stood before the Phoenix, seemingly gazing into its eyes, as if engaging in a silent communion. Anna and her team remained rooted in place, their eyes fixated on No and the Phoenix, anxious not to miss a single detail. For ordinary individuals, witnessing the fusion of an adapter with the next-generation armor was a rare and fortuitous event. Seeing No standing motionless, Anna assumed he was engaged in an extensive preparatory ritual and remained silent, quietly observing. In reality, No was merely recalling how to enter the Phoenix. After a day of slumber, coupled with his previous fatigue when entering the Phoenix, his memory momentarily eluded him. After pondering for nearly 2 minutes, No finally retrieved the answer from the swiftly fleeting images in his mind. He unsheathed a small knife from his waist, a gift from the generous young man who had been struck by the serpent's venom. When No noticed John had 2 knives at his side, complete with a petite sheath, he inquired if he could borrow one for unforeseen circumstances. John willingly removed the knife from his left side and offered it to No, explaining that one was merely a backup. No accepted it without hesitation, exchanging a friendly gesture to signify their solid camaraderie, albeit gently. For John was still fully armed at that moment. No made a small incision on his index finger, allowing a drop of blood to spill forth. In the sunlight, the crimson droplet appeared almost golden. The blood fell onto the Phoenix, and suddenly the fiery primary armor awakened in No's eyes as if ignited by an intense flame. The hatch opened automatically. This time, instead of drawing No in as before, it revealed the compartment within its chest. Anna and her team stood on tiptoe, their eyes wide with anticipation, but all they could see within the hatch was an abyss of darkness, devoid of substance. Was this truly the process of merging with the next-generation armor? It was utterly astonishing, akin to 2 living entities engaging in a soulful exchange. Anna, captivated, excitedly shared her thoughts with Tia, who had rushed over, this extraordinary experience broadening her horizons. Tia, equally intrigued, realized this was her first encounter with the fusion of primary armor and its adapter, and she found it utterly mesmerizing. Due to their vantage point, they did not witness No's drop of blood. To onlookers, it appeared as though No had vanished into the void of darkness, and in the next moment, the immense form of the Phoenix stirred as if awakening from a deep slumber, causing a considerable commotion that startled the birds hiding in the trees. Erupting into a chorus of chirps, No experienced the sensation of merging with the primary armor once more. It was a feeling of symbiosis, devoid of the layers of spiritual separation that accompanied the fitting of the next-generation armor. It was a sense of nourishment, as if cleansing a weary soul, revitalizing it anew. Yet, a subtle discomfort lingered in the depths of No's heart, suggesting that the initial sense of estrangement during his first integration with the Phoenix was not solely due to his previous state of exhaustion. However, this did not impede him. No stepped behind Anna and her companions, signaling her to lead the way. "Let us proceed with haste," he urged, his voice resonating with a mechanical timbre. Anna, undeterred, nodded earnestly and promptly began to guide them. Chapter 36. A shock to all. A formidable group swiftly emerged from the dense, towering forest, led by 2 remarkable women. One donned a silver-white battle armor, her countenance resolute and striking, while the other wore a white flowing gown, exuding an air of cold elegance and noble grace. Following them were a dozen heavily armed men, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings for any hint of hostility. Bringing up the rear was a towering, fiery red mechanized armor. Each step reverberating through the fragile earth. Leaves fell in its wake, birds scattered in fright, and rodents scurried away in terror. Wherever it went, chaos ensued. The group advanced with purpose, each member burdened with various items, yet their expressions betrayed a sense of gravity rather than joy. It was evident they had not ventured into this pristine wilderness merely to bask in nature's splendor or to partake in leisurely dining under the gentle breeze. They were on a mission. As figures emerged into the daylight, hidden eyes, akin to famished hunters spotting delectable prey, widened in anticipation. Each pair of eyes represented a faction within Hessa's city, some more powerful than others. Typically, such gatherings would pass without incident, as various factions regularly dispatched teams into the forest to seek treasures and materials, resulting in a relatively peaceful coexistence. After all, familiarity often breeds a tacit understanding, and conflicts over minor resources were generally avoided. However, peace is often built upon the foundation of mutual benefit. The Dusk Knights, under Anna's leadership, had made significant discoveries during their foray into the forest. They stumbled upon a patch of ice grass, a plant known for its peculiar growth habits, requiring extensive shade provided by broadleaf trees while also demanding ample nutrients. The area surrounding ice grass was typically barren, devoid of shrubs and struggling to sustain even the most robust trees. Yet, for the warriors, ice grass held immense importance. Its cold nature had detoxifying properties, offering a refreshing sensation that alleviated fatigue, a boon for soldiers engaged in ambushes, enhancing their focus remarkably. Additionally, a small amount could provide a sense of fullness, serving as a temporary relief for those often deprived of sustenance during their campaigns. While overindulgence could lead to irreversible harm, necessity often compels individuals to undertake actions contrary to their well-being. Thus, although ice grass primarily alleviated fatigue and sharpened concentration, it possessed a significant addictive quality. Once soldiers tasted it, a psychological craving ensued, overshadowing concerns for their health. This soaring demand drove the price of ice grass to unprecedented heights, compounded by its elusive growth conditions, found only in select primeval forests. Thus, the discovery of ice grass not only promised relief for addicted soldiers, but also represented a lucrative opportunity for the rapidly expanding Dusk Knights. After the serendipitous find, Anna grappled with concerns. A modest haul would be inconsequential, while a larger collection risked attracting the envy of rival factions. Regulations dictated that each faction could harvest only a limited amount every 2 weeks to prevent excessive damage to the precious forest. Over the years, signs of degradation had begun to manifest, with rare species becoming increasingly scarce. Even the once abundant arrow snakes had diminished in number. Contemplating her options, Anna resolved to excavate all the ice grass, fearing that leaving any behind might result in a significant loss should others seize the opportunity. Ultimately, she filled 2 or 3 large sacks. To obscure their substantial gain, she instructed 2 knights to bear the bags, hoping to divert attention. However, those with a keen eye for opportunity were not easily deceived. Upon spotting the knights carrying the bags, numerous hungry gazes fixated on them, recognizing the rarity of such a haul. In times of relative tranquility, the demand for ordinary herbs waned, making the presence of 2 full sacks suggestive of something far more valuable. Just as these onlookers contemplated seizing the opportunity, a distinct rustling emanated from the foliage behind them, as if a young tree were being shaken by unseen hands. Yet, these were ancient giants, centuries old. Amidst the uncertainty, the fiery red mechanized armor emerged, parting the branches with a cacophony of sound. This formidable battlefield apparatus, seemingly exclusive to the central military of the Papal State, appeared behind Anna's team, unmistakably a part of their entourage. Instantly, spies from various factions stationed at the forest's edge were left in astonishment. The armor radiated a fierce aura, its vibrant hue suggesting an impending conflagration. Yet, it did not attack. Instead, it trailed behind like a dutiful guardian. No one dared to covet the bags of ice grass any longer. The sight of nor dissuaded any thoughts of robbery against a party escorted by such formidable protection. Spies hastily returned to their bases, eager to report the remarkable sighting. A traitor from the Dusk Knights had defected, a revelation that would undoubtedly become the talk of the Papal State. Anna had achieved her objective, though somewhat ostentatious and contrary to the Dusk Knights' traditionally understated elegance. This bold display served its purpose. No one would dare entertain ulterior motives. The attention was drawn to the resplendent Nor, allowing Anna to return with her bounty alongside Nor and Tia. As Nor exited the forest, Anna discreetly scanned her surroundings for any lingering prying eyes, confirming that most spies had likely retreated to relay their findings, leaving only a few to glean the unfolding events. Without lingering, she quickened her pace, leading her group toward their nearby headquarters. Meanwhile, as factions reeled in surprise, the Dusk Knights themselves were undergoing a profound transformation. A squad leader had returned with a traitor, one who had previously been adversarial but now claimed to be an ally, a revelation that defied belief. Many high-ranking members of the Twilight Knights are not ignorant rebels. Before joining the Order, they were affiliated with various armed organizations, having participated in numerous battles against the Papal States. In every battlefield where advanced armor appeared, it was not always the armed factions that faced defeat, yet many fell beneath the blades of mechanical demons. When Anna mentioned that No was coming to seek refuge with them, disbelief was etched across the faces of the commanders. Had it not been for their obedience to Captain Herman's orders, the temperamental commanders would have already urged their men to charge into battle. No stood quietly behind Anna and T, uttering not a word and making no movement, resembling a lifeless mechanical construct. As the crowd engaged in hushed conversations, their eyes fixed upon No, a deep and resonant male voice pierced through the murmur. The voice, though soft, resonated with authority, and in an instant, silence enveloped the gathering. All eyes turning to the robust man at the forefront. Unbeknownst to the crowd, he had positioned himself there, his expression exuding calm and composure. At the very moment the man spoke, the chest bay of the phoenix suddenly swung open, and a figure descended from the shadows above, landing gracefully on the ground. No's complexion paled, as if he had endured a tremendous drain of energy, yet he mustered his strength, his voice imbued with resolve. "Captain Herman, I have long admired your esteemed reputation." Captain Herman smiled, not with derision, disdain, or malice, but with the warm benevolence of an elder. "You have undergone considerable strain. Rest for a while before we discuss your joining us. The Twilight Knights never take advantage of others' vulnerabilities." Herman gestured to Anna, instructing her to escort No to a guest room for respite. No did not decline. Before departing, he lifted his gaze to meet the tall Captain Herman's, locking eyes in a profound exchange. Those were azure-hued irises. Chapter 37. The past of Commander Herman. Time flowed like a rushing river, swiftly transitioning into night. As Nual awoke gently in the guest room arranged by Anna, he found this rest far more comfortable than he had anticipated. Although he was in an unfamiliar place, perhaps due to the initial impression left by Anna's team, a sense of belonging to the Dusk Knights began to take root within him. Perhaps it was also owing to Commander Herman's influence. His steadfast demeanor and self-assured confidence subtly captivated Nual, who found himself drawn to Herman's charismatic personality. The image of Commander Herman stood before Nual, embodying the essence of a true knight from the Age of Origins. Deep within his heart, Nual firmly established this knightly image. Nevertheless, he knew that he needed to undergo the scrutiny of the knightly order. Nual quickly adjusted his attire, the somewhat faded waistcoat he wore, paired with a pair of half-repaired trousers. Both the waistcoat and trousers were marred with numerous stains. He had not been afforded the luxury of rest during his journey and had brought no extra clothing, making do with what he had. Regardless, Nual searched the room for a clean cloth, dampened it with water, and endeavored to remove the dirt from his attire. After some time, he finally stepped out of the door. Tina was seated not far from the guest room, in a nearby pavilion. The evening breeze occasionally swept by, carrying a chill that made her tighten the fur coat draped over her shoulders. This coat was not something she had taken with her. It must have been lent to her by some kind-hearted soul. In her hands, she cradled a teacup, from which steam rose gently. Tina raised her cup in a toast to the imposing man sitting across from her, taking a sip to warm herself. The man returned the gesture amicably, downing his tea in one gulp before refilling both their cups from the teapot. A solitary oil lamp flickered at a distance, casting a dim and ethereal glow in the tranquil darkness. The robust man was not someone Nual frequently encountered, yet, like Tina, he recognized the indistinct figure before him as Herman, the commander of the Dusk Knights. Nual moved silently through the hazy light and shadow, settling quietly into the pavilion. Herman said nothing, continuing to sip his hot tea. It was only then that Tina noticed Nual. Her concern manifested in her voice as she asked, "Nual, how is your recovery?" Although Tina was unaware that Nual had drawn upon the blood of a conflator after the Phoenix's fuel was exhausted, she could clearly see the extreme weakness he exhibited after severing his bindings, which only deepened her curiosity about the source armor. Indeed, Nual's fatigue stemmed from the Phoenix's consumption of his blood during their journey, but it was not an excessive depletion. After all, he had not traveled for long, nor had he engaged in energy-intensive actions. He merely needed time to adjust and regain control of his strength. Nual offered Tina a reassuring glance and softly replied, "Rest assured, I am recovering well." After calming Tina, Nual turned his gaze towards the composed Commander Herman, nodding in respectful acknowledgement. Herman remained silent, retrieving another porcelain cup from the tea tray, filling it with tea, and slightly rising to place it before Nual. "Nual, in turn, rose to accept it, placing it steadily on the table. The two exchanged glances, raising their cups as if toasting like wandering knights, but with tea instead of wine. "I know you, Beryl." The illegitimate son of Lang, Hermann suddenly remarked. Nuwa seemed to have anticipated this, remaining still, while Tina's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Hermann. How is that possible?" Hermann offered Tina an elegant smile. Nuwa, as if already having guessed, replied, "Commander Hermann, you were also a high-ranking citizen of the Holy See, weren't you?" "Haha," Hermann chuckled at the mention of the term. "It has been a long time since I heard that phrase. High-ranking citizen indeed carries its own hierarchy." Hermann's tone held a hint of sarcasm, yet it also conveyed a sense of indifference. Nuwa nodded silently, contemplating the implications of hierarchy in a society governed by power. It was a term that struck fear. "Commander Hermann, how did you come to know of my identity? I thought Lang had protected me well." Nuwa sipped his tea, setting the cup gently before him, expressing his confusion. Hermann's demeanor remained relaxed, seemingly unfazed by the revelation of Nuwa's identity. It was common knowledge that Lang had a devoted assistant within the Holy See who meticulously managed various documents and affairs, thus enhancing his political standing. Those with a discerning eye would naturally inquire, and it was not necessary to meet Nuwa in person. Through exchanges of interest, one could ascertain much. However, due to certain unspoken rules, many refrained from voicing such knowledge, as everyone was aware of the underlying truths. "But," Hermann paused, "Lang is quite cunning. Your apparent identity is merely a fabricated true identity, layered with gilded facades that seem quite reasonable, which led many to cease further inquiries. My father, whether intentionally or unintentionally, discovered your actual identity, and the subsequent incident may or may not be related to you." "Incident?" Nuwa inquired, puzzled. Hermann tilted his head, reflecting. "You may not know, but I am of the Minus family." "Minus? Count Minus?" Nuwa's mind raced back to his second day on Prison Island, recalling the robust man he had encountered after undergoing Lang's indoctrination. Though his physique remained strong, the toll of age was evident, and the darkness of the prison must have been a profound mental torment for one still bearing the title of Count. "Oh, you remember him? Because of that nationwide scandal involving armor smuggling?" Hermann's interest piqued. Nuwa shook his head. "I am aware of the case, but I did not focus on its protagonist. I only remember Count Minus because I had a brief encounter with him on Prison Island. He imparted some wisdom that was quite beneficial to me." Hermann appeared incredulous. "I never imagined that, given your background, you would ultimately find yourself on Prison Island. Truly, the legacy of the successive popes endures." His expression conveyed a mix of sentimentality and nostalgia, though this demeanor was fleeting. Hermann soon returned to his composed self, stating, "Count Minus is my father. But I left Kanjing City at a young age, traveling to various places, each leaving its mark on me. I only returned to my family 5 years ago when my father was imprisoned for armor smuggling. Upon my return, I spent a year in the Central Army. Our family's noble status remains intact. I still belong to the affluent aristocracy, entering the military for the first time as a commander. Not long after joining the army, Hermann was selected for the next generation of armor adapters due to his uniquely extraordinary pupils, which required him to undergo rigorous training. While he found little difficulty with these demands, he despised the identity of adapter, abhorred violence and war, and felt compelled to quell brutality through warfare. As Hermann spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed his face. "Thus, I chose to leave the Central Army, severing my ties with the Minus family. I have never felt a sense of belonging to Kanjing City or the Holy See. After years of wandering, I have witnessed countless impoverished souls enduring hardships. Their plight pains my heart, yet I feel powerless. Ultimately, I arrived in Hesse, in this den of mercenaries, and after 3 years of toil, I established the Dusk Knights to pursue the knightly dream that had blossomed in my childhood. Twilight signifies that the fate of the Papal States is waning, yet I, alongside each valiant knight of the Order, shall endeavor to accomplish this grand feat." Captain Hermann raised the teacup he had held for so long and drained its contents. Though the tea had long cooled, it could not extinguish the fervent heart of Captain Hermann. "This is my tale. No, if I may address you thus. The Twilight Knights shall remain steadfast in their pursuit of our objectives." Captain Hermann spoke at length, ultimately extending an invitation for No to join them, not merely as a refuge for body and soul. Why? No was perplexed. Even if Captain Hermann had taken the time to understand him, such extensive persuasion seemed unnecessary. A faint smile graced Captain Hermann's lips, the fiery red mechanized armor, the secretive aid, the calm intellect, the youthful tenacity. Such talents are indispensable to the Twilight Knights. No silently nodded in agreement. The atmosphere appeared to freeze for several moments until the biting night wind began to howl, prompting No to finally speak. I will earn the respect of the other knights. Starting with the most fundamental courtesies. Captain Herman nodded in satisfaction. I look forward to your performance. Suddenly, the cold wind ceased. A resplendent full moon emerged from behind the dark clouds, casting forth its sacred luminescence. Chapter 38. Challenge on this night. Nur chose not to sleep again. He had rested sufficiently to last until the next day. After sharing his story, Captain Herman departed, leaving only Nur and Tia in the world. Nur sat on a bench in the gazebo, with Tia by his side. She had removed her fur sweater, straightened it, and draped it over their bodies as a shield against the night's chill. However, Tia's energy was nowhere near Nor's. After replenishing his rest and nourishment, dispelling the fatigue caused by blood loss, Nur appeared remarkably invigorated. For him, staying awake was merely a routine affair. Tia, having accompanied him throughout the day, had been lively and sprightly, embodying youthful exuberance. Yet, no amount of vitality could fend off the heavy pull of sleep. Leaning against each other, the silvery moonlight flickered in the sky, occasionally peeking through the clouds in a playful game of hide and seek. Nur gazed up at the moon, lost in thought, until he was jolted back to reality by a sudden weight on his left shoulder. Tia's long, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, her nostrils quivered gently, emitting faint snores. Her cherry lips quivered in rhythm with her head's movements, and her golden hair danced in the chill of the wind before settling down again. Nur made an effort to keep his left shoulder steady, lifting his right hand to tuck a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. He loosened one half of the fur sweater draped over him and covered Tia with it, ensuring her warmth. The siblings leaned against each other, enduring a frigid winter night. As the sun rose, the world was illuminated as if a candle had been lit in a dark room, casting a gentle glow on every face. Not far to the east of the dusk nights, a low hill obstructed Nor's view of the sunrise. The sun gradually ascended, cresting the hill, and Nur absorbed the sight. It was a stark contrast to the dawn he had witnessed aboard a ship on the ocean. Clad in the attire of the phoenix, this rising sun symbolized hope. Seated on a simple long bench, nestled against his closest companion, he observed the ever-changing world at sunrise with a tranquil heart, a feeling that brought him immense peace and a longed for existence. Yet, all these dreams and aspirations required his own effort to attain. The sunlight grew stronger, embracing the earth and awakening the slumbering souls. Tia stirred awake on Nor's steadfast shoulder, stretching her stiff neck. Seizing the opportunity, Nur rubbed his sore shoulder. Even he felt the ache after a night of remaining still. Tia rubbed her eyes, puffed out her small lips, and slowly opened her eyes to the sight of the recently risen red sun. Although she couldn't see Nur, his familiar presence lingered beside her. Little Nur, did I sleep through the night? Tia's voice was slightly hoarse, likely due to her dry throat upon waking. Nur nodded, and as Tia turned to look at him, he feigned exhaustion by rubbing his left shoulder. Tia blushed at the sight, shyly extending her small hand to massage his shoulder. Nur, not one to hold back, gestured animatedly in response. The two playfully bantered in the glow of the morning light until Captain Herman arrived. Upon seeing Herman, Nur immediately regained his composure, and Tia ceased her movements. I didn't expect your bond to be quite so amicable, Captain Herman chuckled, lifting the breakfast he had brought. Let us freshen up and have something to eat. We'll soon begin the important matters. Everyone is eagerly anticipating you. Nur assured him seriously that he was ready. Facing challenges was not difficult for him, but each required a proper demeanor. The square was bustling with people. Almost all the knights had temporarily set aside their training to witness the capabilities of the Pope's adapter. They held little fondness for adapters, perhaps because their friends and family had perished beneath this person's indomitable gilded blade. Among them was Vice Captain Kate, who shared this sentiment and was among the most respected. Having surpassed 50, Kate was one of the original founders of the Dusk Knights when it was established 2 years prior. He had traversed multiple armed organizations and had been engaged in confrontations with the Papal State since the rise of armed movements over a decade ago, accumulating tremendous battle experience. It was this extensive combat knowledge and managerial skill that earned him Captain Herman's sincere invitation to become a core member of the Dusk Knights. However, the battlefield is merciless, and through countless battles over the years, he had lost many dear friends he had supported since youth, leaving him as the sole survivor, a fact that filled the proud Kate with deep shame. When Nur arrived clad in the attire of the Phoenix, word reached Kate swiftly, prompting him to rush over. Upon seeing Nur in a style reminiscent of the next generation armor, his eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bursting from their sockets, as if confronting an old adversary. Yet, he had outgrown the impulsiveness of youth and silently etched Nor's fiery image in his mind. As the crowd's expectations and complex gazes converged, Nor emerged from the rear camp. The passage was lengthy. Each of Nor's steps was measured, his stride and rhythm perfectly synchronized, his gait unwavering. He strode confidently, donning a well-worn leather armor lent to him by Captain Herman, a personal item of the captain's. Walking with both poise and ease, he exuded an unmatched aura of self-assurance. All eyes were on him as he approached. The time-worn leather armor lent Nor an air of gravitas, prompting onlookers to wonder if he was merely a frail youth who had just come of age. Let us engage in a duel reminiscent of the Age of Origins. The murmurs echoed in the crowd's ears. The challenge had been issued. In the next instant, Nor's gaze met Vice Captain Kate's, as if following a preordained script. The aging yet vigorous Kate swiftly raised his left hand. Within the knightly order, this gesture signified that onlookers should clear the area, indicating that an irreconcilable dispute would be settled through a knightly duel. At this moment, it served as an outlet for years of pin-up frustration within Kate. The knights and officials instinctively stepped aside, leaving only the youthful Nor and the seasoned Kate facing each other in the open square. Draw your sword, adapter. Do not disappoint me. Kate's eyes sharpened, his fierce gaze converging, piercing Nor's eyes. Yet, Nor's deep blue irises appeared imbued with some enchantment, dismissing all hostility with an air of supreme confidence. Slowly, Nor extended his right hand, grasping the hilt of his sword. The sword is the soul of a knight. A knight without his sword is akin to a star bereft of its light, forever left in darkness. The blade was gripped firmly, and in the next instant, it was drawn with the swiftness of the wind, leaving behind an elusive shadow that was difficult for the eye to capture. Kate narrowed his eyes, his expression filled with seriousness. He was astounded by the flawless execution of Nor's draw. Such an action could not be achieved without genuine skill and prolonged training. It involved not only strength, but also mastery and technique. Nor was handling the sword for the first time, and Kate was acutely aware of that. The precious sword of Commander Herman is not an object that just anyone can touch. Thus, this marks the first time that Nor has drawn this blade. Yet his finesse speaks volumes about his profound understanding of the knightly art of unsheathing a sword. Kate has quelled the lingering anger that resided in his heart, for this would be a contest of equals. Similarly, his unsheathing posture, executed with precision, manifests in Kate's hands. In his earlier years, during a time when internal strife within the Papal Kingdom was not as intense, he had participated in the selection of the knightly guard and was honored to become a knight. However, years later, after exposing his superior's corruption, he was unjustly slandered and ultimately forced to relinquish his place among the knights. Over the ensuing decades, although Kate traversed various armed organizations, he never forgot the glory he bore as a knight, nor the chivalric spirit that has been passed down through the ages. He steadfastly upheld this belief. It is this conviction that led him to accept Herman's invitation to withdraw from the upper echelons of the Resistance Alliance and to humble himself within a fledgling armed organization, striving anew to contribute indelibly to the rise of the Dusk Knights Order. His position as vice commander is thus well-deserved. Yet even saints harbor personal desires, and knights are not devoid of the capacity for vengeance. Rather, they must confront their true selves with courage. A palpable aura of tension gathers, as the swords stand poised in identical stances, ready to unleash a tempestuous onslaught at any moment. Chapter 39. Joining the Order. No made his move. Wielding his sword with precision, the leather armor he wore hissed as it brushed against the air during his advance. A swift, decisive slash was executed. A reflexive action honed through his familiarity with the swift blade. In the face of his serpentine assault, Kate remained unfazed, effortlessly deflecting No's powerful downward strike with a flick of his sword, redirecting the force with ease. Despite his age and diminished strength, Kate's wealth of combat experience enabled him to effortlessly discern the optimal counter to each of No's techniques. With a flurry of strikes, crashes, sweeps, thrusts, and slashes, No launched a relentless barrage from all directions. The apparent peril posed little real threat to Kate. However, the continuous exchanges gradually sapped his stamina, leaving him slightly breathless after their first clash of swords, mere minutes into the encounter. Realizing that brute force would not secure him victory against Kate's seasoned tactics, No swiftly concluded that exploiting his opponent's greatest weakness, endurance, might yield a more favorable outcome. Following a tense and furious exchange, both combatants momentarily retreated, establishing defensive stances. Adhering to an unwritten code of chivalry, A young knight pays respect to an elder knight, a courtesy determined by the circumstances of the duel. In this encounter between No and Kate, No granted Kate a brief respite after his relentless assaults. Taking a few moments to catch his breath, Kate quickly regained his stamina, having learned from the initial exchanges. This time, he took the initiative, transitioning from defense to offense, his sword poised for action. While his movements lacked the swiftness of No's, they possessed a deceptive fluidity, making it challenging for No to predict the origin of Kate's strikes. No remained steadfast, opting for a steady defense. The atmosphere shifted from the earlier tension to a battle of wills, as the onlooking knights were captivated, eager to absorb the lessons of offense, defense, and mindset exemplified in the duel. After circling for several moments, Kate seized the opportunity. He unexpectedly swept his sword toward No's lower body. No quickly lowered his sword in an attempt to block the sudden assault, but Kate had anticipated this reaction. The sweep was merely a feint. The true strike came as he pivoted his grip, executing a diagonal thrust. Caught off guard, No was unprepared for Kate's unexpected angle of attack. Although he had anticipated a change in tactics, he primarily prepared for strikes to his upper body, never anticipating an assault aimed at his thigh. The old leather armor bore the mark of Kate's blade, adding a new scar, a badge of honor, to the legacy of his well-worn protective gear. With a successful strike, Kate swiftly retreated, then maneuvered behind No, launching a flurry of relentless attacks. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically, with the roles of aggressor and defender reversed. No, ever the experienced knight and seasoned soldier, immediately began to guard against Kate's movements, aware that the next attack could take any form. After receiving another strike to his back, No finally managed to pivot his sword, engaging Kate in close combat. However, Kate, having successfully landed his blows, skillfully evaded No's retaliatory strikes, eager to exploit further opportunities for unexpected assaults. Yet, No abandoned his defensive stance. Aggression was his nature, preferring to settle matters through direct confrontation. As they maneuvered from the center toward the edges of the arena and back, Kate found himself again on the defensive. If he continued to evade, he would inevitably exhaust himself, just as he had in their initial exchanges. Thus, after several relentless pursuits by No, Kate too chose to confront his opponent head-on. Returning to the center of the arena, they engaged in a flurry of thrusts, dodges, slashes, blocks, sweeps, spins, and counterattacks. Unlike their previous exchanges, which had been monotonous, this display showcased their rich combat experience and the dissection of each other's techniques, offering both entertainment and educational value to the spectators. However, for the two knights, locked in a fierce struggle, there was no sense of performance. The world around them faded, leaving only their mutual conflict. As No's attacks intensified, transforming into a blur, he relinquished any semblance of technique, relying solely on instinct to exploit openings. In that moment, he was reminiscent of the reckless youth he once was. Now, however, he fought not clad in inferior armor, but with his true strength. Ultimately, the duel concluded with No prevailing, his sword resting against the exhausted Kate's neck. With a mere thought, he could have ended Kate's life, for neither wore a helmet. In that fleeting moment, a dark thought crossed No's mind. He had noticed something in Kate's gaze, a hostility he recognized from past encounters. No was never one to show mercy to an enemy. Yet he soon realized this animosity stemmed from his identity as Kate's equal. It was this recognition that prompted him to challenge Kate, seeking a true knightly duel. Only by conquering him, proving his worth through genuine strength, could he fully integrate into the Dusk Knights. Otherwise, he and T would remain mere outsiders, unrecognized and unwanted. "You have won, through your strength, your youth, and your vigor," Kate's weak voice uttered as he knelt, head held high, words barely discernible. This was a testament to Kate's utmost effort in the duel, a mark of respect for No. No, too, was not without his wounds. Blood seeped from his thigh, waist, and elbows, the thin leather armor insufficient against Kate's sharp blade. Both knights bore injuries from their close quarters combat, though Kate's sturdier armor spared him from greater harm. Gradually, as he caught his breath, No emerged from the frenzy, gaining mastery over the unique sensation that had fueled his fervor. "You flatter me," he managed, once he regained composure. Returning Kate's respect, the exhilarating battle ignited the passions of the onlookers, and as No extended his hand to help the weary Kate rise, it epitomized the boundless camaraderie among knights. Following this clash, Kate no longer harbored doubts regarding No's place within the Dusk Knights. His defeat was not merely due to the duel, but rather because he witnessed No's profound understanding of the knightly spirit and the chivalric code. From a knight's perspective, No's performance was flawless, although Kate still felt a twinge of discomfort regarding No's identity as an adapter. He ultimately set aside his prejudices following a clarifying conversation with Captain Herman. Captain Herman revealed the enigmatic secrets of the spirits to Kate, who then realized that not all adapters belonged to the papal state, nor was it the origin of the adapters, despite an unspoken exchange that underscored the profound connection between the two. Mr. Herman, Beryl's performance is indeed commendable. I shall not undermine him in any matter. I vow this in the name of knighthood, Kate proclaimed, raising 4 fingers to the sky, striking her left hand heavily against her chest, thereby pledging an oath concerning the soul. Captain Herman smiled gently and patted Kate's shoulder, signifying his trust. At that moment, No and T had officially completed their initiation ceremony and were welcomed as members of the Dusk Knights. Considering their identities and objectives, No requested Captain Herman's permission for him and T to form a small team for their missions, stating that they would be open to temporarily joining other squads if necessary. After pondering for a moment, Captain Herman acquiesced to No's request. Thus began the journey of the duo, who would become a significant headache for the papal state. Chapter 40. The first mission. In the ensuing days, Nuwa and T remained within the stronghold of the Twilight Knights, engaging in rigorous training and enhancement. The application of the primordial armor bears similarities to that of the next-generation armor. Strength is not solely determined by the degree of mental coupling, but also hinges on physical prowess, martial skills, and multifaceted combat strategies. Consequently, Nuwa never wavered in his training. Having officially joined the Twilight Knights as the captain of a special independent squad yesterday, he immediately resumed his previous regimen. The Twilight Knights boasted a well-equipped training facility and systematic training modalities, far superior to the expansive yet rudimentary space of a large iron box within the Spirit Institute. After all, every knight requires training. In other words, it is the cornerstone of their sustenance, warranting utmost attention to both training equipment and related planning. Since yesterday, Herman had also accompanied Nuwa in training for several days. Initially, he merely expressed admiration for Nuwa's emphasis on fundamentals and his diligent use of time. However, after observing Nuwa's training for a brief period, Herman felt a burgeoning desire to mentor him. Herman had previously served as an instructor for knights and had been appointed during his return year. At that time, his knightly etiquette and demeanor were universally acknowledged as exemplary within the Central Army, leading to his dual role as a knight instructor overseeing the Special Knight Division. This division was rather unique, primarily utilized for ceremonial duties rather than combat. Yet, Herman fervently opposed such a phenomenon. The knightly spirit he had absorbed stemmed from the Age of Origins, when knights were true heroes, valiantly battling on the battlefield to defend their homeland, rather than mere mascots relegated to ceremonial tasks. Thus, during his spare time, Herman imparted authentic skills to the knights of the division, skills that were largely unknown within the current Central Army. However, soon after, Herman departed, and the personnel of the Knight Division were dispersed into various factions of the Central Army, some even encountering Herman on the battlefield. Through observing Nuwa's training techniques, Herman discerned many superficial and ostentatious moves reminiscent of the Central Army's Knight Division. Such techniques were utterly superfluous for Nuwa, who was destined for the battlefield. In truth, Nuwa recognized this as well. Thus, in every duel, he preferred to employ the simplest and most fundamental sword techniques, clear and straightforward. Nuwa had contemplated creating more streamlined and efficient techniques to better harness his strength, but felt himself insufficiently capable, settling instead for practicing the modified sword techniques imparted to him by Yang and the Spirit Institute. The results were evident to Herman, who could clearly see that Nuwa's performance surpassed that of the Central Army's ostentatious displays, yet it still fell short of the mark. "Do you wish to learn something new, Nuwa?" Herman asked, arms crossed, as he observed Nuwa execute his final move. "New things?" Nuwa replied, taking a swig from the water T had handed him, breathless from exertion. Herman nodded. "Your swordplay is commendable, brisk, and to the point, yet there is room for further refinement. Strip away the ornate embellishments, allowing each strike to achieve its utmost efficacy." Nuwa harbored no doubts. Herman had no need to deceive him, and he understood that the seasoned knight would possess more distinguished techniques. "I am fortunate to receive your guidance," Nuwa said, clasping his hands in respect and bowing. The training over the next few days revolved around this theme. Herman dedicated himself wholeheartedly. As the captain, his responsibilities were many and varied, yet each morning he devoted 2 hours to imparting his wisdom to Nuwa, sparing no effort. Nuwa felt that the training he received during these days rivaled the self-directed learning of knightly martial skills he had undertaken since returning to the papal hall, as well as the rigorous practice he had engaged in months prior while imprisoned on the Isle of Prison. Countless new insights filled Nuwa's mind, and he did not feel overwhelmed. Rather, he compartmentalized each lesson, integrating them through ongoing practice, resulting in significant improvement. Since Herman could not remain at the training grounds for extended periods, T typically assumed this role. This allowed Nuwa to gain a clearer understanding of Ti's capabilities. Her seemingly delicate demeanor was indeed her greatest disguise. T wielded her knightly longsword with great finesse, the seamless connection of her techniques attesting to her substantial foundation. Moreover, her proficiency extended beyond the sword. She adeptly utilized various small weapons, such as daggers. In Nuwa's eyes, T could easily rival some of the ostentatious knight masters. Though she too had learned the Central Army's ceremonial sword techniques, T clearly possessed her own insights, having simplified and modified many of the moves. After all, an adapter must be prepared for the brutality of battle rather than merely performing a sword dance on the battlefield. As the days of training swiftly passed, Nuwa and T awaited their inaugural independent mission, poised to engage in combat with the Papal Kingdom. This is your first task as an independent squad. A knight responsible for mission briefings explained to Nuwa and T, and while its difficulty is not high, it possesses a distinctive characteristic, stealth, given the small scale of their duo. The Knightly Council had assigned a crucial reconnaissance task to them. We have received word that a shipment of precious metal will soon be transported from the outskirts of Constantine City to the research center in Constantine. The significance of this precious metal is paramount. It is not only vital for the Papal Kingdom's mechanized armor research, but also a coveted resource among various armed factions. Thus, your mission is to ascertain the approximate quantity of the precious metal, the deployment of the Papal Kingdom's forces, and the presence of other faction spies. This type of mission typically requires adaptability. As long as you achieve your objectives, you will succeed. Since it was their first undertaking, the notifying knight provided detailed explanations. After concluding, he handed the document to Nuwa, nodding at both before swiftly departing. Nuwa accepted the document, which contained the essential information regarding their task, mirroring the knight's verbal briefing but in a more concise form. Specific locations were circled on an ink-printed local map, a projection based on the intelligence gathered by the council. Nuwa glanced at it a few times before passing the document to T, who was gazing with wide, curious eyes. Filled with an exuberant curiosity, T embraced her inner child. Viewing the mission as an exciting adventure, she meticulously examined the document, as if deciphering a treasure map. Nuwa smiled, choosing not to interject. He trusted in his ability to protect this seemingly astute yet somewhat naive sister, providing her with the best life experiences possible. This was the singular pursuit that Nuwa now held dear. "Let us prepare and set off, little Nuwa," T declared, brimming with enthusiasm. She was confident that this minor reconnaissance task, alongside the capable Nuwa, would yield a flawless outcome. Indeed, Nuwa agreed, acquiescing to Ti's enthusiasm. An hour later, after earnestly consulting Anna to ensure they were equipped with all necessary supplies for outdoor survival, Nuwa and T embarked on their first reconnaissance mission. Chapter 41. The Unexpected Night Under Sparse Stars. Noah unfurled a tent he had brought along and set it up, while he and Tia took turns keeping watch over one another through the night, allowing the other to enjoy a few hours of restful slumber. At this moment, their location was approximately a day's journey away from the transport team marked on their small map. After traveling for half a day, Noah selected a relatively flat patch of dry grass as their campsite. Not far from the grassy area, a clear stream meandered by, providing ample water while maintaining a safe distance to reduce the likelihood of wild animal attacks. Ideally, Noah and Tia could have taken the main roads leading from Hesse City directly to Constantine, as the two major cities were well connected by established transportation routes, including both pipelines and pathways. However, at Anna's suggestion, they ultimately resolved to traverse the wild route. This choice stemmed from the fact that Tia had been spotted among Anna's team, which featured a mechanized armor, potentially drawing the attention of various armed factions. Given the need for discretion and the sensitivity of their reconnaissance mission, minimizing exposure in public was deemed the better option, even if it entailed harsher living conditions. Furthermore, Anna, drawing from her personal experiences, encouraged them to embrace the challenges of wilderness survival early on, thereby enhancing their skills for unforeseen circumstances. Thus, Noah and Tia were equipped with a carefully prepared set of tools from Anna. The moonlight tonight was somewhat dim, with only a few scattered stars appearing to burn their lives away. exerting their utmost to emit a faint glow. Tia gathered the dry wood Noah had collected in the afternoon, arranging it meticulously before retrieving 2 flint stones from a pocket in her pack, skillfully igniting a fire. The warm flames provided comfort, yet also attracted danger. However, the chill of the night compelled them to kindle a fire to dispel the lingering cold. Tia then took some provisions and fresh seasonal fruits she had gathered along the way, constructing a simple roasting rack to warm the somewhat frozen food. As mosquitoes were drawn to the light, Noah lit some incense around them, not only to drive away the insects but also to deter any lurking serpents in the darkness. I'll take the second half of the night watch. You guard first. Be cautious of those creeping creatures, Noah instructed, and Tia, without a hint of impatience, nodded earnestly. With no further words exchanged, Noah swiftly crawled into the rudimentary tent to rest and recuperate his strength. Tia vigilantly kept watch through the first half of the night, encountering no unexpected occurrences. Although she faintly heard rustling sounds from the nearby thicket, she refrained from acting hastily, maintaining a demeanor of non-aggression. After replenishing the burnt-out incense, Tia opened the tent flap to awaken Noah. The moment the flap was lifted, Noah stirred awake, quickly shaking off the remnants of sleep and gently stroking Tia's golden hair. Tia, nearly too tired to keep her eyes open, slid into the warmth of Noah's recently warmed bedding, inhaling his comforting scent as she drifted into slumber. Noah cautiously parted the tent flap, making no sound. The remnants of the fire still glowed faintly, casting a soft light as it consumed itself to ward off potential predators. In this serene world, every minuscule sound amplified in Noah's ears, the persistent rustling, the cold wind brushing through the night, and the various cries of insects and animals. Although chaotic and even eerie, they were far less chilling than the whispers of demons one might hear in hell. However, amidst this unchanging symphony, an incongruous sound suddenly emerged. It was the sound of footsteps crunching on the ground, occasionally shifting into a creaking noise as someone stepped on the fallen twigs and leaves, creating an unsettling disruption. Noah immediately became alert, summoning all his attention, the drowsiness dissipating in an instant. The footsteps drew closer. The cacophony of sounds gradually coalesced in Noah's ears, all his focus narrowing onto those footsteps. Beast? Human? Noah's lips moved silently, forming inaudible words. Suddenly, the crackling fire erupted with a loud pop, sending a burst of flames that startled Noah's taut nerves. Momentarily jolted by the unexpected commotion, Noah instinctively relaxed his overstrained muscles. But in that fleeting moment, the footsteps ceased, disappearing from Noah's reality. Noah remained composed, drawing closer to the fire, using its glow to scan the surroundings for any suspicious movements. A fellow camper? How intriguing. A soft, melodic laugh resonated from the shadows, the voice ambiguous in gender. Who goes there? Noah's ears instantly caught the laughter, turning his body toward the darkness behind him. His eyes momentarily lost their already limited sight in the pitch black, but soon focused on some indistinct tree silhouettes and a slowly swaying figure not far off. Not an ordinary person. The thought echoed in the depths of his mind. A slender figure gradually emerged in the light, barely allowing Noah to discern its features. Who are you? Noah demanded sternly, his brows furrowing, pointing an accusatory finger at the unfamiliar figure cloaked in darkness. Such a temper you have, came a sigh, expressing a sense of resignation. Noah remained silent, continuing to fixate on the frail silhouette. The voice was indistinct, making it challenging to determine the speaker's gender, though the smaller Adam's apple confirmed their identity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Caroline from the Resistance Alliance, stationed at the forward outpost. Caroline initiated her introduction, her voice carefully modulated to remain within the confines of the two of them, ensuring that the nearby creatures remained undisturbed. What are you doing here at this hour? Noah pressed on, maintaining his vigilance despite Caroline's seemingly amicable demeanor. Caroline shrugged nonchalantly, just carrying out a mission. From the looks of you, it seems you're on a secret task as well. Noah fell silent, offering no response. Caroline, sensing the awkwardness, opted for candor. You must be aware of the Resistance Alliance. I have no intention of beating around the bush. We received word of a woman appearing among the Dusk Knight subordinates. That day, a mechanized armor accompanied her, and I, or rather we, merely wished to ask a few questions. Huh? Noah scoffed, the irony of her words juxtaposed with her innocent demeanor starkly apparent. Indeed, even while traversing the wild paths, they had not evaded detection. The Phoenix, resembling advanced armor, had caused considerable shock among various factions, prompting everyone to seek information eagerly. Moreover, The inner workings of the knightly order were not as pristine as portrayed by the outside world, Noah mused silently. Noticing Noah's prolonged silence, Caroline inquired again, so, which faction do you belong to? You seem unfamiliar, are you new? This time, Noah did not hesitate. Yes. Caroline appeared satisfied with his response. Well, it's understandable that a newcomer may not be familiar with the rules. Your companion must be resting in the tent, right? Be careful not to let the fire die out. Otherwise, you'll awaken to nothing but a pile of bones come morning. Caroline's gaze pierced through Noah, reaching the silhouette of the tent concealed in the shadows, where Tia lay soundly asleep, lost in dreams. Thank you for the warning. Emotionless words escaped from Noah's lips, unmistakably laced with an intent to withdraw. Caroline chuckled softly once more, her figure swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Following the familiar sounds of her footsteps, the world reverted to its original state. As the swarm resumed its nocturnal concert, Noah silently fixated on the fiercely burning flames, the sparks reflecting in his pupils, flickering and transforming the deep blue into an eerie shade of purple. I am aware of you. Soon we shall meet again. Caroline's cryptic message lingered amidst the sounds of insects and laughter, captured by Noah's keen ears in the final moments, as if she were certain he would hear her. Aware of what? The Rebel Alliance's outpost? The various factions? A flurry of words raced through Noah's mind, attempting to make sense of the unexpected events. The hazy moonlight gradually descended from the west, as dawn illuminated the horizon. Chapter 42. Uninvited guests and deception. Stretching and yawning, T emerged from the tent. What's wrong? She was immediately met with Nua's grave expression, and T instantly realized that something significant had transpired. As such a serious demeanor from Nua could only indicate a dire situation. Someone has been here, Nua stated succinctly, showing no signs of fatigue despite having kept watch through the night. Someone? Who? T was momentarily taken aback. A person claiming to be from the Resistance Alliance's outpost. Perhaps is here to find you, Nua explained. T was bewildered. Find me? For what purpose? Could it be? Nua nodded, grasping Ti's unspoken thought. It was indeed due to her exposure within Anna's squad, which had inadvertently brought misfortune upon them as the Phoenix. T understood. That individual likely sought to uncover the whereabouts of the Phoenix through her. But how could they know we had departed from the Knight's headquarters? Our movements have been exceedingly clandestine. Nua shrugged. Even the most secure armed organizations have their share of infiltrators from various factions, some of whom may hold significant positions. Upon hearing this, Ti's expression grew stern. The safety of the Knights had become a matter of great concern for her. Once we complete this mission, we must inform Captain Herman of this intelligence. Indeed. But we must not raise any alarms. Perhaps Captain Herman is already aware of these individuals and is merely waiting for the right moment to act. We should ascertain the facts before making any decisions. T found this reasoning sound, although Captain Herman appeared bold and unrestrained. Prolonged proximity had revealed the meticulous nature of his thoughts. I trust your judgment, she replied. Nua smiled, retrieving some provisions and hot food, offering part to T while placing the rest on the still glowing embers of the fire to warm. Taking advantage of the moment, Nua fetched a tin can filled with water to heat, providing warmth for both of them. After a simple breakfast, Nua and T swiftly packed the small tent, extinguished the fire, and set off with their essential supplies. Despite the unexpected discovery by the Resistance Alliance's outpost the previous night, neither Nua nor T were the type to be easily intimidated by an uncertain future. They resumed their journey towards Constantine, through haste and hardship. Nua and T finally approached the area marked on the map. Along the way, Nua carefully recounted the events of the previous night, causing T to break into a cold sweat. Upon nearing their destination, they, like the previous night, sought a suitable spot to set up camp and kindle a fire. However, unlike before, they had already noticed several signs of campfires along the route, and shadows flitted nearby. It appeared that various factions had received similar information. They were uncertain of its source and felt ensnared. I share your sentiment, T mused, sensing something amiss. The military commanders cannot be so foolish as to overlook the fact that many armed groups would seek to ascertain the situation, even launching direct assaults. They would not ignore such unnecessary threats, regardless of their blind confidence in their own strength. Nua concurred, recognizing the evident irregularities. The precious resource of golden silk was crucial for both the armed organizations and the Papal State. For the Papal State, it served as essential material for next-generation armor research. For armed groups, it could either be processed for research or exchanged for various resources. Its value was unparalleled. making it unlikely that they would allow any glaring dangers to persist. As they conversed, their pace quickened, deftly navigating past hidden figures among the foliage. Upon reaching the inner circle, Nuwa halted, surveying the surroundings before deciding to rest. With no definitive timeline for the arrival of the transport team, Nuwa opted for a central position, which, aside from delayed information, offered better concealment than the outer perimeter. As dusk descended, noting the stillness around them, T suggested to Nuwa that they hunt for some game. Relying solely on dried rations and wild fruits would only limit their physical recovery. After a moment's consideration, Nuwa agreed. Although they were surrounded by others similarly hiding, their goals aligned, and perhaps their own movements had already been uncovered, thus it would be wise to act with confidence. They tidied their temporary shelter, armed themselves with hunting tools, and awkwardly embarked on their inaugural hunting expedition. Night soon enveloped them, lacking any experience. It was no surprise that both Nuwa and T returned empty-handed from their brief venture into the light. Feeling disheartened, T trudged forward, her spirits dampened. Just as the last glimmer of light faded, the wild hare she had patiently awaited effortlessly escaped the trap she had painstakingly set, leaving her reeling in disappointment. Muttering about the unfairness of it all, T was no delicate princess. As an adapter, her abilities, though often unrecognized, were formidable. However, today, she found herself disheartened by a seemingly trivial hunt. Don't be discouraged. No one is perfect, and every profession has its nuances, Nuwa gently reassured her. Though he too felt a tinge of disappointment, Nuwa understood the reality. A novice in any field could not expect immediate success. Only through continuous attempts and the accumulation of experience could one develop the instincts of a true hunter. Right, T affirmed, resolutely clenching her fist. A single failure would not defeat her, but rather propel her growth. As they returned to their encampment, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared before them. Good evening. Envoys of the Dusk Knights, a neutral voice resonated in Nuwa and T's ears. Moonlight illuminated his figure as he offered a courteous bow, showcasing his politeness. This is... Nuwa, sensitive to the voice, recognized it. Such a distinctive tone was rare in his life. You are the one from last midnight. A member of the Resistance Alliance, Caroline? Nuwa said, his tone suddenly serious. Yes, I am. I appreciate that you remember my name. I will extend the proper respect. Another signature light chuckle came from Caroline, who replied politely. What brings you here this time? Is it her? Nuwa's gaze remained fixed on Caroline, subtly protective of the somewhat bewildered T. Caroline innocently waved a hand. This is a task I must carry out. I am not particularly interested in you both. The familiar rhetoric and demeanor echoed his previous statements. Nuwa remained impassive. Do you believe that simply repeating your words will earn my trust? Despite having faced mockery numerous times, Caroline showed no sign of annoyance, possessing an innate talent for oration and perfect control over emotions. In a conspiratorial tone, he lowered his voice. Time and action will demonstrate my goodwill. Of course, to express my sincerity, I can reveal a piece of information to you. Nuwa and T exchanged glances. Uncertain of Caroline's intentions, T stepped forward, her voice icy as she questioned, Are you truly so benevolent? We find ourselves divided into opposing factions, entangled in a web of intricate and conflicting interests. Who can discern whether the information you speak of is born of genuine goodwill or ulterior motives? Caroline shrugged her shoulders, expressing, We share the same roots. Why the haste to turn against one another? We all strive for the same goal. Perhaps you could extend a modicum of trust towards me. T turned to glance at N, silently inquiring what their next course of action should be. N subtly nudged T, leaning forward with intent. In that case, we shall accept your kindness on behalf of our organization. And deliberately emphasized the word kindness. Caroline feigned ignorance to the undertone, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. Indeed, it should be so. Our various armed factions ought to unite as one. Only then can we thoroughly overthrow the decaying rule of the Papal State, dismantle the oppressive system, and usher in a new dawn of enlightenment. N's gaze halted Caroline's fervent oratory. Very well, let us return to the matter at hand. Observing this, Caroline refrained from further propagating the ideals of the Resistance Alliance and shifted to the pressing issue. This recent gold transport scheme of the Papal State is nothing short of a complete ruse. Chapter 43. Blood and Power. Oh, what evidence do you possess? No remained unperturbed, showing no signs of the shock Caroline anticipated. Realizing her vivid performance failed to elicit the desired response, Caroline steadied her demeanor and intensified her efforts. It cannot be entirely dismissed as a hoax. The transportation of liquid gold indeed exists, But the air abruptly thickened, and neither No nor T exhibited any inclination to cooperate. Caroline felt a twinge of embarrassment yet pressed on. However, the location of such transportation certainly would not be here. How could we be so openly gathered by various factions? Surely, the knights cannot be limited to just the two of you. The main force must be lurking in the shadows. No fixed his gaze on Caroline, unabashedly inquiring. Once again, I ask, do you possess any substantial evidence? Caroline erupted into laughter, her mirth echoing with a hint of derision. Isn't that blatantly obvious? The corrupt high-ranking officials of the army may falter in their duties, yet their capacity to avoid blunders is unparalleled. Such a basic error is simply inconceivable. I believed a mere hint would suffice for you to grasp the truth. She punctuated her words with a dismissive click of her tongue, her tone dripping with disdain and disappointment. T, feeling a surge of anger, clenched her fists, poised to confront the scrawny figure before her and deliver a fitting retribution. However, No deftly restrained her. T was puzzled. How could No endure such unfounded ridicule? Though she knew him to be patient, he would never intentionally subject himself to such provocation. As expected, after restraining T, No slowly advanced, drawing closer to Caroline. Unaware of No's intent, Caroline assumed he approached to apologize sincerely for his perceived shame. Just as the corners of Caroline's mouth began to rise in a triumphant smile, No's right elbow became a blur, striking directly at Caroline's shoulder, swiftly followed by a powerful punch from his left fist that connected with Caroline's abdomen. In Caroline's world, the sky faded into nothingness, his vision swirling as dizziness overwhelmed him. Before the vertigo subsided, he felt a sharp taste of blood rising in his throat. After struggling for a fleeting second, he collapsed to the ground, crimson droplets spilling from his lips. No stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an expressionless gaze fixed on the spluttering Caroline, the result of his controlled strength. Through months of rigorous training, No felt capable of easily dispatching someone as frail as Caroline with just a few blows. After what felt like an eternity, Caroline, nearly unconscious, managed to regain some strength. Struggling to rise, supporting himself on his right knee, he trembled as he bent forward. His body appeared frozen, all his energy concentrated in his head as he fought to lift it, revealing a grotesque visage adorned with bloodied teeth and crimson gums, an alarming sight. How dare you? His voice, filled with venom, emerged from his kneeling form, each word a testament to his seething rage. No, however, had no desire to engage with this self-important, pretentious individual. His face a mask of disdain. T struck her fist in satisfaction, a look of vindication gracing her features. The two displayed no hint of fear or concern as they calmly returned to the tent, expertly igniting a fire and retrieving provisions to satisfy their hunger. Once their meal was concluded, Caroline remained on the ground, contorted in pain and gasping for breath. No tossed the last morsel of dry bread into his mouth and glanced at Caroline. I trust one need not elaborate further. If you can muster any strength, you may leave. Caroline, having just steadied his resolve, felt a surge of anger at No's words, which provoked a fresh bout of coughing that expelled blood. He extended his arm, his finger aimed accusingly at No's torso, his heaving chest betraying his agitation. As if experiencing a resurgence of vitality, Caroline suddenly regained some strength. Rising unsteadily with the aid of a nearby tree trunk, he seemed intent on uttering some fierce retort, yet Caroline was a fool wrapped in cunning. A moment's contempt had led to his brutal beating. Should he utter any words that might provoke No further, he risked never returning to camp. He was no blind devotee willing to sacrifice himself for the honor of an organization. No allowed Caroline to stagger away, his serious injuries drawing him into the depths of the forest, quickly disappearing into the shadows, unnoticed by prying eyes. Shall we simply let him go? Is he not a member of the Rebel Alliance? Allowing him to escape so easily could pose a future threat. T's voice carried a hint of concern, laced with an undercurrent of menace. No shook his head. What can he do? Without any evidence, his injuries alone cannot implicate me. The knights cannot hold me accountable. And even if he sought to rally forces against us, he would simply be eliminated. No replied, casually grooming his nails, adjusting his attire, his tone revealing an unsettling ease as if taking a life were a mundane task. T smiled warmly, a breath of spring air in their otherwise tense atmosphere. She bore no misgivings about No's lethal intentions. After all, she was no paragon of virtue herself, though they had found some semblance of security within the Twilight Nights. Survival in their current predicament demanded a certain ruthlessness. Shall we commence our search for information? T stretched languidly, her perfect figure momentarily illuminated in the dim light. Indeed. No nodded. The time is ripe. The veracity of the Pope's transport fleet rumors must be unearthed by our own efforts. Conjecture and hearsay are merely tools for assessment. Only through action can truth be discerned. T rested her hands on her chest, stroking her chin, feeling as though the essence of truth had penetrated her very soul. They extinguished the fire and unfolded a rudimentary map, gradually venturing deeper into the forest, marking their path carefully. Given the chaotic surroundings, retracing their steps would otherwise prove impossible. Countless armed factions lay entrenched within the borders of the Pope's realm, not least among them the unfortunate, grievously injured scout, Caroline, and his organization, the Rebel Alliance. The very term alliance suggests a coalition of previously disparate groups united against the Pope's reign, a force that has existed for over a decade. Given its composition of various factions, the Rebel Alliance naturally harbors numerous subgroups that often engage in fierce infighting. Throughout the course of history, internal conflicts within the alliance have intensified. Had it not been for the current leadership's prowess in uniting the factions against external threats, the alliance might have crumbled long ago. Additionally, there existed a religious faction. How did a religion so brazenly transform into an armed organization? The answer lies in the fact that this religion is not purely spiritual, but bears the hallmarks of a cult. The Brahmins were established by a missionary group hailing from the eastern lands. The faith adheres to the teachings of the Buddha, venerating the concepts of reincarnation and the eternal cycle of life, where surrendering one's fate to the divine allows for purification and nourishment, ultimately leading to rebirth and, for those with remarkable deeds, the retention of memories through cycles of rebirth. A decade ago, upon my arrival in the Papal States to spread the doctrine, the impoverished populace was already struggling against the relentless pressures of existence, facing starvation to the extent that instances of cannibalism became frequent. The Brahmin faith easily took root among the lower strata of society, offering the most coveted provisions of bread and water, coupled with its almost hypnotic doctrines. Consequently, it swiftly established a firm foundation within the Papal States, amassing a significant following of devoted adherents. However, as its teachings starkly contradicted the traditional culture of the Papal States, it was branded as a heretical sect. The central military organized numerous expeditions to eradicate the strongholds of the Brahmin followers, prompting the latter to retaliate. As tensions escalated, the Brahmin officially declared its transformation from a religion into an armed resistance against the Papal States. The vast numbers of the grassroots followers facilitated rapid growth, quickly establishing it as the second largest armed organization. Nevertheless, the Brahmin refrained from participating in joint offensives against the Papal States, notably absent from lucrative ventures such as the transport of gold, which often raised suspicions regarding their ultimate intentions in the minds of both the papal authorities and the armed alliances. Those not of our kind cannot be trusted. In addition to the Resistance Alliance and the Dusk Knights, two other organizations, the Ronin and the Heroes Tribe, had dispatched personnel for reconnaissance, with their agents currently positioned ahead of No and T. As hurried footsteps approached, No halted, instinctively drawing T into his embrace. T, somewhat flustered, struggled to extricate her head from No's broad chest, shooting him a glare before following his gaze. From the dappled underbrush emerged faint glimmers of light, revealing several robust figures and tall, slender silhouettes standing in opposition, with a contingent of warriors trailing behind them. The atmosphere thickening with a palpable tension as if heralding an imminent clash. Chapter 44. Clue, who are they? Whispered D, tightening her throat and slightly tilting her head to inquire of Nor, who was behind her. Nor squinted his eyes, carefully discerning the attire of the two groups in the dim moonlight, and formed a preliminary hypothesis in his mind. Just as he was about to respond to D, the two aggressive factions, instead of immediately resorting to violence, began to communicate. Humph, you disheveled, self-righteous swordsman, do you possess no decorum? How dare you encroach upon our territory? A towering, boisterous man bellowed from Nor's right, his voice resonating through the stillness of the night and startling a swarm of insects resting in the woods. Upon hearing this unabashed provocation, the slender leader of the opposing group seethed with anger, his brows furrowing. How amusing. Have you primitive ruffians learned to speak in convoluted tongues? Surely, you cannot be oblivious to the fact that whoever claims the territory first? The lean man sneered, retorting without an ounce of mercy. As soon as the lean man's words left his lips, the burly man and his comrades could no longer contain themselves. With a defiant roar, they brandished their massive axes and charged forward. You think too highly of yourselves, mere actors wielding swords. Prepare to meet your doom. The leader of the burly faction exhibited a volatile temperament, akin to a powder keg ready to explode, disregarding the darkness and the precarious situation at hand, fully eager to engage in battle without hesitation. The principle of violence against violence was the creed upheld by the heroic tribe. Despite Norse disdain for their unreasonable and barbaric conduct, he mused that straightforward individuals were far easier to deal with than those who were duplicitous. D. Having overheard Norse murmurs, gasped in surprise, her cherry lips parting slightly. Is this truly the heroic tribe known for their violent disposition? It perfectly aligns with their reputed nature. Nurse smiled faintly. Indeed. I have encountered such information in reports while investigating various armed organizations. The members of the heroic tribe are all Slavs, known for their bravery and penchant for combat. Their tempers ignite at the slightest provocation. Anyone who crosses them invariably meets with a fight. The group with which they have the most significant grievances is the Wandering Swordsmen. The Wandering Swordsmen, the fourth largest armed organization, prides itself on swordsmanship, forming a distinctive collective. Notably, most of the swordsmen are former knights who, disillusioned with the state of the Papal Kingdom, left the military to establish an armed group, boldly opposing the church. D nodded, saying, I am aware that many knights choose to leave the military due to their inability to endure the decaying system and bureaucratic practices, becoming rebels against the Papal Kingdom. They either join the Dusk Knights or the Wandering Swordsmen. However, since both organizations are predominantly composed of knights, why not unite and form a more formidable force? D was puzzled. Such a union would undeniably strengthen their power, yet they opted to remain divided, even though both factions participated in the armed alliance. Nor glanced at the battlefield, now ablaze with combat, where the Slavs of the heroic tribe swung their massive axes, aiming at the comparatively diminutive and frail swordsmen. However, these valiant Slavs demonstrated clumsiness, their movements easily evaded by the agile swordsmen, who swiftly maneuvered behind them to strike with elegance yet lacked substance, rendering the spectacle dazzling. Though the Slavs were straightforward, they recognized their attacks were somewhat sluggish, and the cunning swordsmen never engaged them head-on. Instead, they resorted to insidious flanking and rear assaults. The art of warfare lies in deception. The ghostly ambushes executed by the swordsmen bore significant results, with many cumbersome Slavs suffering injuries from their blades, despite their tough hides. Neglecting to treat their wounds would ultimately lead to their demise. Faced with a counterproductive offensive, the burly leader grasped his bleeding left arm, unwilling to allow the similarly wounded Slavs to remain and fight any longer. The battle was swift, concluding in mere minutes. Nor and D, hidden in the shadows, observed the entire encounter quietly. Despite the commotion, they were fortunate not to be discovered. Nor scrutinized the scene before signaling to D to stealthily circumvent the area and proceed deeper from another direction. Along the way, he shared his thoughts. Perhaps these swordsmen lack true knightly spirit. They may have attempted to join the Dusk Knights, but were seen through by Captain Herman, ultimately settling for the Wandering Swordsmen instead. Perhaps it is this treachery that irks the burly men of the heroic tribe, as it starkly contrasts with their straightforward philosophy, thus exacerbating the conflict that leads to their current propensity for violence upon meeting. D resonated with this insight, having lived closely alongside knights. She found familiarity in the conduct of the Dusk Knights, as their principles were akin to those of the loyal knights she had encountered in the military. However, after witnessing the battle between the Wandering Swordsmen and the Slavs, she was unable to reconcile their actions with the notion that they were once knights. Perhaps, as Nor suggested, these swordsmen never truly embraced the knightly ideals and revealed their true natures in the outside world. It is worth noting that the Wandering Swordsmen did not enjoy a stellar reputation among armed organizations, often indulging in plunder and violence. Conversely, the heroic tribe, though they appeared to instigate the recent skirmish, was perceived externally as a group that never threatened innocent civilians and frequently shared their hunted spoils with the starving populace. Living up to the title of heroes, violence may be the core of the Slavs, yet deep within them lies an inherent kindness. These swordsmen are truly a disgrace to the knights. D could not help but exclaim in anger. She held a deep respect for knights. Otherwise, she would not have readily chosen to trust Anna's team upon their first encounter, as it was their vintage knightly armor that inspired her faith in them. Nur shook his head in resignation. True knights cannot be so easily made. The core members of the Dusk Knights, those who embody knightly spirit, number only 200 to 300. The majority are extraneous recruits. After all, with just 200 to 300, no matter how skilled or well-equipped they may be, they cannot contend with the sheer numbers of thousands in battle. nor can they claim to be the third largest armed organization or a central force within the armed alliance. While the Dusk Knights pursue an elite strategy focusing on cultivating genuine knights, they still conduct evaluations for later recruits, hoping to uncover more talent to strengthen their ranks. We need not concern ourselves with them. Let us focus on our reconnaissance mission. Otherwise, the other knightly squad waiting on the periphery may grow anxious, Nor advised D, emphasizing the importance of prioritizing their current task. D shook her head, casting aside her wandering thoughts. The two cautiously continued their exploration deeper into the woods. Due to the earlier tumultuous battle, many creatures in the nearby forest were roused. The duo had to remain vigilant not only to avoid unexpected encounters with others, but also to guard against venomous insects on the ground. This forest, located on the outskirts of the city, remained largely undeveloped, retaining a primitive state. After nearly half an hour of exploration, Nor detected movement in a small clearing up ahead. He hastily gestured to T, who was also bent forward, and the two swiftly halted, seeking refuge behind a stout tree that required both of them to encircle it. With a glance, No signaled to T, and their unspoken understanding allowed T to quickly grasp the situation. Beside them, a small team of 2 or 3 individuals was engaged in observation. This team appeared to have been stationed there for quite some time, their attention fixated on a nearby area, oblivious to the arrival of No and T. Had it not been for No's keen instincts and heightened perception, he might have also failed to notice these figures seamlessly blended into the night. Following the direction of the trio's gaze, No's focus was drawn to the northeast. There lay several figures, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, shrouded in darkness as if ensconced in a cocoon, yet not a single one emitted a snore. The figures themselves were of secondary concern. What truly piqued their interest was the card upon which they leaned. Aware that whatever had drawn the attention of a group for such an extended period must hold significance, No and T exchanged glances, sensing the complexity of the situation. At that moment, the figures stirred as if animated by unseen strings, simultaneously awakening, their shadows swaying faintly. Chapter 45, pursued upon witnessing the scene before her. T couldn't help but voice her thoughts, whispering to Nor, "Did they have timers installed on them? How can they move so uniformly?" In stark contrast to T's playful demeanor, Nor's expression was solemn. Even in the darkness, his serious countenance was apparent. "T, do you remember the death servants?" Nor's voice was soft yet articulate, each word pronounced with clarity. "Death servants," T gasped, quickly realizing her surroundings. She hastily covered her mouth with her small hand, cautiously scanning the area. After confirming that no one was startled by her outburst, she exhaled in relief, patting her chest. "They've dispatched death servants. This military operation is likely far from ordinary." A sense of dread washed over T. It was evident that this was no mere transport mission. Nor pressed his lips together in silence. Yet his mind was already calculating the events that would unfold next. The shadowy figures had begun to move, still cloaked in their dark attire, obscuring their true identities, as they collectively pushed a cart that had previously been leaning against something. Noticing the movement, T exchanged looks with Nor, silently inquiring what they should do next. Nor gestured for T to keep an eye on another group lurking behind the trees, mirroring the actions of the cloaked figures. T observed as the second group began to follow the black-clad individuals, their blurred silhouettes mimicking every step. In that moment, T understood, and together with Nor, they stealthily trailed behind the second group. Thus, 3 factions engaged in a silent chase, each seemingly oblivious to the others, fixated solely on their respective targets. Reminiscent of a mantis stalking its prey while a bird waits in ambush. However, unlike the mantis and the bird, whose targets were the vulnerable cicadas, the night passed swiftly, and dawn's first light began to emerge. Nor and T's small group, along with the unknown faction, perhaps never anticipated that this team from the Papal State could have been pushing such a cumbersome cart throughout the night. Could the death servants truly be made of iron? This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of all the hunters engaged in the pursuit. Fatigue was visibly etched on their faces. At the very moment the dawn broke, the seemingly papal transport team inexplicably vanished. The group of cloaked figures, pushing the cart, abruptly accelerated and turned a corner, surrounded by dense forest. They had navigated numerous bends, seemingly spiraling through the woods, leaving no room for suspicion, prompting the pursuers to maintain their pace. Ultimately, due to this momentary lapse, all the hunters lost sight of their quarry. Nor and T, initially unaware of this unexpected turn of events, focused intently on the unknown team ahead, only to witness them come to a sudden halt, scanning their surroundings and eventually bursting into loud complaints. "What happened? Where did that rabble go?" A deep voice bellowed, hoarse with exhaustion, nearly breaking in tone. Anyone who had run throughout the night without uttering a word or taking a moment's rest would sound similarly ragged. Moreover, the pent-up frustration from chasing like hounds only to lose their quarry erupted at this moment. How dare you say that, Lauren? If it weren't for your suggestion to lie in wait, would we have spent the entire night chasing like beggars? A slender man, with a sharp tongue, retorted, typically at odds with the loud-voiced Lauren. Under normal circumstances, they would never have been paired together for a mission. You. Lauren's anger flared, and he erupted in a tirade. It's just like you, Fillier, to seek credit for promotion, only to shift blame when things go awry. I truly wonder how you ever joined the Resistance Alliance. Bah, you treacherous scoundrel. Was it not us who supported your dying mother when she was ill? How can you so easily forget that kindness? Fillier shot back defiantly, their exchange escalating into a verbal sparring match. Lauren, incensed by being labeled a traitor, forcefully pushed the slender Fillier against a tree, his face contorted with rage. Me a traitor? I have saved your life 6 times, picked up the tab for your nights out, offered you food and clothing while living in poverty myself. Is that not enough kindness? Lauren's eyes bulged, resembling a beast deprived of reason. Fillier, overwhelmed by the confrontation, could only scream for the captain to intervene. A composed man, the captain, observed the conflict without interjecting, arms crossed, silently watching the unfolding drama. With the captain's presence, Lauren knew he could not truly harm Fillier without defying the captain's authority. The captain had treated him well, despite Lauren's past as a minor officer in the Papal State who had felled hundreds of armed alliance members. He had been welcomed into the resistance and supported more than Fillier ever had during his times of need. In a moment of inner turmoil, Lauren released his grip. Sensing his reprieve, Fillier darted to the captain's side like a frightened hare. Lauren's ire reignited as he pointed a finger at the timid Fillier, his chest heaving with rage, muscles straining against his loose attire. Fillier scoffed, yet was quickly silenced by a resounding slap from the captain, the sound of which echoed even to Nor and T. Lauren speaks the truth. We in the resistance do not require the inept, and you, Fillier, are indeed inept. Fillier trembled, blood trickling from his mouth, revealing a broken tooth, daring not to utter a word in fear. After reprimanding Fillier, the captain approached Lauren, speaking earnestly. You must curb your temper, otherwise, you will not even retain your former rank as a minor officer. Lauren understood the captain's concern for him and lowered his head in shame, muttering, Yes. Thank you for the guidance. Lift your head. The captain suddenly bellowed, losing his usual composure. Bow your head is an act of cowardice, and you need not be a coward in this moment. Do what is right at the right time and become the right person. Do you understand? Lauren, caught between comprehension and confusion, nodded and shook his head, yet he did not lower his gaze again. The captain, somewhat exasperated yet saying nothing further, turned back to Fillier, commanding, Once this mission concludes, you may leave. The resistance does not harbor the useless. Fillier, alarmed, felt a surge of indignation upon hearing the captain's decree. Disregarding his status, he boldly shouted, I am a subordinate of the leader of Hegleman. What gives you the authority to dismiss me? Regret washed over Fillier immediately after his outburst. But having crossed that threshold, he could only mask his fear with a stoic facade. What gives me the authority? The captain laughed as if he had heard the most absurd joke. I am the leader of the Resistance Alliance, Vale Gardley. Is that not sufficient? Fillier's jaw hung agape, for he had never anticipated that the elusive leader of the insurgent alliance, Vale Gardley, would deign to visit their inconspicuous little band. Apart from himself and Lauren, the group comprised only a handful of promising newcomers. Typically, the role of captain was entrusted to a loyal confidant of Vale, rather than a renowned officer. Vale himself had only joined them on 2 missions, this reconnaissance being the second. Vale, perceptive as he was, could easily discern Fillier's thoughts. The musings of such a talentless and dim-witted individual were quite transparent. Shall I repeat myself? Vale inquired calmly, fixing his gaze upon Fillier, overwhelmed with dread. Fillier's legs buckled once more, and he fell to his knees before Vale in a plea for mercy, though it proved futile. Meanwhile, as Nor and TT observed the spectacle with keen interest, Vale's unexpected call drew them into the fray. Those 2 watching, why not reveal yourselves? Startled, Nor and TT exchanged glances and, without hesitation, emerged from a densely concealed thicket. The 2 factions regarded one another, the atmosphere momentarily frozen in tension. Chapter 46. Overseer Vare. A profound silence permeated the air for nearly a minute. Overseer Vare, arms crossed, regarded them with an amused expression. Finally, Noah broke the quietude. Overseer Ver, we hail from the Twilight Order, dispatched on a reconnaissance mission. Our objectives align. Noah stated, composed and concise. The Twilight Order. Ver mused, his gaze drifting between them. You two are unfamiliar faces. Recent additions to the knighthood, perhaps? Ver made no attempt to conceal the fact that he had informants within the Twilight Order. After all, the presence of spies among major factions was hardly a novelty. For someone of Ver's stature, superfluous concealment was unnecessary. Those in positions of authority often preferred to address matters with candor, a hallmark of their elevated status. Noah exhibited no surprise at Ver's candor. Years spent within the papal court had provided him with a deep understanding of the temperaments of such figures. Indeed, Overseer Ver, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely happened upon the transport convoy and decided to follow at a distance. Noah conveyed his amicable intentions, as trailing someone could easily provoke misunderstandings. Ver waved dismissively, engaging Noah in casual conversation. As you are likely aware, the armed coalition, of which the Twilight Order is a vital component, necessitates harmony among its constituent factions during these critical times. We should act as one, a seasoned leader. Ver's words were amicable, yet betrayed a deep reserve. Noah remained skeptical of such talk of harmony and fellowship. The new leader of the resistance was renowned for his ability to feign sincerity. Noah dared not place blind trust in him. Naturally, we are united in our cause, striving together to overthrow the unjust and corrupt papal court. Noah responded with equal eloquence, delivering the expected platitudes flawlessly. Ver, observing the young man's astute mind, felt a pang of admiration. His trusted confidants were all carefully selected through meticulous observation and training. Noah's display of strategic acumen, coupled with his membership in the Twilight Order, suggested exceptional skill. Moreover, those who adhered to the knightly code were typically unwavering in their resolve, making him an ideal candidate for a personal guard. Without hesitation, Ver extended an invitation, speaking plainly. I am intrigued by you. Would you consider joining the armed coalition? I could appoint you as my personal guard. While the position may not be of high rank, it carries considerable authority. Your abilities would not go unrewarded. The offer was an immense temptation, yet Noah remained unmoved. Tia, overhearing the exchange, doubted that Noah would so easily change his allegiance. I am grateful for your offer, Overseer Ver, but the Twilight Order has been exceedingly good to me. I must decline. Noah responded. Ver said nothing, merely sighing with a hint of regret. Following Noah's refusal, Ver's demeanor grew serious. Now let us discuss matters of substance. Noah Burial and Tia Burial. Ver's voice softened as he spoke their names, ensuring that Filial, still kneeling nearby, would not overhear. However, Filial dared not approach to eavesdrop. Noah and Tia were momentarily stunned, but quickly rationalized the situation. As the foremost authority of an armed organization, Ver undoubtedly possessed extensive channels for gathering information. Nonetheless, they felt a sense of unease, knowing that their identities were known while they were being hunted by the papal state. Heh, Ver chuckled, dispelling the tension. There is no need for alarm. Your past experiences only reinforce my belief in your loyalty to the Twilight Order, even if certain choices were made out of necessity. Noah's expression relaxed somewhat, though a hint of stiffness remained. Thank you for your understanding, Overseer Ver. My sister and I have long been disillusioned with the papal state's oppression of its people. Our experiences on the prison island only solidified our resolve to oppose the church. He paused, then inquired, May I ask, Overseer Ver, if you obtained this information through your own network? Noah hoped to gain a clearer understanding of their current situation. Ver responded candidly, aware of Noah's intentions. News of your escape from Prison Island has not spread far and wide, but it has reached certain influential individuals. I do not possess the all-seeing eye you seem to imagine. I merely have access to specialized channels that provide more detailed information. Noah remained skeptical, but at least he had learned that the papal court had not suppressed news of their escape. Instead, they had chosen to disseminate it discreetly, likely to facilitate their capture. It seems our lives will not be peaceful. Noah and Tia exchanged a glance, each understanding the other's thoughts. All right. Ver clapped his hands, drawing the two back from their mental ruminations. Are you familiar with the escape transport team? Ver inquired, as if exchanging intelligence with fellow operatives. After a moment's deliberation, Noah decided to share all that he knew. He could not be certain whether Ver's question was motivated by ulterior motives. If we are not mistaken, that group consists of Deathsworn, secretly trained by the Central Army. Ver's face lit up with curiosity. Deathsworn? What are they? Tia took over the explanation. Her knowledge of military secrets surpassed Noah's, and she understood them more thoroughly. They are a group of armored warriors personally selected by the current Pope, Jean Burial. He forged an alliance with the Spirit Order, utilizing their advanced technology to modify these warriors. The modifications preserve their formidable strength while ensuring absolute loyalty and machine-like precision. Tia spoke with gravity, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter. Modifications? Ver's interest was piqued. He was aware of the Deathsworn, but lacked specific details. Apart from Tia, as the Pope's daughter and one of the few compatible with the next-generation armor, few possessed such knowledge. Seeing Ver's curiosity about the Deathsworn's modifications, Tia shook her head ruefully. I regret to say, Overseer Ver, that the specifics of the modifications are beyond my knowledge. Only the Pope and a few high-ranking members of the Spirit Order are privy to the details. However, this peculiar modification transforms these armored warriors into something akin to cyborgs, making them the most loyal of soldiers. Given that these armored warriors possessed high status and martial prowess, and were capable of piloting exoskeletal mechs, they differed greatly from the ordinary, mass-produced Deathsworn. To distinguish them, these warriors were referred to as Deathsworn, and were under the sole command of Pope Jean. Tia shared all that she knew. Ver absorbed the information thoughtfully. Without further ado, he gestured for Filial, who had been kneeling for some time, to rise. Then, with a wave of his hand, he declared, since the Deathsworn are beyond our reach, let us part ways here. Consider this exchange of information a private transaction. I will keep your information confidential, as per the established protocol. After Wall finished speaking, he stepped forward, preparing to depart. Lauren followed closely behind. Having heard all the preceding dialogue, Wall showed no intention of hindering him, seemingly genuinely nurturing him as a trusted confidant. The principle of suspicion is unnecessary for those who are trusted, and trust is paramount in the cultivation of loyal allies, as espoused by Wall himself. Nua and T remained silent, silently observing the two upright figures escorting a trembling, partially limping individual out of sight. Chapter 47. The unknown purpose. How could the leader of the rebel alliance be here? T asked in bewilderment. To her, it was utterly incredulous that the head of such a formidable faction would expose himself so easily to the public without any protection. It was akin to the Pope appearing outside the confines of the Vatican without a formidable entourage. No shook his head, speculating. Perhaps this is merely the style of this Vil, the leader. He mingles among smaller groups, and those of lower status are unlikely to recognize him. Although this carries greater risks, it also allows him to gain a closer understanding of himself and the dynamics of other factions. Moreover, his willingness to lower himself to learn about the lives of the common people commands my respect. If others could adopt a similar approach, the plight of the nation's citizens might not be so dire. No sighed deeply, reflecting on his tumultuous childhood. Born into chaos, he knew that many others endured similar, if not more tragic, fates, living in agony until they chose to end their lives in shame. T shared a sense of melancholy, aware of the current state of rebellion among the citizens of the Papal States. Unlike those pampered noble women confined to palatial quarters, who merely scorned the commoners for their audacity to rebel, she recognized that their situation stemmed from the very indulgence and extravagance of their own class. With these thoughts weighing on them, the two navigated the winding and perplexing forest, attempting to find their way back, but after a prolonged search, they still could not identify any familiar landmarks. Xiao No, it seems we cannot find the previous campsite, T expressed her concern. They had only a few portable rations with them, and while they would not starve in the forest, the process of foraging for food could lead to unforeseen dangers. No glanced around, estimating that it was indeed somewhat fanciful to expect to find their way back in this vast wilderness. Continuing this way is futile. Let us head in one direction and see where it leads. We should encounter some people on the outskirts. T did not oppose, recognizing that it was better to leave the frustrating forest than to remain lost within it. The sun had risen high in the sky, and the two divided their rations before finding a spot to rest briefly. Once they had sufficiently restored their energy, they prepared to set off again. Whether it was by chance that the path taken by the soldiers led them directly out of the forest, or if they had inadvertently been moving toward the outskirts all along, they soon found themselves gazing upon a gently undulating range of mountains. The very place where they had first arrived. Could we have been on the outskirts all along? T gasped in surprise, her mouth agape. Just moments ago, she had felt surrounded by danger, only to discover that she had been in a safe zone the entire time. No, however, had a different perspective. He analyzed the situation seriously, stating, "This can only indicate that we were fortunate enough to have taken the correct path. Had we ventured in the opposite direction, we would have spent much more time finding our way out." T, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. She simply smiled joyfully, exclaiming, "Luck is a form of strength. Xiaono, it appears the goddess of fortune is on our side. We shall surely complete this mission successfully." No was less optimistic, but acknowledged that luck could indeed be a manifestation of strength. Throughout his tumultuous life, he had learned to rely on himself for survival. Yet he also recognized that a touch of ephemeral luck had allowed him to endure. "Very well, as you wish." No replied with a wave of his hand and a shrug. T beamed, displaying her gleaming teeth and giving a victorious sign. With that, they did not linger further and moved forward. Their destination was another squad from the Dusk Knights tasked with the same mission. They had only discovered the rendezvous point in the final line of their mission manual. The manual did not specify the members of the rendezvousing squad, as they had not made prior contact. This regulation was set by their leader, Hermann. The reason for this arrangement was that different squads had their own characteristics. After multiple missions, some teams developed mutual disdain for one another. Such aversion could stem from personal grievances against certain individuals or from inherent contradictions in their respective styles. However, Hermann did not wish for any cliquish behavior within the Knights. He desired that all members could trust each other enough to entrust their backs to any knight. Otherwise, the Knights would gradually devolve from a united front into factional strife, ultimately leading to internal destruction of the organization. This was one of the primary reasons many organizations fell apart. Many long-standing factions often appeared solid on the surface but were riddled with internal conflict. Seemingly united yet ultimately fragmented by repeated power struggles, leading to their easy dissolution. Take, for instance, the Alliance of Rebels. Though they had once been united at their inception, they had now developed independent and mature ideologies. No retrieved a carefully wrapped map from his belongings. A large red circle marked an area on the map, with a location noted in ink. No compared the map to the real world and couldn't help but marvel at the cartographer's skill. The accuracy was remarkable. Guided by the map, No led T northwest. After approximately half an hour, several camping tents came into view, adorned with the emblem of the Dusk Knights, a knight's sword and holy shield. This symbol confirmed that these tents belonged to another squad of the Knights, the very contacts they sought for this mission. As if sensing their footsteps, a man and a woman emerged from one of the tents. No and T halted, exchanging glances. "You are the new knight who defeated Deputy Commander Kate?" The female knight remarked, having recognized No in his casual attire after observing him for a few moments. "Indeed, I am. You are the squad assigned to the mission of seizing the Golden Flow, correct? My companion and I have made some significant discoveries over the past couple of days and happened to come here to inform you," No affirmed, nodding to indicate his identity and purpose. "Please wait. I will fetch our team leader," the two hurriedly replied, dashing toward the tent at the back. They knocked on the tent flap and exchanged a few words before a tall man emerged, striding swiftly toward No. "I am Edward Smith, captain of Team 3 from Group 2. Just call me Edward. These are my teammates, Bogus Norton and Shaman Norton, a newlywed couple. It is a pleasure to meet you." He introduced himself graciously, showcasing the refined demeanor of a knight. No responded in kind. "Hello, Captain Edward. I am No, and this is my sister, T. We have come unannounced because we have important findings to share with you." His tone was measured, yet the seriousness of his demeanor conveyed the gravity of the situation. "Oh, please elaborate," Edward urged, adopting a posture of attentive listening, his face reflecting the earnestness of the moment. While Edward was initially curious about No and T.I.'s surname, the urgency of the matter led him to forego such inquiries in favor of giving his full attention and respect. "Last night, we ventured deep into the forest and encountered the Pope's private death squad, known as the Death Servants. Upon our initial encounter, these mercenaries cloaked themselves in shadows, resting against several transport vehicles. Before long, they awakened in unison, swiftly maneuvering the vehicles through the forest, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Ahead of us lay a trio, likely a reconnaissance unit of the Rebel Alliance, and we trailed closely behind them, engaged in a game of cat and mouse throughout the night. As dawn broke, amidst the forest's entangled ambience, we ultimately lost sight of them around a bend. Edward meticulously contemplated the nuances of Noah's tracking, discerning the source of Noah's gravitas. Thus, the inquiry centered on the Pope's private cadre of mercenaries, the group referred to as the Dead. Noah affirmed his assessment. "Indeed, the Dead. Are you familiar with them?" Edward candidly shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Tyven reiterated his earlier explanation to Edward regarding Vale. Hence, this was a premeditated scheme aimed at undermining the influence of our various armed factions. Yet, even if successful, the most we would suffer would be the loss of a few small teams. Why, then, orchestrate such a grand display? Noah found himself unable to answer Edward's query. Pondering the true significance of the Pope's actions, was it to establish authority, instill fear, or merely to eradicate a few insignificant factions? Yet, it was evident that matters were far more intricate. The involvement of the Pope suggested that this might well have been his very design. Chapter 48. The Council of Elders within the opulent halls of the Grand Palace. 5 or 6 venerable elders reclined in high-backed Gothic chairs adorned with enigmatic and intricate designs, each piece exuding a sense of profound allure. The armrests were inlaid with gold and draped in a delicate layer of cashmere, a testament to their noble status while ensuring a sense of comfort. Such extravagant seating could only be found in the papal chamber, exclusive to the Council of Elders. Aside from the throne of the papacy itself, the papal chamber served as the true center of power within the papal states, where the Vatican was but a ceremonial facade. All matters of significance were ultimately consolidated here for final review, determining the course of events. The Council of Elders, a formidable entity second only to the Pope in authority, comprised individuals who had rendered unparalleled service to the papal states, amassing countless accolades and wielding immense influence. Each elder presided over various aspects of governance, managing complex networks of power, which in turn acted as a glaring constraint on the Pope's authority, imposing absolute limits on his sovereign rule. In recent years, the power of the Council had magnified to such an extent that the Pope's dominion was reduced to mere vestiges of military and administrative control. In the twilight of the Papal States, the Pope had become a mere symbol, on the brink of being lost to the annals of history. Adjacent to each elder was a small table laden with exquisite fruits and delicacies, accompanied by a pot of essential herbal tea. Since its introduction from the East, the aristocracy, particularly the elderly, had developed an insatiable fondness for tea, often cradling a teapot to showcase their refinement. One elder took a sip of tea, gently placing his gilded cup down, which collided with the marble table, producing a dull thud. "Drahemara, your adversary has made an appearance," he remarked, savoring the rich flavor as he spoke, the aroma swirling tantalizingly in his mouth before he uttered a rather thoughtless comment to the elder seated across from him. The elder, addressed as Drahemara, was acutely aware that this individual was the architect of his recent misfortune, resulting in the demotion of many of his high-ranking officials and a significant diminishment of his influence. In these turbulent times, such a loss could have dire implications for his standing. If the Papal States were to be overthrown in the near future, lacking sufficient capital, he would merely become a scapegoat for the other elders seated in this lavish chamber. Ironically, the elder who had inquired about him was the very one who had assumed the position of his ousted subordinate, a trusted confidant who had usurped Drahemara's power. Thus, this seemingly benign inquiry was laced with a palpable tension, rife with derision. Drahemara's face, lined with age, darkened instantly, his tone turning sharp. "Humph, what a well-nurtured son. Is it possible for Nobellier to slip away so easily? Did those armored warriors serve no purpose? Can they truly vanish without a trace? And his daughter, having just assumed the governorship, ran off with my dear brother. What a splendid hand she has played." His thick white beard bristled with fury, a clear indication of his rage. The other elders exchanged knowing glances but remained silent, fully aware that some truths were best left unspoken, particularly in such a public setting as the papal chamber. The atmosphere grew awkward, as if Drahemara were the sole curmudgeon throwing a tantrum. Recognizing the lack of support from his peers, he resolved to suppress his displeasure. After a few moments of silence, the elder who had initially broached the topic turned to the now calmer Drahemara. "Nobellier has been sighted there." Drahemara's face contorted into a sneer. "What? Do you wish for me to intervene, only to have you reap the rewards? Bourse, I concede the loss of my territory to you, but did we not have an amicable relationship prior?" The elder referred to as Bourse feigned innocence in response to Drahemara's jibe. "Dre, I merely express concern for you. The true instigator of this debacle is that wretched Nobellier. Do you not seek vengeance?" Drahemara scoffed dismissively. "Surely you know that the deceased was involved in what was supposed to be a mundane gold transport operation. This was clearly a ploy to draw me into a trap, to diminish my strength. This time, it may not merely be a goodwill gesture to you lot, but a bid for personal gain." He then cast a discerning gaze towards the elder who had ensconced himself in the shadows. This elder bore a solemn expression, seemingly having forgotten how to smile. His face was a tapestry of wrinkles, yet devoid of age spots, and the robust muscles concealed beneath his voluminous sleeves indicated a man accustomed to physical exertion and diligent health. "Dobros Edgar, once the supreme commander of the Central Army, had been the most esteemed figure in the Papal States prior to the arrival of the Armored Age. He had led the Papal Army to conquer numerous neighboring nations and city-states, greatly expanding the territory of the Papal States. However, over the ensuing decades, the military's prowess waned, and corruption seeped into the ranks, resulting in the independence of previously occupied cities, which eventually transformed into free cities, a haven for thieves and criminals. Witnessing the decline of the army's once mighty reputation, Dubros, in a fit of frustration, relinquished his post and retired to cultivate his family's influence. Years later, he re-emerged within the Council of Elders, leveraging his connections and the wealth of his family to oversee the logistics of the mechanized armaments, from ordinary exoskeletons to next-generation armor, thus controlling the very lifeblood of the military. Yet what of it? This resolute elder possessed a different demeanor from the others present. What is rightfully mine will remain mine. That which is not, I disregard and relinquish, for none dare to challenge me. Dubros often professed that he did not covet power, but rather had an insatiable desire for control. Aside from his personal aspirations, he would not easily relinquish that which he held. The other elders, well acquainted with Dubros's character, exchanged knowing smiles, harboring no additional thoughts on the matter. Drahemara chose not to press further, instead directing his attention to the assembly, setting aside matters of interest. What do you believe his intentions to be? He is not one to act without motivation, his sights set firmly on supremacy and the realization of true sovereign authority. Upon hearing the term sovereign authority, the atmosphere shifted, the elder's demeanor tightening as if a sensitive nerve had been struck. Life is often lived in pursuit of either fame or fortune. Among those gathered, none were inclined to relinquish their vast power without a fight. Following the loss of Drahemara's dominion over the prison island, he appeared indifferent, perhaps venting his frustrations, yet behind the scenes, he had intensified his efforts to extract from the populace. Having lost his authority, he sought to reclaim his wealth. Thus, the decline of the Papal States was, in essence, a consequence of the avarice and selfish desires harbored by these elders. The absurd Dubros, who vocally condemned the corruption within the military, retreated to a life of retirement, oblivious to the fact that his own nature mirrored that which he criticized. His proclamations against greed for power were mere superficial facades. Drahemara felt a sense of satisfaction. He was unwilling to bear the weight of indignation alone, while others remained comfortably seated, and thus he resolved to instill a sense of pressure upon them. It was time to issue a warning to this young man, for he needed to understand that the Papal States were not governed by the whims of the Beryl family. Dubros, appearing the most composed among them, was ironically the first to breach this formal taboo. And then there was Beryl, that wretched scion, who also deserved a lesson. Drahemara did not forget to include Nor's name in his thoughts. A lingering resentment towards Nor resided within him, for it was Nor's escape from the prison island that had embroiled him in turmoil. The two elderly men, both teetering on the brink of the grave, exchanged glances, each recognizing a shared ferocity in the other. Chapter 49. The hidden agenda. Amidst the rugged valleys and hills, sparse trees grew intermittently, standing 10 or more meters apart, creating an air of desolation. This mountainous region appeared somewhat barren, with yellow earth strewn about, devoid of vibrant greenery or visible life. Yet, only a few paces away, a dense forest unfolded, teeming with secrets where insects, snakes, birds, and beasts concealed themselves, evoking a sense of mysterious allure. At the base of a slope, several tents were subtly clustered together, with wisps of smoke from cooking fires intermittently rising into the air. A young maiden sat gracefully upon a smooth boulder, serving as her seat. Her demeanor was composed, yet soon this poise was disrupted. Tai took hold of a large chicken leg, inhaling its fresh aroma, and instinctively rubbed her stomach, her fingers itching to indulge. The chicken leg was roasted to a golden crisp, adorned with an array of spices that danced upon the skin in shades of red, black, and yellow, exuding a mouth-watering fragrance that was irresistible, especially after 2 days of bland rations. With genuine gratitude, Tai thanked the person who offered her the food, her face radiant with innocent joy. Like a boisterous soldier, she took a large bite, only to recoil as the searing heat made her stick out her tongue, prompting her to nibble more cautiously. However, as she swallowed her first morsel, she sensed the gaze of others upon her, which made her cheeks flush with embarrassment, a rosy hue spreading across her fair, youthful face, her earlobes burning with warmth. Despite her shyness, she did not lower her head but instead waved the chicken leg playfully, a foolish grin adorning her face, which in turn spurred the others into action. "Let us all eat." Her lively smile lifted the spirits of those around her, and soon they were all feasting. The tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air, reaching miles away. After a hearty meal, the group tidied up and resumed their serious discussions. The Pope was a man driven solely by self-interest, a selfish individual who acted only when it benefited him. He was inherently suspicious and distrustful, believing that no one deserved his genuine loyalty, nor could anyone truly understand him. His ruthlessness was akin to that of a tiger or wolf, never leaving room for future repercussions. Moore quietly introduced Edward to the intricacies of their situation. Edward, his gaze lowered, unconsciously rubbed the ground with his toes, producing a soft rustling sound. This was a habit of his. Whenever faced with serious matters, he would engage in this action, allowing the sound to guide his mind into a serene state for calm contemplation. Moore, recognizing this, afforded Edward the time to think, while he himself pondered. Curious about how meticulous this young team leader, who had recently joined the Knights, could be in grasping clues and assessing human nature. Upon receiving the task, Moore had been intrigued by a particular question. Edward stood still for nearly 10 minutes, clarifying the information he possessed, but when he finally spoke, he posed a question to Noir instead. Noir felt no displeasure. He appreciated this methodical approach. Slightly shifting, he cleared a spot beside him on the boulder, patting it to invite Edward to sit and continue their discussion. "Oh, what question?" Edward inquired with a smile, graciously accepting Noir's invitation to sit beside him. After a brief pause, he exhaled softly. "Why is it that almost all armed organizations receive this information simultaneously? While such occurrences were not unprecedented, this instance felt peculiar, as the transmission of news seemed almost synchronous." Realizing Noir might not fully grasp the situation, Edward suddenly remembered. "I almost forgot you've just joined the Order. You may not yet be familiar with the current circumstances or our Knights' policies. Allow me to provide a brief explanation. Various organizations and factions typically deploy spies, a well-known fact. However, the identity of these informants remains elusive, regardless of whether it involves armed groups or the Central Army. The sheer number of personnel makes it challenging to ascertain the true details behind each individual. Consequently, each faction maintains its own covert channels of information. As opposing sides, the Papal State and our Knights naturally dispatch individuals to infiltrate and gather intelligence. While I am unaware of the specific circumstances surrounding other armed factions within our Knights, we have deployed about 10 Knights across various ranks, enabling us to acquire comprehensive plans from the Central Army. Historically, secret intelligence from the Papal State was relayed from the top down, first to higher-ranking officers, who would then pass it to a designated Knight squad for relay back to the base, followed by lower-tier spies who would also return with information. Occasionally, less critical plans may not be communicated to every senior officer, yet junior officers would still receive the information to relay back to the Knights' headquarters. However, this time was different. The transportation of such a precious resource as liquid gold meant that any officer with authority would not remain uninformed, even if they were unaware. The junior officers tasked with managing the soldiers would certainly be in the loop. Yet, curiously, this time the information was first relayed by the lowest-ranking soldiers. Such an anomalous behavior invites speculation. It is evident that someone orchestrated this in advance, leaking information to the infiltrators among various armed groups, enabling them to learn of the impending arrival of this coveted resource almost simultaneously, thus inciting a scramble for immense profit. After Edward concluded, Noir nodded slowly, recalling that he had already discussed this very issue with Tai upon arriving in this dense forest. The fact that so many armed organizations simultaneously acquired what should have been a well-guarded route for liquid gold transport was quite blatant. It was clear that this was a deliberate ploy, with the Papal State enticing famished travelers with the allure of delectable lamb, causing them to abandon their dignity and pride in exchange for easy gains, unaware that the seemingly harmless meat was laced with poison, leading them to their demise due to insatiable greed. Noir crafted a vivid analogy, positioning the Papal State as the malevolent master, while the various armed organizations represented the unsuspecting prey. Edward could not help but reiterate his earlier query. Is the Pope's elaborate scheme solely aimed at us? A mere handful of pawns? Moore lowered his gaze, his hands intertwined, appearing to drift into contemplation, yet he soon provided his insight. Certainly not. For he has already anticipated that we would deduce his prior arrangements through simple reasoning. Edward, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean? If he knows we will figure it out, why proceed in this manner?" Moore could not suppress a chuckle, leaning back slightly, the shadowy figure of the enigmatic Jean materializing in his mind. His mystery, unpredictability, foresight. And all his actions filtered through Noir's thoughts until only the sleek, grayish-black tailcoat remained, his favorite attire, a detail he had never shared with anyone. Only Noir was aware. Those who dwell in shadows often perceive the world beyond them more clearly. Noir murmured, oblivious to Edward's increasingly furrowed brow. Observing Edward's evident anxiety, Noir ceased his riddles and spoke. You have acknowledged that this behavior is rather unusual. Anyone possessing a modicum of reasoning ability could easily discern the irregularities. Upon realization, they would, much like solving a puzzle, eagerly choose to act in the opposite manner, only to unwittingly fall into the trap set by Jiang. The allure of golden treasures means that those factions who have resolved to partake in this plundering endeavor would be unwilling to overlook such a walking fortune. Once they uncover Jiang's cunning, they will undoubtedly reinforce their ranks. Consequently, the aspirations of the Papal States would be realized, consuming our numerous living forces under the guise of golden temptation. But what would they use to deplete us? What would serve as their means of assault? I suspect it is the cadre of undead that has emerged from the woods. Edward began to comprehend. He, too, was an exceedingly astute individual, quickly recognizing that the Pope was employing the inertia of human thought to guide individuals subconsciously towards a particular action, ultimately laying a trap without their awareness. Nevertheless, his brow remained furrowed. If that is the case, why would he permit that cadre of undead to emerge? Would it not be more prudent to conceal them in the shadows? This way, one would remain oblivious to the true might of his hidden forces. Noah nodded, then shook his head. As I previously mentioned, ignorance is not necessarily preferable to knowledge. What do you believe is humanity's greatest fear? The unknown, the terror. Without a moment's hesitation, Edward blurted out the answer, and in the next instant, realization dawned upon him. Noah stood, his conviction palpable. People often do not dread an open confrontation with a formidable adversary, but rather fear the stealthy assassination by those who tread the path of treachery. Likewise, they may not falter on a winding and convoluted route, yet they shall tremble upon encountering a straight path shrouded in mist. Danger arises from the present, while the unknown stems from within. If one remains oblivious to the arrangements at hand, all factions will inevitably fortify their ranks in the shadows to preempt potential threats. However, once they ascertain that Zhang's backup consists of these undead, the self-proclaimed wise will allocate just the right amount of manpower to conserve resources. In such a scenario, should the Papal States deploy yet another contingency, all shall find themselves ensnared in an irretrievable abyss. Noah clenched his fists, the gravity of his intent unmistakable. Chapter 50. Brotherhood Alliance. Although Edward was a person of steady disposition, he was momentarily taken aback by Nor's words. He stood up, somewhat flustered, and inquired hesitantly, "What should we do? Must we truly relinquish the liquid gold?" Edward felt a sense of reluctance. The liquid gold held immense benefits for the current twilight nights. It could not only be exchanged for other resources, but also utilized for clandestine collaborations with the armor manufacturing factories in Constantinople, leading to the development of gilded weapons akin to the swift blade, thereby significantly enhancing the quality of the knights' armaments and enriching their heritage and strength. Nor shook his head, aware that forfeiting this opportunity, while a safer choice, would mean losing a rare shortcut to rapidly bolster their power. Such shortcuts were not entirely detrimental. In the increasingly tense circumstances of the present, significantly augmenting their strength was undeniably essential. No, we both understand the preciousness and significance of liquid gold. The commanders are certainly aware of it as well. It is worth the price we must pay to contest for it. This is a situation we cannot avoid. But knowing this, we can only hope to preserve as many lives as possible. Edward expressed his agreement, willing to embark on this venture. The more valuable the prize, the greater the sacrifices required, and it took courage to make such a decision. Greed is a fundamental flaw of humanity. It leads individuals step by step into the abyss of sin, yet at times, it serves as a catalyst for growth, ambition, and the awakening of hidden potential. Edward decisively bid farewell to Nor, preparing to hasten back with a few subordinates to inform the commanders and swiftly reach a resolution. After all, whether Edward or Nor, their thoughts could only influence the decision-makers, not replace them. Nor did not attempt to dissuade him. After exchanging respectful farewells, he returned with Tia to the camp they had originally set up, where their wilderness survival supplies awaited. Before parting, Edward posed one last question. What if this so-called liquid gold transport is merely a ruse? Without hesitation, Nor replied, since it is a trap laid out, it cannot be a mere deception. The transport of liquid gold may have been part of the original plan all along, merely altered by additional variables. Only the truth can capture everyone's attention. Understanding fully, Edward and Nor truly parted ways. While Nor conversed with Edward, Tia busied herself preparing some makeshift rations for unforeseen circumstances. After Edward departed with half of their group, Tia returned to Nor's side. "Little Nor, where shall we go now?" Gazing into Tia's somewhat bewildered eyes, Nor smiled and pointed towards the forest, cloaked in verdant shadows. "Back to our place." As the sun approached the day's end, it hung low in the sky, its brilliance waning, casting shadows that gradually consumed the light as darkness began to revive, encroaching upon the day. The vast expanse of the forest seemed perpetually tranquil, perhaps undisturbed by sufficient spectacle to rouse the dense woods, remaining in a state of restful repose. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, creating small patches of light on the ground, which were obscured momentarily by two large figures before being released again. These two figures, a young man and woman, exuded youthfulness. The boy's unruly black hair framed his face, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his deep blue pupils radiating an unfathomable depth, as if a mysterious magic drew one in. His nose was noble, his back straight as a towering pine, never yielding, and his uplifted head displayed boundless confidence, though his pale skin hinted at a recently arduous existence. Beside him, the girl bounced energetically, embodying vivacity. Her golden hair shimmered like silk, cascading down to her waist like a waterfall, wisps dancing in the breeze as if in greeting. A gentle smile adorned her fair, delicate face, revealing charming dimples that seemed to invite one into her heart. Her petite nose twitched lightly, and her soft lips moved as if savoring the fragrance of blooming flowers, delightfully kissing the essence of nature. With skin as fair as snow, her form was draped in a patterned dress, her slender legs occasionally kicking out playfully as she tilted her head to admire the tiny creatures scurrying by, embodying a whimsical cleverness. These two were Nor and Tia. They strolled along the path leading deeper into the forest, merely skirting the outer edges at this point. In the cloudless sky, the fading sunlight burned fiercely, akin to a flame, yet all heat waves were shielded by the dense foliage. Although fatigue crept into their legs, the fresh air and gentle breeze offered a refreshing sense of ease. Their pace was unhurried, and in this idyllic realm, such unrestrained joy was the cherished dream of Nor and Tia for over a decade. Perhaps devoid of exquisite delicacies, waiting servants, or opulent palaces, the beauty of the world transcended worldly possessions. Delicate wisps of white clouds drifted, vibrant flowers bloomed, and stars twinkled in the heavens. The untainted embrace of nature surrounded Nor and Tia, enveloping them in a hazy dream from which they were loath to awaken. Yet in the next moment, their reverie was abruptly shattered. A group of rough-looking, burly men blocked their path. "Who are you? Leave this place. This area has been claimed by our hero tribe." The gruff voice shattered their idyllic dreams, and Nor and Tia felt their minds jolt back into reality. Nor patted his ears, attempting to alleviate the ringing caused by the thunderous shout. Truly, the hero tribe embodied a certain wildness, even in their encampment. Nor silently reflected on his lack of experience with such straightforward brutes. Having wandered to Truro as a child, he had engaged with few people, and later, as the Pope's private secretary, he had learned only the art of political double-talk. "We come from the Twilight Knights, merely passing through. We apologize for disturbing you." Despite the boisterous nature of the hero tribe's men, Nor held no disdain. His heart could accommodate all kinds of people, especially as he represented the Twilight Knights at that moment. "Oh, you are from the Twilight Knights? What a coincidence. Our hero tribe is good friends with the Twilight Knights. Commander Herman is deeply admired by us." Upon hearing Nor's affiliation, the expression of the burly Slavic man transformed from anger to a hearty grin. He casually draped an arm around the comparatively diminutive Nor and regarded Tia with a friendly demeanor, though she looked somewhat puzzled. Nor felt the weight of the man's arm, aware of the immense pressure on his shoulder. Such is the natural strength of the Slavs, he thought, feeling a bit embarrassed. Without revealing his discomfort, he twisted his body and extricated himself from the man's grasp. "I see. My companion and I are newly inducted Knights of the Order, and were unaware of the profound connection between our two organizations." Nor extended his hand to shake with the man, feeling a surge of goodwill towards such a jovial character. The man waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, since you're here. Let's have a chat." Nor and Tia exchanged glances before following the figures of the men through a thicket. After parting the underbrush, Nor beheld a clearing within the forest, where several robust Slavic men were roasting meat, the subtle aroma wafting through the air, enveloping Norse senses. "Hans, the meat is ready, come and eat." A boisterous voice echoed through the mountains, startling a few concealed birds that took flight with a flutter of their wings. Norse's gaze fell upon the speaker, who bore a faint resemblance to someone he had encountered before. T, tugging at Norse's sleeve, tilted her head and whispered, "That speaker seems to be the leader from yesterday's skirmish." At T's remark, Nor recalled that during the clash between the hero tribe and the wandering knights, the very voice belonged to the chief of the hero tribe. Nor nodded to T, and the two continued to emerge from the thicket, their figures illuminated in the light.